so fine, though you make it look easy. So much you can make a man greedy. So don't stop, go ahead and get freaky. You got me wanting to be with you. So sexy, I don't know what to do. Your curves are making my dreams come true. The way I'm pushing me taboo. Just be naughty, move like a bro, girl, it ain't no hobby. Looking so good, gotta tell somebody. Blows my mind when I see a hot body. Hot body. Makes me wanna fall in love. Makes me wanna fall in love. Don't stop now, just get naughty. Move like a bro, girl, it ain't no hobby. Looking so good, gotta tell somebody. Blows my mind when I see a hot body. Hot body. Hot body.
Sun goes down, our spirits free. Nothing left but our energy. Take my hand, we can go and see a world unknown. Come explore with me. No, explore with me. Yeah, explore with me. No, explore with me. Sun goes down, our spirits free. Nothing left but our energy. Take my hand, we can go and see a world unknown. Come explore with me. No, explore with me. Yeah, explore with me. No, explore with me. No.
Looking at myself fade away. Why can't I hear the light? It's okay, we've been here before. Carry on the light, they won't know it hurts more.
Max. 3 minutes on the clock here. Tough defense. Okay. It was a blind punch. 20 was very early. Just trying to maybe zone up a little bit. Now we see the grab concept. He's going to pick up a couple. And here the bomb cleaves through with 4.
Come in, they feel a bit stronger on.
Oh, love that one.
They'll be mainly attached to the mercy here.
Oh, he spots him out. Now Yippee comes out and that is it. Free kill.
Don't worry about Blur. Blur has replicated fast, has gone the other way around.
It's been a long time. I'll tell you exactly how long it's been. It's been 6, almost 7 months since the last time we got to cast South African Overwatch teams playing in anger. It's going to be a good one. We are, of course, here broadcasting the Mettlestate Overwatch Super Cup. Big shout out to Mettlestate for putting this on. Just a one-day tournament, 5,000 Rand on the line. 9 teams playing for that prize. A lot of strong teams, a lot of new faces in new places, and one of those new faces is, of course, Mr. Defect. So my name is Sun Phoenix, and I'm joined here by Defect. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you. I mean, my face is not that new. I'm quite old. But, new to this side of the camera.
Absolutely. We've seen you once before, of course, on our podcast. We did pre-80K last year, but this is your first cast. So fingers crossed. I'm excited. I think you're excited as well. If a bit rushed, maybe, let's say.
A bit nervous, but excited. But it's the same thing, right?
Yeah, same thing. Two sides of the same coin for sure. So our first match today is going to be a round of 8 matchup here, the only round of 8 matchup as it happens. It's going to be Enigma taking on Rage Quit Odyssey. Now you're going to see a lot of familiar faces here, but of course Enigma is a brand new team. Now let's take a look at this Enigma squad before we jump into things here. It is going to be Stalker on the main tank and Vertigo on the off tank. Jelly Doodle and Miniteg will be bringing in that DPS. Fluffy on the flex support, and Toxin Socks likely to be on that main support. So Defect here, a very similar look to the old 2CP squad from last year with a few extra bits and bobs attached.
Yeah, a new team with full of old faces. This is a veteran squad. This is some of our better players consistently over the last few years. All sort of chunked together, like rebuilt, reborn from the ashes, like a phoenix, some could say. 2CP, but just like you said, a few bibs and bobs extra. The tank line specifically is very exciting. Stalker has been like meteoric in his rise last year to become one of the more prominent main tanks in South Africa. Vertigo stepping up from it used to be a support role to be like a very solid off tank. Jelly Doodle coming in from CSGO a while ago to be just a solid hit scan. Miniteg, I don't think needs any introduction. Was on a different team last year, but Grandmaster Hanzo player has not missed a headshot since season 3. And and then the veteran support duo Fluffy and Tox, who are just both, by the way, sweethearts. And they're just extremely powerful in their mechanical skill and game sense.
Yeah, one of the strongest support lineups we've actually got around. And I mean, heavy hitters in all these roles. This is one of the teams we're looking at being near the pointy end of the South African Overwatch scene, I think.
Definitely in contention for the first place, I think.
Yeah. So, Miniteg, of course, coming from Overwatch COWZA, Fluffy coming from Rage Quit Odyssey, who we'll take a look at in just a moment, and Jelly Doodle coming from Evo, otherwise everyone else from 2CP. So, looking at that Rage Quit Odyssey squad, another squad we saw the most of. That's actually the team we casted the most last year, but a lot of new faces in here from all over the place. So, it is Luke on the main tank today. I believe this team is usually still main tanked up by COWZA, who unfortunately cannot make it today. Easter weekend things, unfortunately, I'm sure. Trigger Happy on that flex tank role, Rinku, Haireru, and Rizza on the DPSs. Phoenix coming in from Vanguard to take on that flex support role, and Shadows reprising his role, taking over as captain from Fluffy, from who was captain of the team last year. He will be on that main support role. So lots of the same people around here, but a few different faces on the squad for now.
This will really be a feel bad match for Rage Quit if going up against Fluffy. If they losing their teammate to a new team, and then like if they don't pull out the win here, it has a bit of a personal sting to it.
Well, that said, if I'm them, I'm maybe not expecting to win this one, right? We just spoke about how strong Enigma is. Of course, top 3 at least, right? Maybe with OGs and Beastie Boys, and depending what the story is of the Randburg Fire Department, if they're a real thing, they might also be up there. But one of the top 4 teams at least, and Rage Quit, with a lot of new faces, going to take some time to get used to each other and synergize. But there is a core of players who were on this team from before. I think Rinku, Shadows, and I believe Trigger might have been, but he might have been Clips. I always get confused. Anyways, so yeah, going to be a tough one for Rage Quit Odyssey. Before we jump into things here, Defect, what is your prediction?
Look, I love the underdog story and the Rage Quit team. They're close to my heart, but I have to give Enigma. If I'm a betting man, and we all know that I am, that I have to put my nuggets on Enigma to win.
Oh. Yeah, I think I couldn't agree with you more. They're probably a 2-0. So, guys, just to point something out here, it is a best of 3, not a best of 5. All our matches today were best of 3s, and we're going to be running through things super quick, so don't go anywhere. There's going to be matches going on all the time. Myself and Defect will be taking you through most of them, and we're looking forward to seeing how things develop throughout the day. Our first match for this match, first map, will be Lijiang Tower as we jump into things here. A map we're quite familiar with, Defect, in the South African Overwatch scene.
Yeah, and what's lovely about the sort of 3 map control rotations is that one of these maps is sort of a very open, like with boop cases, and a very like a Pharah-centric map with a very high ceiling. And then another one of these maps is like a very cramped indoor map where you see a lot of Brawls and Maze and Reinhardts running around. And then the third map rounding out this rotation is a bit of a hybrid where you can play kind of whatever your strengths were from the other 2. And here we go into the Brawl map.
Yep, this is one of those maps with a very distinct play style when compared to some of the others all throughout Overwatch. This particular point control center. Guys, just a reminder as well, if you haven't seen on Twitter, go follow us on Twitter at ZA Overwatch. And if you want to get featured on stream, as you can see right here, the Peach ZA has featured his own tweet, rather egocentric of him, but that's how you get it done. Use the hashtag ZA Overwatch hashtag, and there's a chance that you will get your tweet featured on stream. So get involved, guys. But it is going to be Control Center here, Enigma taking on Rage Quit Odyssey, as we wait to see what kind of things we're going to see out of the squad. And it is, as you suggested, Defect, a very brawly composition with Jelly Doodle up to some shenanigans.
Both sides pulling out the Brawl. I imagine that's what they'll roll out on, though you never know what happens during the sort of preparing phase of a round. But I think that we'll see Odyssey roll out on pretty much what they have right now. You'll see the BAP and the Lucio as the support lineup, a Lucio to speed in the Reinhardt with the Brawl, and then the Mei to bring out that sort of crowd control in the closed spaces.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to start off with a teleport here. Jelly Doodle going to bring him forward. Does he stick to it? Yeah, it looks like he's coming out on that. As the Mei gets aggressive here, mini take wall up, cuts off a little bit from the left-hand side there, but he's just going to put pressure on the front line here with Vertigo. Both teams are running that symmetry here. Already pulled out the Immortality field there, and it's Vertigo who's going to drop first. So a great start for Rage Quit Odyssey. The underdog perhaps, but not looking that way to start. Luke will fall for his team, but he's done more than enough to secure Rage Quit Odyssey the first fight in Control Center.
Yeah, and this is very much a result of that excellent Mei wall just walling off the middle, and even though the kills didn't come out immediately, just Enigma couldn't catch up with all that like lost healing and lost momentum.
Yeah, one thing going for Enigma though is Jelly Doodle almost up to his ultimate, so that big shield could come out. Stalker as well, close to his, but Luke, he's going to start things off. A bit of an anti-synergistic Mei wall there, it seems, as Minitech blocks his own team, Rinku blocks his own team, but it looks like going to trade ultimates here with not much to give away for it. Fluffy does get taken down though, so it's another good start. But Jelly Doodle, he's powered up here, beaming them down. Tox going to take a hit on his own as Minitech fires in damage from so far away. Tox does have that ultimate ready, but he's not going to need it. A slow start for Enigma here, but they seem to have found some kind of rhythm.
Yeah, this is definitely, again, wall difference. Can we call this a walls comp? Because of similar
walls comp? Yeah, I think that works.
The wall here coming out from Jelly Doodle, just finding much more value down the middle, splitting their team in half, than the wall sort of edging around the back line of the opposing team coming from Ritter.
Yeah.
And Stalker catching
Big
two
window
and the
there.
third.
Stalker straight through it with the help of the Baptiste. He finds 2 off the bat, as you said, Defect. And now just going to push forward to get the cleanup. Vertigo going to pick it up. Stalker having a bit of a moment here, but he knows he's done enough to secure his team this team fight.
And now having the ability to set up by this door with your Sim and your Mei, and you have your Mei out and your Grav all ready to go for the next fight. This is going to be a hard push for Odyssey to get back in.
Oh, good start though. That wall cuts off everyone from the Graviton Surge. It's not enough to keep, it buys some time to get Minitech down as Tox pumps the damage in along with the rest of his team. Stalker going to move forward here, and it's a clean team fight. Not as clean perhaps as Enigma would have liked, but they did more than enough to win that one out.
Yeah, I think this looks like only the beat tossed in from Odyssey. They think they're going to run with 5 ults into the next fight, hoping to equalize with that.
Oh, both Symmetrists there crisscrossing the walls. I think you're not supposed to do that, but they're going to go for it anyways. Tox with his beat here. Should he need to use it? A big Mei ulti, so many down, but that immortality field needs to be paid more because it is doing a lot of work. Jelly finds 2 kills. Stalker picks up another, and now it is a bit of dire straits here for Rage Quit Odyssey. They committed a ton to that team fight. They should have won it, but they are on the back foot once again.
Every ult except the BAP ult was used, and now the ult economy momentum swings back in favor of Odyssey here quite vividly.
Enigma, yeah.
Enigma, right.
Luke pushing forward here. He's going to have to make a big play with his ultimate here, but he will be playing into Stalkers. This is a good wall. As he pushes forward, he goes for the shadow, but it's blocked, or not quite blocked, but he doesn't quite have the momentum to go forward. They have to get the point here. 5 seconds left on the timer, and I mean, it doesn't matter what the timer looks like when you have literally one person alive. It is trigger happy. Does manage to get onto the point here, but Stalker shuts him down in very short order and pushes his team towards the first point win on Lijiang Tower.
It's the walls every time. Walls split off, bat ulti walls, walls. They're all just splitting off every time Odyssey tries to push through that tight choke, and just resulting in it's so hard to dislodge a team on that close choke point. Jelly doing a great job making it difficult Mini doing a great job making it difficult for Odyssey to kind of execute on their game plan. But it's looking, Odyssey showing signs of life here. You know, there was always a chance that Enigma could really steamroll, and it might look that way, but Odyssey had a good first team fight and pushed forward to get that first cap. So if they can capture that momentum once again, see if they can hold it this time as we move to control center. Composition's quite similar once again, Defect. But we do see Vertigo swapping over to her pet role here, the Diva, which she's quite known for, so it might be a much better matchup for her.
Could well be, but it's tough playing into the Zarya. She's going to have to play that avoiding game here. As Odyssey look to put the aggression on. Better positioning, I have to say, though, for Enigma, and it looks like that's going to help them get that first kill, followed by a second and third as they look to clean things up once again. Jelly Doodle pumping the damage in as they're led forward by Stalker and Jelly. Just going to pump it and try and get that last kill. He does find Rinku, and that's going to secure them the first capture.
Late stagger.
Yeah.
And we already see that Diva's value come through. Look at the ult charges here. Where she doesn't need that ramp up time, hitting harder and faster. It doesn't have charge that she is dependent on to do her damage.
Yeah, exactly. Pumping the damage in. Jelly Doodle really doing a great job of leveraging the spam here of the Symmetra. Stalker going to hide around the corner here. He goes round, he gets it. The wall comes up, says, oh, hello, it's me. Going to get out of here once again as Vertigo puts the damage down. But I think they've done enough here for the blue squad just to push forward and force Odyssey back once again here. Defect, if you're Odyssey, what are you saying to your team?
Look, at this point, this is like third fight now, and they're only coming up on their first set of ults now. I think something needs to fundamentally change. Maybe a Winston, maybe playing on the Wrecking Ball more. But matching them in this scenario is not going well for them. Yeah,
it doesn't seem to be working. Walls coming out simultaneously. Once again, Shadow goes down, doesn't find anything. Phoenix, though, gets rid of Tox, one of the best boopers in the business, so she's going to be happy to get one over on him. This is a very sloppy fight so far. Both teams dropping a lot of plays here, but Shadow set up nicely. A double kill from Trigger might be exactly what they need. He's on 3 HP, but he's going forward. No fear for this man as the team brings him back up to full HP, and there we go, Defect. Some ultimate usage there, going to help Rage Quit Odyssey secure the point.
excellent ultimate usage. And here I'll pivot back to the off tanks to say that while the diva has a more immediate impact because she doesn't need the charge, if there is a prolonged fight like we just saw, the momentum you gain from a high charge Zarya, just not dying and pumping out like consistent high damage over a long period of time, is making it very difficult to sustain a fight.
Speaking of difficult here, it's a Venn diagram on the point, but Mini started his frozen up here. Everyone's frozen. Who's even still playing the game here? As everyone comes back with Stalker with a double kill. I think that was through the window once again. He gets a huge shatter on 3 players here. Everyone lying down. It's not that early in the morning, guys. You got to be ready, up and at 'em, and they do get that recap. 35% on the clock, but time is ticking away for Rage Quit.
Yeah, it's hard to stay in a fight if a fire strike window takes out your entire support line.
Yeah. How much damage did it do? 150? Is it 200?
200. It's 200.
Oh, it's game over, dude. That is unfortunate. Phoenix and the squad going to be pushing forward here. She looks to buy some space for them. The Grav starts things off here. Only catches 2, it looks like. Both tanks on the front line. The wall behind to prevent the healing. Very nice play from Rinku there. Oh, that charge not quite finding pay dirt. Stalker, though, his charge finds one. He finds another in the back line. This man is unstoppable, aggressive, as we know him to be. And this time he's got the team to back him up here. Looks pretty elementary here for Enigma. The shadow comes out in celebration, and they will get the win on Lijiang Tower.
This is very much I can't point to any one specific difference besides the diva and the there we go, Virtual's player of the game. the diva Zarya change on the second map, but this just felt like Enigma was a more coordinated unit, and maybe hitting a higher percentage of headshots with their stacked support line.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, really impressive play from Enigma there. Slow start, like we said, and signs of life from Rage Quit, but the better squad seems to be self-evident here. Just a reminder, guys, it's a best of 3, so we will be moving into, I believe, Route 66. Stand to be corrected on that. For our second map, and that's Odyssey's last chance. It's a single elimination tournament. They could be eliminated right at the start, and they got a horrible bracket draw here to fix.
Yeah, that's very unlucky for a team like this who has made a bunch of changes and is coming in straight up against one of the top contenders in a single elim tournament. But it's always good to get your team like a trial by fire and expose them to what's out there when you're starting off the Overwatch season in South Africa.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this game for Enigma is much about just setting the tone for the rest of the day. They're expecting to win this one, but they need to dominate it, and so far it's been pretty good. So our next map will be King's Row here. And actually, why do we mention our next match as well? If you guys tune in at around 2:00, will be OG taking on Beasty Boys. So that should be a stellar brawl, but we're gonna have to wait a little bit to see that. But yeah, King's Row here, defect.
That's going to be a lot of fun for the next matchup as well. But King's Row is widely regarded, as we all know, as one of, if not the best Overwatch map. Mm-hmm. And I'm looking forward to seeing the Reinhardt of Stalker just roll through this. I think this is going to be a tank-based matchup all in all.
Yeah, I think you could be right about that. I think we're going to see more of the same DPS lineup. I think the Symmetra may not a meta we've been familiar with in the past, but as I understand it, quite popular these days.
I was surprised to see the Symmetras coming out. From all the contenders I've watched, they weren't as full up as I would have imagined seeing them today. But I'm enjoying it. I always love me a good Symmetra. Turrets are annoying to play against. And the shield walls are extremely tactical. And then you have that high mechanics of just keeping your cursor on someone with that pure tracking aim of the beam. Always makes for a fun matchup.
And I mean, we know Jelly quite well for his tracking. Of course, quite a standout Widowmaker player, more about the flicks than the tracking, but also that Soldier 76 is his go-to pick when they're uncomfortable. So he's quite used to getting the most out of a hero that requires a lot of tracking.
Have we seen a lot of Jelly playing on the Soldiers since the recall changes?
What, 100 years ago? Probably not, since we haven't casted in 6 months.
Yeah, we haven't casted. I don't think we've casted many games since the Soldier change.
Yeah.
I would have loved to see him adapt to that.
Yeah. Maybe we'll see some Soldier later, but for now he's going to be going for the McCree here as RZA looks to get position set up. Bit of a fail there for this one. New player RZA, we haven't seen him before. Interested to see how he performs on the Widowmaker here, playing into Jelly Doodle and the rest of Enigma. Just moving forward, looking for an angle here, but this is a tough game to
good
play
ball.
Enigma. Oh, it's a shot off there. A Stalker looks to get aggressive. They do bait both teams' immortality fields here, so no life saving left. One goes down, but Enigma use that momentum to push themselves forward, take out RZA and and Luke. Sorry, that's going to help them secure a little bit of time here on the first point.
I think a telltale sign of the coordination difference in these teams is that both Baptiste deployed their immortality field at around the same time, but the immortality field for Enigma lasted much longer, maybe twice the duration. It just seems that Odyssey doesn't have that target prioritization to target it off, or maybe it's just being shielded better. Again, at the same time, and it's just a big difference in this.
Or it's being positioned better. There's a lot of things that could play into that. And speaking of positioning, Jelly Doodle taking advantage of some positional mistakes, perhaps. A good wall, going to cut Stalker from his team. Can they finish him up? No, they can't. Vertigo in the backline here, sniping the enemy McCree, and that's a good start for them as they look to push forward here. Lots more kills following up, and so far, Enigma looking pretty unstoppable.
I really like the flank, this like little excursion party of Vertigo, Jelly, going all the way around to push the supports into the Reinhardt in the front. It was a very interesting tactical play and a very heads up of your awareness.
Yeah, and you can rely on Vertigo to have that kind of awareness on TV. You mentioned it before, but this is her comfort pick as much as any hero can be. Aggressive play here from the Mei, finds a lot with that ultimate. Stalker with a charge through, doesn't find anything, but he does help secure his team a couple of kills here, 2 kills in fact, as the main tank and the projectile DPS of Rage Odyssey are taken down, and now they're going to put pressure on, move forward, and it's getting 2 minutes off the clock already. Defect. This is a bit of a struggle for Rage Quit.
Yeah, it's 2 minutes off the clock, and their first ults are only coming online now. Like, Reinhardt hasn't even have his hammer yet. On King's Row, coming into fight number 4 without having a shatter yet. It's indicative that something is not going well.
Yeah, and this is a very high skill coordination squad. That's a bad shatter. Doesn't find anything. Window goes up as well. Gonna help his team push forward. Vertigo takes out the Mei ultimate. Great work from her as the grab comes out, but Jelly counters that with the high noon, and that is everyone in the grave. Just a cleanup left now, and that is how you weather a storm, Defect.
That is, but that's also how you expend every single ult in your ult bank.
Oh god, that's not true. Phoenix still has her sound barrier, so
yes,
technically something to play for.
I was speaking more for Enigma, who's coming up on bomb or Mei ult next.
Yeah. But if this fight doesn't unfold quite quickly, there's a lot of ultis that are almost ready to go, and then moving forward, but Vertigo once again opens things up here. That was with the bunny blaster she took out RZA. That's a problem. Now she can throw her ultimate in. That looks quite big. The immortality field keeps the team alive, but they're all low HP as Stalker moves into cleanup. Minitake finds one as well, and that's probably going to be it in this team fight. That's a celebratory ultimate there, Defect. Not sure how necessary it was.
A bit premature, 40 seconds still on the clock.
Yeah, I agree.
But I think that we're putting everything on the Stalker here with the Shatter and then the BAP ulti, which is basically Reinhardt ability at this point.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they can actually even push this, because with this little time in the bank, they have to push straight to the point.
Window comes out. Here comes the 5-strike. Doesn't find anything. At least the wall blocks that, but he picks up the Mei. That's a huge problem. She was working towards her ultimate, and that's going to mean they've got something little to work with. Heinlein comes out from RZA. Doesn't find anything. A Stalker backs off to the corner of the point. Just trying to build some space for himself. He's got that shatter. If he takes down the enemy Reinhardt, it's going to be free play for him. And now look at this. He finds a shatter. Finds one in the corner there. He's going to try and cut down the Baptiste there, and he's done more than enough for Enigma here. That's going to be a full hold on King's Row. Oh, not quite yet. This is buying a little bit of time. Seems unlikely they're going to be able to bring this one back though. So Rage Quit are going to have to full hold in return and win the tiebreaker just to stay in the series.
Yeah, this is going to be a hardcore mode Overwatch for Odyssey going forward, and we saw that after running your Zarya in for 4 or 5 ults, they did eventually swap the D.Va for the second last fight, just because they weren't getting enough value on the Zarya is a momentum hero.
Yeah,
but in the end, I don't think it proved enough the late swap to push them through.
Yeah, struggling a bit to find value on that hero, and you got to say that's really up to Minitake and Stalker on the Mei and the Reinhardt respectively, just blocking the damage so effectively and positioning from the team, preventing them from taking a bunch of damage from that Zarya or letting her build that charge. So Enigma just looking like a perfectly put together squad at the moment.
Yeah, they seem very polished. It looks like they've been playing a lot together, and it looks good for them going forward. Like maybe the first game was a warm up because we saw a bit of back and forth, but this is very one sided.
Yeah, but Kings, one of those maps you can get set up, and if you have a good rhythm and you know what your team's trying to do, you can make it look completely one-sided. Cena, yeah, that's his tweet again, in case you missed it the first time. Stalker difference, you agree with Cena there, Defect, or do you think there's more to it than that?
I do. I think this is Stalker carrying the rest of his team. Not that they're incapable of carrying, but this is Stalker's map. This is where they can... Jilly Doodle and Fluffy and Tox, they just sit back, they let Stalker do the thing. They speed him forward and speed him backwards and maybe give him the infield. But all in all, this is Stalker's playground.
Yeah, it does seem that way here, and that seems to be the sentiment at least coming through from Twitter. Just a reminder, guys, hashtag ZAOverwatch if you want the chance to get your tweet featured on the stream. Here's Jelly Doodle. Now we're going to see what Widowmaker looks like. If he can find the angles, he is going to hit the shots he needs to. Moving forward now, trying to find the angles. A big rotation here. This is a merry-go-round if I've ever seen one, and now they are not covered. He's been spotted out here. They know where he is, and he's not going to find quite what he's looking for just yet, but it's still a tough position for Enigma or Ragequit to be in.
Someone's watched season 2 of Overwatch League.
Yeah, exactly.
And this is the Lane Roberts go round.
Yes, absolutely. He hasn't quite had the same impact that Lane did on that fateful day against he was on the LA Gladiators, but they push forward now as they look to clean up. Jelly does get taken down, so it's an even fight, but this, of course, is an attacker's favorite point in terms of spawns, and Luke finds the kill, though, so they might have weathered the storm well enough here if they can start to clean things up. Stalker goes down as well as Luke dropping to half HP here, but now he's going to move forward with his squad. So good work from Ragequit Odyssey not to get caught out there. And staggering the Diva.
Big stagger on the Diva, that's what feels bad. Yeah, I'm going to go on a limb. Like, I respect Jelly, but I guess he's not as good as Show 4.
Wow, bold statement, Effect.
Look, at least on the side of Enigma, they did charge a bunch of ultis, and he is shame swapping back to McCree.
Yeah.
That happens in my rank games every time. First fight gets nothing, dies to the Diva, swaps to McCree.
In my ranked games, they say Widowmaker for the rest of the game and do nothing all game long, but it looks like pushing forward here. This is a problem. Stalker under a lot of pressure. A good wall from Rinku, going to prevent the team from healing him up, but he does drop. Stalker survives that. A great immortality field from Tox, going to keep him healthy, or Fluffy, sorry, and now the ultimate comes through. It's all over here, but the crying for Ragequit Odyssey, the charge as well. No respect with the shatter. Just put him down, put him to bed, and put themselves through to the next round where they will be taking on overtime. Enigma looking unstoppable.
The disrespect shatter on the way out, just sending you home in the stuff. Yeah, I think for the second fight, like, Enigma just knew, like, just put all the resources on Stalker. He knows what to do with them. Like, the infield comes out, the walls come out, the BAP ulti comes out for him, and he just rolls through, gets like 4 kills in one game. And carries his map. This is Stalker's home, and I'm looking forward to the next main tank who can bully him out of this.
I mean, it's going to be when they go up against either OG or Beastie Boys, probably. Their next match is against Overtime, which I just mentioned. I think if we were to construct the power ranking, Defect would probably put Ragequit above Overtime. So they're going to have quite a difficult time dealing with Enigma if Ragequit couldn't do anything. So the match after that is likely to be against Beastie Boys or OG. So that's when you're really going to get a sense of how strong this team is at the top end of the grid. But Defect, that kind of went how you expected?
More or less. There was a bit of a difference between map 1 and map 2, where RQ and map 1 took points, took fights, where map 2 was the full hold. And I think it comes down to control points in general being more DPS favored, where you have you can give a chance for the rest of your team to shine, and Kings Row being so heavily tank dependent. You can clearly see the differences between the tank line of Odyssey and the tank line of Enigma. Clear as day. Yeah,
couldn't agree more. So if you had to pick up the man of a match there, Defect, I think I know where you'd go.
I have to give it to Stalker. I can. Vertigo, always a good second, but the Stalker, he just holds W and mouse one so well.
Yeah, expert at impressing himself on the state of play. So well played from Enigma. We'll probably end up seeing them a little bit of them much later on. But guys, as I mentioned earlier, we will be looking at OG taking on Beastie Boys next. That should be a stellar match. A new look OG taking on a very strong looking Beastie Boys. So guys, that will be at 2 p.m. Of course, my name has been Sun Phoenix at Sun Phoenix on Twitter. Joined here by Defect. How was that, Defect? How do you feel?
I feel good. First cast out of the way ever. I'll have to go review it tonight and cry, but we'll see. I think let's do a bunch more and see how they go.
Well, yeah, we've got the whole day here together, so you will pick things up. So yeah, at defect_ZA on Twitter if you want to follow him. So guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be back at 2 p.m. and see you then. And don't forget to tweet with the hashtag ZAOverwatch as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with some more of the Overwatch Mettlestate Super Cup. Mettlestate Overwatch Super Cup. It's like a very simple name. I don't know why I'm struggling so much. My name is Sun Phoenix, and I'm joined once again by Defect. Welcome back.
Hello. The Super Metal couple thing.
Oh, these names are so complicated, and we can't even use the word league, so it's like not even that complicated.
Illegal.
Save it for the games, please. Hello, don't use all up your humor juice. So our game now, as we just saw, if you're just joining us, we just saw Enigma with a dominating performance against Randburg Odyssey, and now we're going to be taking our first looks at the 2020 rosters of OG Kintsugi and the Beasty boys. Now this is our second and third place. Yeah, go for it, Defect.
I am excited. This is going to be a clash of the titans. This could very well have been our final match.
Absolutely. And that's kind of the downside of the single elimination. One of these teams is done after this match. They are going home. Best of three, guys. It is OG Kintsugi, third place from the ATK Overwatch tournament last year versus Beasty Boys, second place. So this is some heavy hitters here, Defect.
Yeah, definitely. Like you'll see a team like OG. They'll have all their icons in the lobby match. That's how you know they mean business.
San Francisco Shock as well. Not playing around.
Yeah, I think it's maybe a subtle reference there to. And then you have a team of veterans like the Beastie Boys coming in, like all straight from the old folks home Wi-Fi, like
yeah, exactly, on their 3G from their phones. So before we take a look at the teams here, let's take a look at the bracket. We haven't had a chance to look at that on stream just yet. So this match is, of course, a quarterfinal match, as we can see here, and our match. The other matches from this bracket are EEA Overtime taking on Enigma. We saw Enigma just a moment ago, and they look dominant. I'm expecting them to dominate there once again and face the winner of this match. So that's another exciting consequence of this one. The third quarterfinal match there is EEA Pangolins, another new team with some familiar faces taking on Randburg Fire Department. We are extremely likely to see them in the grand finals because that team is stupidly stacked. And then, of course, unhighlighted there because of the quirks of their name, it is Team Gaming, a very promising team with some familiar faces on it, taking on Ace Legion, so probably expect them to win through there. Other than this match, which match would you have liked to have seen? I
just think that I think Team Gaming would approve of their name not being highlighted. That
separates them. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it is OG taking on Beastie Boys here. Let's take a look at their roster, starting with OG. A lot of familiar faces here. Defected will be Zoom on that main tank role. Alvin Slayer reprising his role on the off tank. New face here for this squad, at least formerly of Vanguard, is Damien. Auntie likely to be on that Tracer, a devastating combo with Zoom. The Ninja once again on that flex support, and Lulubal, a new face here, but has been with the team for over a year now. I think also going to be in on that support role.
Yeah, Lulubel stepping up from the sub to replace Authorize on the starting roster. But for all the information that we have, quite a solid and reliable main support, which is what you want.
Yeah, absolutely. So lacking perhaps the heavy hitters of the likes of Erexon, who are standouts. So Damien with some huge shoes to fill there, but a solid roster, as you said.
Yeah, the big question mark would be Damien and seeing how he slots in here. Erexon having also not missed the headshots in Season 2.
Exactly.
I'm the hubris of making your icon Hanzo when you're walking into Erexon's slot is quite the statement to make, and I'm hoping he lives up to it because I have a bit of a bias towards this team. It's one of my pet teams.
Yeah, a team perhaps more than most people, you know them quite well.
Yes, so I'll quickly run through the rest of the roster because I think they each deserve their own little mention. Antiablo is now the captain of this team. Solid guy, outstanding sweetheart of a player. He has one of the best aims, I think, mechanically, of just putting your mouse on something and keeping it there in South Africa, although going up against the opposing side, he probably has met some of his equals there. The Ninja... I think he's the player who's played the most hours of Overwatch in South Africa. I think he has 2 accounts of Platinum Borders, if I'm not mistaken.
Sure.
But yeah, he can basically play any role to about Grandmaster top 500. I know he once, for the hell of it, duoed with Zwoob into top 500 on tank, which he doesn't even play.
Yeah, hectic.
And back on that old reliable like flex support role. And then Alvin Sayer being like one of the better Sigmas in the country. picking up the hero straight from like the release and just making him from there. And then lastly, I think the best main tank for your money is Zoom.
Yeah.
In South Africa, rank 68. Sorry, but I couldn't quite crack the 69.
Oh, yeah.
On the EU ladder, but the man's a nut. I think there's nothing like him in South Africa right now. And the synergy he has with players like Diablo and the Ninja, I think that those three can like basically carry like any squad.
Yeah.
So that's what we're looking out for, is the synergy that the three extremely skilled players are bringing to the table today.
Yeah, and speaking of synergy, or perhaps a lack thereof, let's take a look at their opponents today. It is going to be the Beastie Boys. Of course, we're quite familiar with the squad. Second place in the ATK Overwatch tournament last year, losing only to their of course, the namesake of the tournament, ATK itself. So a strong roster here, but not the most committed roster, let's say, by their own admission, at least from what we've seen in the past. But it is going to be Riposte on the main tank. Now, if you only joined us last year, you might not know who he is, but he is a Grandmaster level main tank, formerly of 2CP, last played in 2019. So an extremely heavy hitter, as all the players on the squad are. Visions coming in, now moving to off tank. He's played a bit of everything for this team, and now filling the only role perhaps we haven't seen him on in that off tank. A strong player on every role, should excel in this one as well. Mito has now moved to the DPS. I know he was playing for them last year as well. A very strong projectile DPS player. Missing from the squad, you'll notice, is Severin as well, aka Beeper. Not going to be playing in this match, at least. Not coming in on that hit scan, one of the better hit scans we've seen in the country. No slouch. Squishy coming in here, formerly of ATK, the flex support there. Obviously a stellar player, having played for the top team in the country. So interesting to see how he's going to mesh with this team, but he should have no troubles. And then we have Wallace, formerly of Evo, left them to join 2CP as a sub, and has now moved on to Beastie Boys. So this is another cracked squad defect.
Yeah, and this squad is their white shine brighter because they are extremely washed.
Oh no!
This is a team of like old-timer veterans, like Visions in the past, all the way back from 2017. Players like Mito as well. Squishy have all been in the scene since forever. Unlike some of the comparatively newer faces you'll see in OG, like Zoom or on Diablo, coming in much later into the just Overwatch scene in general. So I'm very excited to see how this, like, the Greybeards stack up against this like sort of polished matching icon squad of Kintsugi, but like the skills there. Definitely.
Yeah,
I think pound for pound, I mentioned on Diablo is so skilled, Alex is so skilled. I think if you just average out the skill, Beastie Boys would be much higher, just in mechanics and game understanding. I think the variable factor here is going to be the team synergy, how much they play together. And team synergy is a hard one. Like, if you have a little bit more than your opponent, they're still going to roll you. But if you have a lot more, you stand a very solid chance of winning. Yeah,
absolutely. And mechanically, no slouch is OG either. So it's going to be an interesting matchup to watch here. Our first map, once again, will be Lijiang Tower. We're going to be starting on Night Market here. But before we get into that, guys, just a reminder, hashtag ZAOverwatch, tweet using that, and there's a chance you might be shown on stream. As soon as we jump in, I think we're going to see quite a cool tweet coming out from someone. Fingers crossed. So yeah, if you want to get involved, tweet with the hashtag. There it is.
Oh no, Demonics, owner of the OG brand, saying that they're not ready.
So a little lack of confidence at least from the MGO owner. Do you think he's justified in that effect, or do you think OG's got this one covered?
I think this is going to be one of the hardest matchups for OG. Like, if they had almost any other team, they had better odds. But I still think it's going to be close. I don't think it's going to be a roll.
Yeah. I think you could be right about that. Guys, a reminder as well, it is a best of 3. So 2 map wins, and you are through to the next round. You lose this, you're going home at a single elimination. Let's take a look at the compositions here, Defect, as we move into Night Market.
Yeah, completely different. You'll see a meta comp sans the Zarya plus a Sigma on the side of OG here, running standard what you'll see in a contenders lobby or whatever. And then just this, we play what we like to play on the side of of Beastie Boys here. And honestly, like at a high level meta. Ooh, Zoom, showing that he is in fact the best tank player in South Africa.
Bad start. Riposte there. Welcome back to competitive play. Gets eviscerated as he comes through on the ball. They had a bubble and everything. The focus fire was just unreal from OG.
He rage switches instantly onto the Winston there.
Yeah. Winston is a Riposte's comfort hero, I think, as far as main tanks go. It's what we know him for playing.
Yeah, he was at a point the best Winston in South Africa and probably still a contender for that title. Oh, and Abtiado gets picked off by Mito.
Yeah, great work from Mito there. Maybe the best Torbjorn in South Africa, although like a Luke might have something to say about that as he punts the damage through. A quick window coming through here from Alex. Going to look to push them back, aka the Ninja. So OG set up shop here on point, just controlling the pace of the game for now.
Yeah, OG buying a lot of space of that ult. Like, how long does a bat ult last? 15 seconds? And that's just 15 seconds of the other team just standing AFK.
And now they get the pick onto Not as well here. Onto Diablo fires back there. Mito dropping low. Somehow doesn't get hit by that rock. The Transcendence comes out here. We didn't talk about that, but Squishy on this hero, former DPS player, should get a lot of value. The Shadow comes out to grab as well. Ultimate's flying everywhere. There's a molten core on the ground there as well, which you can't see, but it's going to be our Red McCree player here. Not popping off in a big way. Kills all over the place, but that was an expensive team fight for both teams.
That was a 51% first fight.
Yeah.
Which is quite saying something. And also you can see that even losing, like Diablo and Alex get like a pick and force out the Winston ult on their way out.
Yeah.
So this is like not the best, the cleanest win I've ever seen. There's no ultimates ready on the side of Beastie Boys. There are 32%. And they're just going to run into 4 ultimates going live. Just one out of the other.
It's going to be a tough one for our raid team here. Vision's going to fly up into the air, gets taken down quickly by Zoom there. So that Sigma ultimate paying off in a big way. Hello, Mercy, welcome to the party here. Gets taken down by Zoom. Once again, he wants to get Not here as a reprisal for that previous team fight. But 2 kills are coming back here. So if they get regrouped nice and quickly, they might be able to get in here before they get set up. But OG, I think the synergy paying off in a big way here.
Yeah, and their synergy looks next level. I think this might be the best synergy we've seen this year. Well, from the 2 games.
4 teams, so far.
But I think they might be the most well-drilled team in South Africa at the moment.
Yeah.
You can see this is clean stuff. This is coordinated ability usage, ult usages, meta comps from contenders that aired last night. This is good stuff that we're seeing from the side of OG.
Let's see if they can carry the momentum through. Riposte gets aggressive and is taken down through his ultimate there by Alvin Slayer and the rest of OG. Now they're putting the pressure on. 94 on the clock, no main tank. It's struggle city for the Beastie Boys here as they come in. And this man right here, we talked about Stalker difference in the last one. Could it be Zoom difference in this one as he looks to clean things up with a whole lot of kills? Now looking to clean things up on point here. Alvin Slayer going to fist bump the back of Riposte, who does get taken down by Zoom from across the map, and that's going to be that. Demonics, I think you need to reassess your power rankings here because these boys are looking strong.
Demonics, please tweet yes, thank you. I would just like to highlight that absolute 5-head shatter from Zoom there. Squishy trances and needs to touch the point, so he shadows into the trance, knowing that he can't go back to save everyone behind him. He needs to touch the point instead. So that was absolutely enormous play. You also see the value coming out of the Symmetra, putting the turrets above the doors as the people come through, just for the slow effect more than the damage. Forcing people who touch to stay on point instead of like peeking in and going back out.
Yeah, if they try and peek in and go out, they're just going to get cut down because
they're going to get slowed and cut down. And that's what happened every time. You'll see that the little turret got an assist on almost every kill because they focus fire the slow target. Excellent.
Yeah, really nice play. We see the pharmacy coming out here, or some variation on the pharmacy from both teams. That's a bad start for Alvin Slayer. Not quite the cleanest rollout from him. There's Mito takes advantage of that. Mito, an incredible para player here. He's going to be going up against the Echo in the sky, and I mean, that is a quick death for him. He finds the kill there, and Zoom putting on pressure on the front line. This has been an extremely back and forth fight, but I think at the end of it all, it's the blue team coming out on top, especially with that res onto Auntie. That Tracer going to be a nightmare if they can't handle him. If they can't shut him down, he's going to clean up the backline. So they are set up on point here. Mito pumping in the damage over the top. He's not quite got the Tracer down yet. He finds him eventually, but in the meantime, they've lost Riposte on the point. So once again, that main tank struggling to find the value, but Mito, he doesn't need a main tank. He's got the Mercy on his back, and he's got rockets coming out of the front. So Gonna shut down the team. That's a triple kill. Can he find any more? Does he need to? As he looks to shut down Zoom here. Or Zoom gonna commit the ulti here. Is that the right decision? I guess I'll ask Defect in a moment here. Rocket Barrage at the ready. Zoom dropping low. He does find the kill onto the McCree. But he's going to have to back out here and regroup with his team. Yeah. Oh, what a boop! Does he get him? Yes, he does. Come back here, boy. Mito putting his team on his back.
Yeah, this was a very messy and prolonged fight. I don't know about that ultimate. I think getting the McCree probably made it worth it, but then immediately dying afterwards to the boop kind of levels that out and just puts you down ultimate. Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of leaning happening here on the swap off the Tracer onto the McCree from Diablo to just pressure Mito out. But on a map like this, where the Pharah one trick gets to play Pharah, as I say, he just feeds an ultimate into a flashbang.
Yeah, on Diablo finds that kill nice and quick. A back and forth fight once again. The Echo here with the duplicate, gonna clean things up. A really nice recovery, but as I say that, double kill with the riposte using the minefield. The hook doesn't quite land here, but they should be able to clean up that Lucio. And not in no man's land here, but Mito is back in the mix. 45% on the clock here, and a lot of kills going in the direction of both teams. They're not set up on point here, Defect.
No, and the flip goes right back after 9%, which just puts them on the back foot again, trying to muscle their way into this heavy spam comp. Ooh, what a hook there on Vision side.
Oh, yeah, Visions channeling his inner Beepo here, Defect, trying to do his best impression, and so far, so good. Riposte seems to have found a good rhythm here as well. I was a bit concerned about how we started out on Night Market, but it looks like they seem to have found something together here that's enabling him to get some value.
Yeah, a bit of rust that needs to be shaken off, but here we see Ultimate just walking into the white room, pressing Q, and then that'll be that for this fight, I think.
Yeah, I think so. They're stuck though now. I think we'll see Mito go back to the left there and just pump in damage. No, he's going to stay here, pump damage down the main alongside Not, as you can see on screen now. Alvin Slayer dropping nice and early there. He's got the grab, but 85% on the clock. They need to lose this fight quick so they can get set up for that next one, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. High Noon comes out now. Stay low. Don't get your head chopped off. No, that's a friendly High Noon on Diablo. Going to get taken down by that as Rumix to put pressure on with his ultimate. The barrage comes out to take care of him. And Beastie Boys, we spoke about the synergy on OG, but it's pure mechanics carrying the Beastie Boys through this one.
Yeah, maps like these where you can put Mito on Pharah, like this is the Pharah map, right?
Yeah.
The tanks and the supports are just playing Don't Die. And you see like Diablo eventually switching off of the McCree, just unable to pressure him out of the way as they're trying to just clean up.
Yeah, I'll zoom in on the DV here with the nano boost. He finds a couple of kills, but unfortunately vacates the point, and that's going to make it 1-1 here on Lijiang Tower. But I have to say, looking at the way these teams played, you have to be leaning towards OG on Control Center.
Yeah, I think this open map with the Pharah, like and the ability to just play whatever you want and not die, we'll see on this like sort of a more enclosed brawl map that the synergy will pay off a lot more.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see if Beastie Boys have anything in their bag of tricks, and it looks like that bag of tricks has pulled out a Mito Junkrat here. Obviously, he's one of his better heroes that we know him for. So how do you feel about how these two squads match up?
Pharah and Grand Pharah. I'm not sure what OG are doing here. This is not what I expected to see here at all. I'm very curious to see how this sort of loose brawl style plays out on this enclosed map.
Yeah, I mentioned Beastie Boys bag of tricks, but it's a pretty tricksy composition on this map, at least in its own right from OG. That's a bad start, Alex. He has exited the map for now. Slam comes in. Lulubal gets the resin to Alex, but Alvin already demech'd, so composition struggling to find value just yet, but this is where things can start to get out of control. If Damien can do what Mito did in the last game and just pump in the damage, get everyone low and start to pick up those kills, but Mito's tracked him down. He knows how the Pharah works, and he knows how to shut it down. Junkrat, not usually the best counter as Beastie Boys clean things up, but Mito knows how to make it work.
Yes, and also the fact that this map doesn't have as high a ceiling means that you're all in range of the Junkrats like concussion mines basically all the time. So I don't see the advantage, and I think OG agrees as they swap off to a more meta comp here.
I hope they're not going to regret this one, Defect. I think they could have had this comp run through from the start, and Zoom going to drop early here. They're so heavily on the back foot now because of how the ultimates work out and how the positioning works out as Auntie moves around the back. I think OG are going to regret starting on that composition.
Definitely, like you're already so far behind in ult charges and things, but I think you'll see a bunch of the ults already came out that were charged early, and on this they're more or less even on ult charge for the third fight here.
Yeah, they are. Auntie, he popped his ultimate, didn't find anything. A good bubble from Visions. Gonna keep Riposte alive here on the Reinhardt. As Auntie looks to flank around, just take some attention, try and see if he can pick up a couple of kills or just put the damage down. Riposte dropping super low on the front line as the window comes out. So much damage coming through now onto the Beastie Boys and Riposte. He can't handle the heat, and he gets out of the kitchen here, taken out at least by Alex's Auntie in the background. The grab comes through. Do they have the follow-up high noon from the high ground? I think. Oh, walled off, but he finds Auntie too aggressive from the Tracer Master, and unfortunately with 60 make that 70% on the clock now. It's looking pretty dire for OG Kintsugi.
Yeah, OG had a very good momentum coming into that team, but eventually just the overextension got to them slightly, and they got 2 or 3 pickoffs during the middle of the fight that just cost them that turn.
Really unfortunate here now. Last chance saloon for OG Kintsugi. They've got some ults to work with, but they're fighting into a lot of ults in their own right. Someone's going to have to get it towards the point here. They're looking to shut down Visions, but a great sound barrier comes out to keep the team alive.
Oh, no.
It's all over. That's a 4K tire. You got to shut that down. Beastie Boys looking pretty good here on the point. The self-destruct. Not going to find anything. Finds one. They're losing a lot of players here on Beastie Boys, but I think they have enough space to keep it clean. And yeah, unfortunate for OG Kintsugi, they will drop one map here. Legion Tower goes the ways of Beastie Boys, but this is going to be a back and forth brawl.
This is a close game. I think this is going to be an excellent series to watch for our side, for our viewers. Don't want to be on either of these teams right now. The amount of stress that they're going through, but.
Yeah, just a reminder, guys, 5,000 Rand on the line here, 2.5K for the winning team, and that sealed the deal there for the Beastie Boys. So what's going wrong for OG here? Defect, they started off so well, and all of a sudden Beastie Boys found their rhythm.
I think they got a bit rattled by map 2, where they just ran into that Pharah, and they were like, okay, well, our strat isn't working. We should try something completely different. On a map that I think is one of the most like brawl-enforced maps in the game. Even the like Beastie Boys who run whatever they feel like just decided like we can't run weird stuff here. We'll need to run like a metacom.
Yeah.
The OG was the one who flinched first, who blinked first, and ran into some weird ball comp that just got picked apart immediately by the sustain from the Beastie Boys side. And they swapped off, but I don't think they ever recovered that momentum lost. Especially the chokes are so easy to hold on this closed.
Yeah, on Control Center. So we move now into King's Row. We saw Enigma do an incredible job of holding off Rage Quit Odyssey on this map for the full hold. If you're a captain of OG, put yourself back in that headspace, Defect, right, where you were before. What are you saying to the boys right now and girls?
I'd say just we've practiced this. Just rely on what we've trained here. Play default comp. Pick at them where they fall apart, where their synergy fails them, and like sort of just it's another map. We've lost maps before, we've won maps before. Just play next.
Yeah, I think you gotta just calm the boys down and remind them that it's all it's all part of the plan. Maybe not losing that map, but you know what you need to do, and don't get rattled by Beastie Boys magic.
Yeah.
So looking at King's Row here, compositionally quite straightforward from both teams. Though Mito does feel like he's going to get value out of the Junkrat on this attack, at least for now. Based on what we're seeing here, you feel like OG can start to put up a fight.
I think so. My only question mark here is that they're playing the ground Junkrat, the ground Pharah with Junkrat, and a Mercy instead of the Baptiste. Oh, okay. Okay.
False alarm.
So default comps for both sides. The only difference we'll see here is that the May instead was traded for a Junkrat on the side of Beastie Boys.
Looking at Not Mito, not really known for their May play, so perhaps not comfortable playing off the back of that hero. But it looks like BC Boys just going to get set up here on the front line. Very aggressive movement from the Reinhardt here. That wall not quite getting the cutoff that they were looking for. Immortality Field forced out of the blue squad. So I think that little engagement favoring the red team just a tiny bit here as they move back, get healed up. Now moving forward, a very good rotation here, or not rotation, quite just the way they're moving together as a squad is beautiful from both teams here now. Baptiste ulti comes out from the blue squad, both teams in fact. Squishy's taking matters into his own hands, but it's not firing forward. He gets a triple kill here. Does he get the cleanup onto the Baptiste? Does he even need it? No, he doesn't. Alex gets taken down here by Riposte and Beastie Boys. You speak about OG synergy, but that looked pretty well put together.
Yeah, it does look like this team might have practiced more than they told us.
Yeah.
But in the end, it was a Junkrat trap that the Zoom stepped on that ended the whole fight. Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, unfortunate Junkrat now. Mito does have his tire. Should he choose to win it? We've seen how devastating that could be. Damien, there we go. Channeling his interaction. He gets, the tire is hiding. It's going around now. Immortality Field, unfortunately, prevents him from dying and does get taken down. Damien drops as well. Now is Auntie dropping super low. They put the pressure. This is nice aggressive play from the OG squad. They want to control this choke up, and I think that's a very intelligent decision. Yeah,
and taking an early fight before the card even got any momentum means that they basically reset back to the first point here. Holding under arches, always a good for getting 2 or maybe 3 fights out of this Streets phase.
Oh, interesting grab there from Alvin Slayer. His whole team gets eviscerated by the High Noon. So far, this has been the not show for the side of the Beastie Boys, and that was a disappointing team fight for OG Kintsugi. A lot committed there, including the grab, and nothing to show for it, and a few switch-ups to boot now.
You'll see that they've decided that you can't keep losing fights on Azaria, and then Diva eats Junkrat spam quite well, so swapping off there I think is the correct call here. You'll see they're pushing in with only a High Noon. Here it comes, and immediately gets melted by Visions as the cleanup for the rest of the fight comes through instantly.
Yeah, this Beastie Boys squad, man, once they get rolling, they do not stop. That's one thing you could say about this squad for sure. Momentum really, really well utilized here as Riposte looks to get aggressive with Squishy at his back. So you need to kind of reset here for OG, right? Get set up well and look to just win one team fight to stop the momentum.
Yeah, I think this is a case where this game will go like for 4 more minutes if OG can win a fight, or it can end in the next fight basically if they lose it. So I think this is a make or break one for them, as the Junkrat seems to get isolated and cleaned up there by himself, I guess.
Oh, Damien with a double kill with the Dragons here. That might be exactly what they need to push them back. They've lost a few players, but I think that's going to set them up now. They can get set up on this choke. We've seen it before. This can be an impossible place to put through, to work your way through if you're a little bit unlucky.
Yeah, and then this is the speed bump of King's Row, which is where good pushes come to die. Is this corner right here outside of third point? Yeah.
Damien, how do you feel about how he's performed so far?
Look, he's not a Rexen, but he's getting there. Like the dragons, getting 2 dragons off as the next Alvin Slayer.
Yeah, and Alvin Slayer also put in the hole now. Shadow comes out, hits quite a few. Can they get the cleanup here? Is it enough? Not quite. A good sound barrier keeps them alive. Graviton Surge comes out, but Auntie counters that with the High Noon. Heads up play from the McCree Master as he looks to keep his team in the game here. Cart is moving now. Lulubell on the loose here. Going to try and prevent it, but now overextending just a tiny bit, and McCree going to clean her up. Sorry, not. Doing a great job for his team. High Noon at the ready. This could be a disaster for OG.
This is a very back and forth fight, but one last fight to stall this out, I think is the key here, as both teams have sort of equal respawns at this stage.
Yeah, pretty much. Although I think now it's favoring the defenders from where they're positioned. Looking at, dropping low, there is room. The Immortality Field comes out, keeps him alive. The Shadow goes down, doesn't quite find enough. High Noon comes out as well, under pressure, gets the Alvin Slayer down, and they just clean things up here. Auntie gets that return kill, and they need a clean team fight here on the side of Beastie Boys with the way the spawns work out. Damien throwing that out from spawn, good work to clear the point here, but they're losing players left and right. Damien, in fact, comes out, gets rid of Visions, but this man on the point right here, he's just going to pop the ulti straight on the ground here. Yep, there it goes. He doesn't find any kills with that, but does a lot of damage to Alvin Slayer. 2 tanks on the point now, and they're starting to clean up. So Beastie Boys need to be careful not to spend too much time messing around here, but by the same token, OG can't afford to make mistakes, and they've lost both tanks now. They get forced back, and unfortunately for them, Beastie Boys just too strong at this stage.
Yeah, after the tanks get cleaned up, a concussion mine and a boop, so you need to clear off any other touches.
Yeah. Very unfortunate. Guys, we will try and sort the game volume out. I see some complaints there, so just hold on tight for that. Yeah, Peach is on the case, but I mean, damn, this Beastie Boy squad really looks like they're synergizing a lot better than we were expecting them to.
Oh yeah, and I think it comes down to like sometimes synergy isn't just with the players you're with, but you can sort of gain this experience with synergy. Like I've synergized with like 100 teams in the past, so slotting into a new team gets easier and they build synergy faster. So I think that's one of the advantages of having all these old players. They're not new players off the rank ladder that you're trying to get up to speed with team comms. All of them have that team experience, and then they understand comms, and they understand what works in the past in a team and in a structured environment. I think that they're leaning on that to sort of replace as a faux synergy what they would have lacked in just scrim.
Yeah, and of course, under the leadership of Visions, maybe the best mind in South African Overwatch, the only player in the history of the scene that's played in every finals, grand finals from the major tournaments. So he's the kind of player that even without a lot of practice as a team, he can guide you through a match quite easily. OG Kintsugi, though, struggling a bit here. They need to get a good time on this attack, and they need to win this map. But just a reminder, guys, best of 3. So if OG don't win this, they are out of the tournament. It would be a shame to see them go so early. But a team like Beastie Boys is the kind of team that is going to be a brick wall for anybody.
Yeah, we see here Alvin back on his comfort pick of the Sigma instead of the Zarya, and then Damien rolling out on the Pharah, trying to put some pressure on not, but he has his work cut out for him.
Ooh, double kill here for the Beastie Boys. A terrible start for OG, struggling to find their rhythm on this first point here. Zoom going to get taken down. He did find vision, so if they can regroup nice and quickly here, they might get in before the opposing main tank rejoins the fray, but tough start for OG.
Yeah, and the Zarya is the most valuable pick here because that energy is now lost. Instead of having to push into a Zarya on 70 energy, they're pushing him on that's, well, still coming out from spawn.
Yeah. Hopefully we've sorted out the sound settings, guys. Seems like that's been improved. Apologies for that. There's not under pressure here. Riposte as well. That immortality field paying dividends there, but it's on to you. Finds the first kill. Big Shadow in the background. Takes down a couple. Alvin picks up the kills, but it's Woom who made that all happen there as OG gets set up on point. Defect, this is critical. They need to build this momentum and get through the streets phase quickly.
And this is a pure case of main tank difference. Like Riposte is a very good, well-respected, well-seasoned main tank who's on 60% ult charge. Zulu's might even lap him. And that said, he had a Zarya for 2 fights, which is much more aggressive playstyle on your Ryan than playing with a Sigma. And yet Zoom was the one who, after losing the first fight, still had like 80% to 30% ult charge. The man's a machine.
Yeah, absolutely. A game changer here. Speaking of game changers, Mito's ultimate that comes through. It gets a triple. What is happening, boys? We need to shut that down. That ulti's not supposed to be a team fight winner like that, but Mito's making it look like a Graviton Surge.
Yeah, that's basically every third fight we win for free at this point, which like speaks to the lack of like fire strikes from the Reinhardt, and then on Diablo and Alex needing to take care of those. But I mean, it is hard getting a Mito tire. He sneaks around like a Sombra.
Yeah, exactly. He knows how to make it work. Soundbarrier comes out here to counter the Gravitic Flux, but it's Mito once again with the double kill. This man is cleaning things out. Was not in the not show earlier, but it's all Mito all day now as he forces OG back pretty much single-handedly in these team fights.
Yeah, and while OG is trying to lean on Zoom, who is now coming up to his second shadow as opposed to Riposte's first of this attack, the Beastie Boys are just leaning on Mito. Like he's 70% to his ult.
Oh, great wall.
Big. They're gonna get the Zarya here as well.
Yeah, really good start. Visions takes his own life rather than giving it to the opposing team here, but that might be a little bit of an issue here. Spawn is quite far away for the defending team, and they're gonna post up nice and aggressively on OG.
Yeah, and you can see the having this many barriers and these like hard to push into DPS will make dislodging them from this forward position quite hard. Yeah,
absolutely. Mito almost up to another ultimate, but it's not Visions and Riposte who've got something to show here. But this man right here coming in for Rexon on this next DPS role. He's gonna pop it nice and early. A good one actually. Round the corner, it finds quite a few, and it finds Riposte in no man's land pretty much, and now they can push forward and clean up. Damien does pay for it with his life. Wallace, the most DPS Lucio. It's actually not over. They're going to come back in here, and Mito, we saw him just coming up with his ultimate as he rejoins the fight. Not looking to clean things up in the gravitic flux, but it's going to be very tough without any support here. Mito, as we can see in the distance, but OG doing exactly what they need to, and all started there by Damien's ultimate.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for Rapaz to land his first hammer of this attack, and 4 minutes in the bank. It's looking like if they can push through this next fight, that they might be able to match the time bank of the Beastie Boys. But here comes the fight winner.
Yeah, let's see. Have they got anything for it? As you can see, playing nice and slowly. The Shadow comes out, doesn't find anything. Puts a couple on their back, actually. Not getting too many kills, but it does enough to help Beastie Boys push forward. So the tire, even if it didn't win the team fight, I think it was a big enough distraction that it shut down, that it gave space, for Rapaz to find his first Shadow, and a very valuable one.
Well, if that's going to be your first Shadow of the round, you have to be like that, right?
Yeah.
Downing the entire team and winning a fight off basically 2 ultimates is valuable.
Yeah, very, very valuable here. OG going to come forward now, playing aggressive. The Shadow, a bit ambitious, it has to be said. Not quite working his way through that shield, but a good wall. Going to help him try and pick off. But great support coming on to Rapaz. Kept him alive for a lot longer than he otherwise might have been, but it's not enough to keep him in the game. So they're going to push forward OG. Good discipline, though, on the red squad. They're just going to pull back and wait to regroup.
Yeah, Zoom could have pulled off the Flats bunny hop there with the Shadow. He might have landed it, but in this case, you'll just see opposing widescreen TVs come out. And,
called it a window before, but it's more like a wall now. That High Noon, though, does take down his opposite number. And get rid of Ontiablo now, and that's going to be enough to force OG to say they've had enough. And they're going to pull out the tire as well. Alex somehow found Muto and all of that. This tire, though, picks up a double. I rather think that fight had already been won, but it's still going to help them force that momentum back.
No, not too sure about this tire, but then I'm not the top 500 Junkrat, so what do I know?
Yeah, you mentioned them being washed up, but if to fact you and I are definitely more washed up than they are.
Yeah, but I was never good.
Wow, look who you're talking to, my dude. Anyways, Graviton comes out, eaten up. Alvin Slayer, thank you very much. I'll take that. Not hungry anymore. As Damien pushes forward with his ultimate. Auntie did pick off visions there, insult to injury, as his Graviton surge was removed from the game. Ooh, stun comes out. Now comes out the ulti. So this May looking to make the difference here. Damien finds one with the ultimate. Can they get forward and get any more? Another one taken down. This Lucio, not long for the world's womb, moving forward on low HP, but he's got enough in the tank to force Beastie Boys back.
All right, and now it's a question of can Beastie Boys stall enough to prevent the next.
Oh, it's looking pretty bad, Defect.
Oh, yeah.
Question answered. OG have captured the point, but Time Bank's still in favor of Beastie Boys. But that's, I think, what you need, Defect. You need to get that rhythm back. You need to feel like you can start winning again.
Yeah, exactly, and I think this is a big pickup for morale. When you can push all the way to the end with time remaining against a team like this, you know that you're at least, you have a puncher's chance. You're in this fight.
Yeah. Alvin Slayer in the chat there, you guys can't see, but he says no grab for you. I don't know that you want to antagonize Visions too much, but he's going to take the risk here. And I think that's the game you got to play here. You got to play that mental game with the Beastie Boys, because if you can unsettle them, that might be a good window into winning this game. Compositionally here, though, for OG's second attack, much the same as their first.
Yeah, I think they've found that the Mace strat is just working for them, and they're just running it back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, defensively, identical as well. Mito going to be reprising his role on this Junkrat, and you really can't argue with the result it gets.
Yeah, and you can see that this is very much a comfort pick, and this meta that's developed over the last few weeks of Brawl comp with one flex slot, which is the May or the Doomfist or the Junkrat. I think I've not seen the Junkrat until today, but if it's a comfort pick and he's like winning a fight with every tire, then it's definitely a valuable pick.
Aquatic, they're updating us on the performance of Randburg Fire Department, I believe it is 20, with 1 hammer kill. They'll probably see them later, guys, so don't go anywhere. But this game is unfolding rapidly. Damien ends up getting taken down. Mito has now found an angle, but they've given away a tick, so at least getting something out of this fight is OG Kintsugi. Getting forced back now, not really dealing with Mito at all. They've decided ignoring him is the way to go, and I think Zoom not really that happy about that, but 2 ticks taken out for OG there.
Yeah, it's at least something to defend if they do lose, and I do like that they have exactly 2 fights and they're going to make the most of them and not try and like do some sort of staggered retreat. And I think we're going to see Alex here getting his ult up, and then Zoom as well going to this last fight.
Yeah, I'll see if they can use the window combo that we saw Enigma use so well with the 5-strike. 5-strike comes out, there we go, anti-level, deleted, but it's Beasty Boys who find that. Alban though, he took down the man of the hour, Mito, not contributing anything more to this fight, but he is just one man on a team full of superstars, and it's still going to be a struggle for OG to push forward. That wall, not very good. His Visions builds his ulti up, he's focusing Great Shadow! Takes down so many there. Zoom puts his team on the back. They need to take down the main tank, and they do just that. The sound barrier going to keep the boys alive in the grab. Vision's going to get taken down as well. So OG have done exactly what they needed to. They've capped first point, but the real battle starts now.
Yeah, and this is, ladies and gentlemen, how you do carry on main tank. You just need to completely outplay your opponent and land the 4-man every time.
Yeah, forehead, it's so easy.
Yeah, just land the 4-man.
Great work though from Zoom, a contender for player of the match here if their squad wins out. But now they're moving forward. Of course, they cannot make any mistakes here, Defect.
Yeah, this is a 1 life. But honestly, if you are OG here, you're just happy you cap point. Like anything here is just gravy. So your strategy will still be to hold first point. And the fact that they can get it all the way to the corner of Bookshop.
Oh, baby! That's the 4-man you were talking about. Repulse puts everyone on the back, but the wall from Damien cut the team off, so the damage isn't there. As the self-destruct flies up into the air now, it finds... Mito did find Antiablo, so both teams Sans for Cree, but now Sans DPS on the side of Beastie Boys, once again, courtesy of Damien. Riposto finds a return kill as the Shadow comes out, doesn't find anything. That's Riposto's second of the team fight, but Zoom in position here to shut him down. Does Damien choose to commit this, or is he going to try and hold it? Sound barrier over the top, going to keep Beastie Boys healthy. Shadow comes out from Zoom, doesn't find anything, blocked, but round the back is Auntie. This is actually the front. It's very confusing, there's a lot happening, but it's going to be the blue team cleaning things up here after a real slugfest of a team fight.
Yeah, we somehow ended up in a situation where Antiablo respawning and walking down mid counted as a flank.
Yeah, pretty much.
Coming in behind all the defenses in the weird way that they've been rotated. And let's see Alvin so here just checking for any lurking Junkrat tires. As it looks like they might be able to get it into position for the 3rd point cap here.
Yeah, looking pretty good, and then you're super happy. You was happy just to cap first, but capping second, that's a real gift. Ooh, grab comes out though, Tire finds one, High Noon finds another, and it's not enough for OG to get back on the point, but Defect, I think it's advantage OG here.
I do think that the Beastie Boys have their work cut out for them here. I don't think they can afford to lose. I think they have 1 fight in the bank, essentially. And the point, not quite capping 3rd point, but going all the way to basically there, does mean that it's essentially 2 points for OG to hold.
Yeah. A lot of... Sorry, go for it.
A lot of opportunities, like you were going to say. I'm stealing your words.
Words straight out of my mouth there. Shout out to Trinok as well, joining us here in the chat. Peach sending him some love. Filling Trinok's shoes here, I suppose we are, as a former cast of South African Overwatch. And we have fixed this out. I know Trinok loves his production to be nice and smooth.
Thanks, Trinok. I'm standing on the shoulders of giants here.
Exactly. So looking now into this one, what are Beastie Boys going to try and do here? What do they need to do to ensure they can push this one through and take that 2-0 victory?
Well, what they need to do is lose 1 fight, hopefully early on, and then just push all the way through with that momentum. You do see King Zero as a point where after the 1st point capture, you do tend to get a lot of momentum in your play, and that is what OG exploited as well. Yeah. And while it is hard to get that ball rolling, once it does, the onus swaps from Beastie Boys to OG to stop that ball from rolling.
Yeah. Absolutely. So attackers have something to play for, but it's all about capping this 1st point. You don't do that, it's game over. That's how Overwatch works. So I'm going to see if Mito can help force his team through OG, or if they've got enough synergy, strength, and power to force them back. Not pumping in the damage here. That's a decent wall. Or not quite as good as we've seen some of them do from Damien today, but it's buying them a little bit of space. They move forward, but Damien finds himself out of position and taken down, and now look at the pressure onto Zoom. He's taken down, and that's pretty much tickets for this first point. You suggested they might lose the first fight and win the rest, but they're not even going to give you that.
Yeah, well, like in the weird way that overtime fights work is that they don't gain that much by sticking the first fight. They had one free fight loss for the first point, but as soon as that clock reaches 0 and it is still ticking down, that's deathmatch for them. And that's they only have that one chance to then not lose. So not losing here doesn't gain them as much. Maybe a bit of advantage in alt charge.
Yeah,
it gets kicked off here. Cornered.
This one is going to be won in overtime no matter what happens here. High Noon comes out from not the card, making a nuisance of itself. Move! Get out the way! No, it gets in the way. He doesn't find the value, but he does buy a lot of space. But Zoom gets rid of the enemy Baptiste, and here it is, the team fight winner. He finds Alvin Slayer, who's looking to track him down. Nice heads-up play from the Diva, but does pay with his neck here as now they move forward. Zoom dropping low. There was a shadow as well that didn't find anything, and that's a bit of a problem now as the cleanup can come through from Visions. So the momentum still favoring the blue team, or the red team here, sorry. But once again, with a minute on the clock, this is going to be won in overtime no matter what.
Yeah, and they still haven't lost the fight, and they probably won't get the opportunity to. So now they're needing to leaning on this grab and shatter and beat coming to the next fight against OG's very scary May ult that's basically won them the fight every time it's come off.
Yeah, Damien's been doing a good job of that. Seen some good walls and some bad walls from him as well. So finding his rhythm a little bit on that May card is not moving. Just hang it out. Don't need it. We'll just win the team fight without it. Visions has the grab ready to go here as Zontiablo finds his way to a High Noon as well. So this could be a very explosive team fight with 20 seconds left on the clock. Damien not going to commit the ultimate just yet. Very patient here, sizing each other up, and here it goes. Free fight unfolds. Big ulti coming up from both teams. So many ultis, but it's going to be Zontiablo with the High Noon. He picks up the double. The grab once again eaten by Alvin Slayer, and I think Defect, that is the key that unlocks the match for this team.
I like the positioning coming out of Zontiablo there as well, dropping up onto the high ground off the concussion mine and just staying there.
Yeah. Oh, so that is going to even things up here, ladies and gentlemen. OG Kintsugi going to take King's Row and push us through to Route 66. So I'm really glad we saw this team come back as we see the player of the game here from Visions. He finds a huge ultimate there and not cleans it up once they take down the mortality field. So an impressive performance from OG here, but it's everything to play for.
Yeah, this takes us to a match point on both ends to best of 3, and we really saw the difference here in Zoom just basically lapping Riposte, who is an extremely good main tank in the tournament, on alt charge every time. It just shows you what the difference is between an extremely good main tank and a top 100.
Yeah, great and the best maybe.
Yeah.
So yeah, interesting developments here. I think we were leaning a bit towards Beastie Boys, especially after the first game and perhaps before things started. We're feeling like OG's got enough in the bag here, especially bearing in mind that we're moving to Route 66.
Yeah, what it ended up for me was that the first game didn't look as close, and even though OG did pull out the win on the second map, they were one fight loss away from losing it.
Yeah.
So I think that was as close as you could get on King's Row, essentially. And it does mean that OG does have some punch in this, but slightly favored still to the Beastie Boys, in my opinion.
Yeah, and this is a Farah map, so you're looking again towards Mito, who might be able to find value, especially on the first point.
Yeah, and he is so extremely scary on that Sky Junkrat.
Yeah, exactly. It's Ground Farah and Sky Junkrat, and he's an expert at both. This is a map that favors hit scan quite heavily, the first point as well, but I don't think we're going to see any of the Widowmaker, for example.
I do think we'll still see the McCree. The McCree is just so strong these days. I think the amount of times we saw McCree stun 2 or more people in the previous map was like 9 times or something ridiculous, where they just, flashbanging half the team is very powerful. And that's what happens where in the first fight, the Beastie Boys attacked. Like the May got flashbanged and then they pushed forward and she managed to freeze herself, but she was in the middle of the enemy team, just waiting for something to try and save her. And then when the ice block ran out, she just died.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, shout out to Tox there, of course, pointing out Alvin Slayer is Honga. I couldn't agree more. And as a Diva player, I was very pleased to see that.
yeah, it is lunchtime, and can't blame the man for snacking on some grabs.
Past lunchtime now, that boy must be so hungry, and he showed it there. Although you always have to point at the Zarya and be like, that's as much your fault as it is skill from the Diva players. So perhaps a bit of discomfort on that hero, but Vision's putting in work on that hero nonetheless.
Yeah, definitely, and then I'm really excited to see here the mirror of Ash and Hanzo, just the Plink wars coming.
Yeah.
And the one of Alex on his versus the Squishy on Zen and Baptiste respectively.
Yeah, I might not see them shooting at each other very often, but it's going to be interesting to see. We do see Visions here on the Roadhog. He's had enough of getting his ultimate beaten, so he's instead going to look to get the hooks in as Riposte gets aggressive onto the high ground here. This is ultimate space for this man right here, Not, and this man right here, Mito. Now, we know the Pharaoh, we know the Junkrat, but the Hanzo is maybe his second or third best hero as well. He's got a deep hero pool, and he's not afraid to show you how he does it now. Riposte going to move on to the high ground here. Good work from them, just playing a slow, steady game. Not moving forward as much as
Roadhog getting caught out on the flank there.
Vision's very unfortunate there.
And I think this is where you see the tanks struggle a bit against like very coordinated fire. Like look at that, Riposte dives in and doesn't even land before he gets just blown out of the sky, and the Hog as well goes on the flank.
Squishy, hello? Can you relax? You find the kill to Alex, and it's actually worked quite a lot here with how the spawns work out. A much higher tempo lineup for the red team as well.
Yeah, and there's now no supports for the red team or for the blue team as the red team like stages their dive. They have to back up all the way.
Yeah, look at that. Look how much space Squishy just bought with that kill as Damien works his way up towards his ultimate. Visions has switched over onto the ball now. He wants to buy even more space for his team. Oh, good move back there with the coach gun by on Diablo there, who's up to his Bob as well. So ultimate's at the ready here for OG Kintsugi, and they're going to start things off with the Bob. Ooh,
no, it's solid Robert zoning out almost all of their mid support players, but
okay, wins the duel there, Damien. Wow. That could be key for winning this team fight, but as I say that everyone who was blue is now red in the kill feed, so unfortunately for them, just too strong, and that was just pure mechanics from Beastie Boys.
Yeah, and you see Mita doing his best erection impression, just clicking 3 hits, 3 arrows in a row. It's always one to fight. And that's one of the nice things about Hanzo, is being that sort of high variance. Like sometimes you just shoot shield for 2 team fights in a row, and other times you just click 2 heads and the fight's over.
Just win by yourself. Squishy here, just pumping in damage from a distance, not going on any crazy flanks, at least not for the moment, as Vision puts the pressure on the backline as well. But Riposte has his ultimate here. There's a Dragons that comes out. I suspect that was very anti-synergistic there. Or was that, Damien still has his, so that was very much Riposte moving the team out of the Dragons, unfortunately. But it doesn't seem to matter here as OG struggling to find some rhythm here, struggling to counter what is being thrown at them by the Beastie Boys, and they've got all these ultimates, but not really finding the space to use them.
Yeah, you see the momentum coming in. It's forcing Alex to swap off into something that's a bit less diveable on the Ana. Hopefully to land a couple of sleep darts on these big tanks that just keep shoving themselves on his face. But yeah, Riposte did, I see here, move them out of the immortality field as a bit of redemption.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Gravitic Flux comes through. Squishy going to counter that with his ultimate. On Diablo trying to get rid of this pesky Hanzo Mito, but that is a hard task to ask here for the Tracer player. He needs to be careful not to get his taken off, but it's Damien, in fact, who needs to be careful as he gets taken down by his opposite number, and that gives Riposte space to move forward, and instead the rest of Beastie Boys are just cleaning up here. OG are struggling to find any kind of rhythm. It's been a bit of a repeat from of King's Row, but we all know how that one turned out, so maybe it's for the best.
Yeah, and it looks like some of the players on OG are trying to play Mystery Heroes every time they die.
Oh, that is unfortunate. It kind of shows they don't quite know how to deal with this. And they've decided on Alvin Slayer back to the... Oh, Pulse Bomb coming out. Doesn't find anything, unfortunately. But they're going on a big flank here. And now they're going to move forward. Shatter comes out, picks off 2, but it's being booped back by Visions. And it looks like they don't quite have the movement to get onto those heroes. That's Wound put down as the ultimate comes out here from the Hanzo. He gets tracked down. Damien contributing in a big way here. He finds 2. He's going to go up for the Mercy here, but he's trying to skedaddle on out of there. But that is a very, very nice momentum killer from OG.
Yeah, this is a nice way to stop them outside the spawn doors you have, like, as the maximum number of fights you can fit into this. And I think we'll see on this sort of more... like,
squishy.
Oof. Squishy. I think you'll see on this more enclosed point that playing these long-range snipers with the diving tanks to make space for them on high ground isn't going to work as well against the like brawling of the Reaper and the Reinhardt. It's going to run into a bit of an issue here. And then I really like the Tracer pick to just put some pressure on Squishy, although I don't know if Diablo is favored in the Squishy 1v1.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Although it also depends on how much Squishy's been playing. It's kind of hearing that a good rhythm, but Zoom finds a kill after Damien finds one as well. So another successful defense in all likelihood here from our blue squad as they look to finally slow this momentum down for good. On Diablo, you mentioned that duel, and Squishy 1 on Diablo 0, at least for now. I would say drops as well, as the heroes are coming back in here. This is a bit of a problem for OG now, as the Dragon Strike comes through. Alvin D-Mech taken down. Zoom hits the deck as well. Oh my goodness. All of a sudden, it all falls apart for OG here.
In the defense of Diablo in that previous pickup, it was a 3v1.
Well, in defense of the Beastie Boys, he shouldn't have been there.
Yeah, that's true. Don't take the 3v1 on Diablo. It's some free advice for you. Oh, and that said, he redeemed himself instantly.
Yeah, there we go. Wallace taken down now as OG can get set up here. 2 minutes on the clock. Shatter comes out, doesn't seem to find anything here. Damien shifting forward here with his ultimate. Is he going to pop it here? I don't think he should, but he's under so much pressure from the Beastie Boy squad. Alvin Slayer with his ultimate ready to go. They're trying to track down Visions here. Now he's just going to throw that and clear the mine, see if he can pick any kills up. He does! He gets a double. The McCree and Squishy Zenyatta taken down as Damien finds the follow-up. Mitos, though, is still in the mix with a Mercy at his back. If you can carry 2v3, it's probably a combo that could do it, but unfortunately for him, OG just too good to let him get away with that.
Yeah, you see that the tanks and there comes the swaps out of the side of Beastie Boys. They're realizing that these divey tanks, they exist in the backline for like 2.5 fights, but they didn't really get much done damage-wise, so they decided it's better to try and brawl.
Yeah. Ooh, Dragon Strike coming through now. Oh, finds Alvin Slayer, who's the mech. Then here comes the ultimate Damien. He finds one immediately. He finds another one as well. Can he clean up from the backline here? Heads up play from him to find a flanking angle here. That's buying space for Auntie. They've lost the battle on the front line a little bit, but they've got more than enough in the tank here just to clean things up and prevent Beastie Boys from gaining any more momentum.
I'd love to see the damage stats on the Baptiste here. I feel like Alex has been contributing a lot to just the raw DPS of this team. Especially in that last fight, just shredding out the front line and stopping them from overrunning the back line.
Okay. Awesome. So, pushing forward now. Last fight here for the Beastie Boys to try and push through to third point. They'll be happy with where they are, but they'd be even happier to beat the map. And there it is, the stick onto the McCree. The Shadow going forward now. Through the window, he gets the fire strike. Does Zoom to take down Squishy. Plays for it with his life, but more than enough has been done by okay, yeah, nice. More than enough has been done here by OG to clean things up. Wallace, he's not going to be able to buy any more time for his team. There's a Reinhardt coming into the mix. Nope. Diablo is out of here, and OG gonna hold on point 3.
I'd like to issue a formal apology to Diablo. Please take as many 3v1s as you'd like.
He's paying, it's paying it forward. He gives away a life then, so he can get pulse bomb sticks for the next 3 fights. So, how do we feel after that one defect? It still seems like Beastie Boys is got a little bit more in the tank, but OG, once they find that rhythm and they can stop the momentum, they do a good job of cleaning things up.
I feel like this is a scrim difference. Like maps where it's open, where Riposte and Visions can play like Ball and Winston, they they get the ability to like, lean on the long range of Not and Mito on the Hanzo and really just like, have these chaotic spam fights where they are advantaged. But once you put them in like this, like, a straight tunnel, we'll have to run into Zoom and Elven Slayer on the tank line. They can't seem to crack that front line, and the front line has enough sustain or enough like heads up play to not die, while the Reaper and the Tracer go to the back line and just land every stick and every blossom, and just wipes them out from the back in.
So I think then it's going to come down to if OG can work their way through to that third point. They're going to have a tough time up until then, but once they get into that more enclosed space where they can lean on their synergy a bit more, they should be able to force it through and cap that third point.
I'd say this. I think that if OG can make it to the third point, they will win. If they get help before then, they won't win this map.
Well, let's see if they can get it down here. It's not enough fires in the damage. Dynamite goes through. Riposte bailing out rapidly there. Playing well on the main tank, if looking a little bit on the rusty side, but not feeding relentlessly as main tanks are very capable of doing. As Mito, you see him here on his trusty Torbjorn, pumping damage in. No hammer kills for him just yet this match, but wait and see how that develops over the course of the day. As Riposte under a bit of pressure here, but he's doing a good job of buying space for his team. Ooh, under a lot of pressure now as Elven Slayer decides he wants to take him down, but it's Auntie who opens the bank here for OG Kintsugi as he takes down Visions. That pesky ball not going to contribute anything more as he gets rid of the Torbjorn turret as well, trying to track down Mito. Not going to find him just yet, but OG making good progress here, just pushing forward. The res comes out onto Damien, but they lose on Diablo in the process. Can they take down Mito in response? Yes, they do eventually, but obviously gonna lose his next room. No man's angle, but squish, that was violent. Lulubal taken down there by Visions, who has rejoined the fray. Zoom gets aggressive here, but I think he understood the state of that team fight and is just gonna regroup now.
Yeah, I like the idea that Zoom knows the instant the team fight's lost to just press shift and just get someone in the back line for the respawns. He's done it consistently every time, and now you see, like, you don't have not pushing forward. He has to come back from spawn. That he can't set up like dynamites early or a bomb as they come out of spawn. He has to. He's only now entering the fight from the back line while OG is already in position.
Yeah, coming forward now, window popped down, almost a Molten Core ready. You don't want to get Molten Core in here. That is going to be a disaster, but they've weathered the storm quite nicely using that immortality field, but I don't know how I feel about coming through here. Molten Core at the ready. Riposte is going to put the pressure in from the left-hand side. Here comes the Molten. Nope, that was just... who knows? He gets taken down by Auntie, and seems like they've done a great job, OG, of finding the targets they needed to, shutting them down, and now using that momentum to push themselves towards the first point.
Yeah, and there's a bit of a threat of activation going on here with the Molten Core. Like, it would have been great, but the Diva was just saving it. Yeah. So it's not good to have the Molten Core go straight into Diva's mouth.
Yeah, and Elven Slayer would have slurped up that whole Molten Core very happily. Feed him further, I'm sure, is what he's wanting. As the recontest comes in here, Molten Core does get put down, but it's not finding any value, and I get the sense Mito's probably going to switch things up here.
Yeah, it's definitely a consideration for him, but you see OG coming in. He does hop onto the hands, but you see OG coming into this next fight with ultimates at the ready, seeming to have quite a frugal push on those last two fights in point one.
Great economy from the blue team here as they move forward, but this is where the Beastie Boys lineup can really get a lot done, abusing the high ground with their two tanks. Mito as well, not just split the composition so nicely. This is a team that wants to brawl, and if they can keep splitting them up like they're doing now, Riposte needs to be careful not to get taken down. Yeah, they can buy space for Mito and not to get the picks, and that's exactly what happens here. He finds on Diablo, and he find any more. Well, there's the res, but Damien gets taken down. This man right here, Mito, putting his team on his back once again. Can he find anything more? Does he need to? Bomb goes in, doesn't find anything, clears the mines though, buying his team a little bit of space here, but they need to be careful, OG, not to stick around too long, wasting too much time. They want that hero. Oh, they're gonna get Mito. They don't manage to. Great work from Wallace on the Mercy, keeping him alive as OG move forward. Transcendence comes out from Squishy here. They commit the Valkyrie as well, so a lot of ultis, both teams in fact, committing that. There's the ultimate for Damien. Doesn't find anything, but perhaps puts the damage onto Visions and sets up for Auntie Diablo to get that kill. He tracks down Squishy, takes him down as well. So Damien doing good work here on the front line for his team. Not though. Finds one, finds two. Can OG? Do they have enough in the tank here to push through? It doesn't look like it. Beastie Boys pick up another couple of kills here, and that was a lot of time burnt off the clock for OG.
A lot of time, but not zero payload progress. This fight started just as the door is opened, and you see that they're doing this, trying this jiggle contest, but letting the payload slip forward every now and then while the fight's not over yet. As you can see, it's rolling, and then the tanks jump on, and then oh no, not. But I think it's inevitable when OG has nothing that can contest this little high ground with there's just two snipers and a Mercy. Just sitting on top and huge bang.
Where did he come from? Shadow. He doesn't even end up getting the kill though. Once again, Wallace keeping his team alive there. Zoom committed the Shadow and charged off map, and now that's ultimate they don't have.
Here. I think we're going to see a swap here.
Oh yeah, probably.
Yeah. Winston. They realize they do need to contest this high ground and get up there, and you can see the full dive coming out here. The only one staying is Alex because of his ultimate, I suspect. This is risky for a single fight swap, because if they go to point 3, they probably need to swap back.
Yeah, true. But if they don't, they lose the series and they go home. So I guess you have to make a decision there. Squishy finds the kill on top of 2 others from his team. So once again, momentum quelled completely here by the Beastie Boys. They are set up now. They are looking happy. They are looking good. And it's up to OG to crack through this defense.
Yeah, and you can see OG here trying to hide their DPS away while the tanks and the supports respawn.
He's HP though.
Yeah, trying to figure out where he is. He's not getting the heals he needs.
Well, Zoom taken down here as the tanks head towards the high ground. Lulubal as well. It's looking pretty bad here. They might have barely enough time to regroup if they all die, but 15 seconds left in the clock. This is gonna have to be some sweaty stuff here, Defect.
I think we're going to see Zoom suicide onto the point to try and just get the touch off, which
he did. Okay, now pause on the punch. Pulse bomb finds Wallace, so no resurrection, and healing now limited, but they've lost a couple. Auntie finds a second, but Mito tracks him down, takes him down with a well-placed headshot. Damien gonna get aggressive here onto him on the high ground, but he's got no healing, and I just saw the orb go towards Mito, so it's a duel he doesn't want to take. Alvin Slayer though finds riposte on the front line, so it looks like they might have enough in the tank here. Dropping low, Alvin Slayer, he does get healed up. Great work from Alex there on the Baptiste. Damien finds Mito. They might just have done it here, Defect. We spoke about how they needed to get to this third point, and they might have managed just that. Visions goes down, and they will unlock the point here.
What a fight, and I'm hoping I see all of them run straight into the spawn to go swap back to a ball count.
Seems unlikely at this stage, Defect. I mean, look, okay, he's got the blade, right? You go with the blade, you go with the ultis, you try and make it work with this push.
The thing is, this blade doesn't have anything. There's no mercy boost,
no HP,
no orb, no nothing. Like, it's just going to be a naked blade coming into this fight. Before they even get that off, Lulubal gets destroyed.
That's okay, right? They're committing a lot of ultimates here to push back a team fight, and there's definitely going to be one afterwards. Alvin Slayer did pop his ultimate. They're not quite sure how much he was expecting to get done with that. They're getting aggressive now. Mito needs to be careful here. He has to switch over to the McCree, and they find riposte, so that might be the swing back they're looking for. Perhaps a bit of an O extension there from the Beastie Boys, and now Damien can push forward with his ultimate. Almost at the nano boost here. Antiablo tracks down Squishy, takes him down. A big nade into the background. It's going to help Alvin Slayer get the kill onto Mito. Is he going to get that mercy? Not quite long enough. He needs to upgrade that Tesla cannon for the extra range here from Overwatch 2. I made that up. I don't know if that's a real thing. As Damien has his ultimate now. Alex has his as well. No, he gets taken down with the nano boost still in position there. Squishy tracks him down. 3 kills coming out of the blue squad. Damien is down. Squishy with the transcendence. He's going to keep his team alive, but this is a way back forward fight. Defect. It looks like OG might have exactly what they need to. Rez comes out, revive onto Mito close to his high noon. If he gets that up, it might be tickets here for the blue squad.
Nano Blade's coming out finally.
coming out. Yeah, here it is. It doesn't seem to find anything, but it's buying space for Diablo. Can they get the Reaper? No, they can't. At least not yet. Wraith form ends, but he's not taken down. High Noon comes out across the map now, and it's looking like already in the kill feed. His Beastie Boys might barely have done enough here to clean up OG Kintsugi. It's looking pretty bad. Damien, the last man alive, and it's gonna be Beastie Boys who take a stellar match here against OG Kintsugi.
What a fight. I think hopefully this VOD will be looked at by all the teams just to see what like peak South African Overwatch looks like. This is an insane game, back to front.
Yeah, absolutely. Back and forth game, both teams giving it their all here, and I'm excited to see how Beastie Boys do against Enigma, another well put together team with a lot of star power, and I think that's going to be a stellar match we're going to watch up next. So guys, that is a 2-1 victory to the Beastie Boys, but OG setting themselves up for success here throughout the year, I think.
Yeah, look, OG has some very solid foundations, a tiny bit more like polish, and they should be making it to be a force to be reckoned with throughout the rest of the year's Overwatch.
Oh, well, we're going to see more Beastie Boys in the next match here. Defect, who was your player of the match?
I'd have to give it to Visions. Like, I think...
Okay.
No, it has to be Mito, right?
Yeah, I would give it to Mito for sure.
I was just thinking about the amount of like disruption Visions did on the ball. That last fight was quite something. But Mito just wins fights by existing.
Yeah.
Mito just has a 30% chance to take a team fight on his own without anything else happening. And I think for that alone, you can't take the play of the game away from him.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. So that is it, guys. Mito, our man of the match. Don't go anywhere. Starting in -9 minutes, according to our schedule. It'll be Enigma taking on the Beastie Boys. So let's say 5-10 minutes. And guys, you can rejoin us here. That should be an awesome matchup. And then that'll be followed by the third place matchup and the grand finals after that. So guys, it's a day full of Overwatch, full of best of threes. The Mettlestate Overwatch Super Cup. Don't go anywhere.
Woke up, told myself to push and never stop. I've been stressed out, watching both these hands around the clock. With my eyes wide, trying to get the panorama shot. Whole world getting blurry to me, answers getting lost. So I watch my back and keep it moving to the front. And remember that the world's yours, do it how you want. You've been waiting here for too long, think it's time for you to move on. Realize that there's real lies in these real times to be strong.
I've been waiting all my life, and it was right before my eyes. Watching all this time slip by, now I realize. You know I've been waiting, 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 Will you wait for me?
My whole life I'm forever grinding, waiting for my time to shine just like a diamond. When life is rough and I ain't with that funny stuff, I use it all as motivation, but it's hard to have the patience.
delicious.
Watching time fly by might be the hardest thing I have to do in life. Frustrated that I ain't where I want to be yet, but I know that I'ma make it if I chase that check. Yes.
Cause I done seen the time go by for too many years now when the stars were aligned. Cause I done seen the time go by. Yeah, I done seen the time go
I've
by.
been waiting all my life, and it was right before my eyes. Watching all this time slip by, now I realize I've been waiting all my life, and it was right before my eyes. Watching all this time slip by, now I realize. You know I've been waiting, 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 waiting. Will you wait for me? leave, start falling down. I need to see you be around. I gotta know that you'll be there. You gotta show me that you care. I gotta know that you'll be there. You gotta show me that you care.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. If you're just joining us, go back after the day and watch that last match. That was a serious slugfest. OG unfortunately dropping 1-2 to the Beastie Boys. And speaking of the Beastie Boys, we'll be seeing more of them right now. But just a reminder, guys, we are watching the Overwatch Mettlestate Super Cup. Again, I did it wrong, but we're just going to roll with it. My name is Sun Phoenix, and I'm joined once again by Defect. Welcome back.
It's good to be back, and I owe OG cost me 10 chicken McNuggets, who I have to pay out for a fine gentleman who's playing in this match. So,
who was that to?
I had a bit with Toxin Socks. I had OG
Okay.
to win,
Okay.
but, so there's no excellent match, worth the nuggies. In the end, I'm gonna go back and watch that one. In the future.
Absolutely, like really, really fun matchup. But we will move forward now to our semi-final matchup here. Let's take a look at the bracket before we jump into the teams. Once again, two teams we've seen a little bit here. It will be Enigma taking on the Beastie Boys. Looking at the bracket here, let's get some sense of what happened in our other matches. Of course, we saw OG Kintsugi drop that match to the Beastie Boys. EEA Overtime, and not unexpectedly, dropping their match 2-0 to Enigma. EA Pangolins dropping 0-2 to Randburg Fire Department. And Team Gaming taking a 2-0 victory against Reyes Legion. So no surprises there, Defect.
Yeah, and I think now we've filtered through everyone who had question marks next to their name, and we're in a proper top situation.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Team Gaming perhaps stands out as the only one who we might not have suspected, but I have quite a high opinion of that team. I think they've got a ton of potential.
I think they'll outperform the general expectation, but I don't think they'll take on the Randburg fight.
Basically 0% chance. No offense to them. That Randburg, if you guys don't know, Randburg Fire Department is basically former ATK from last year, with a few faces missing. So maybe the number one team, depending on how they perform today. Taking a look at our other quarterfinal, we've lost our bracket already. Peach already moving on. Is Team Gaming and Randburg, as you mentioned, Defect. So yeah, should be an interesting one to see. Winner of that game will face the winner of this one. So we're already quite familiar with these two teams. Enigma, of course, our first match of the day, they beat Rage Odyssey in quite a dominant fashion. And of course, we just watched the Beastie Boys match just a moment ago. So let's take a look once again at that Enigma squad. On main tank, it is going to be Stalker once again, Vertigo in that off-tank role, Jelly Doodle and Mini Tank on the DPSs, Fluffy and Toxin Socks on the supports. Anything you want to add about this team, Defect?
No, not particularly. I think we'll see a much more close tank matchup than we did in the previous game. I think it's safe to say that the OG tanks were outshining the Beastie Boys tanks for most of that match. Yeah. But I think this you'll see a much more even footing. I think it'll come down to the supports to some degree, being the wild card here. Mm-hmm. The DPS, I feel like while no slouches, Jelly Doodle and Minitech, the DPS on Beastie Boys are some of the best. Yeah. So I think with those two differences cancelling each other out, the supports will be what we're going to look at going into this match.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think taking a look at the Beastie Boys, I think there's a lot of heavy hitters in the DPS lineup, especially tank-wise. It is, of course, once again Riposte and Visions. Visions this time going to endeavor not to let all this Graviton Surges be eaten up. Mito and Not on the DPS, as we've already mentioned. And then Squishy and Wallace in the support line. Now, we spoke about synergy. Beastie Boys, they looked well put together. You can't disagree.
Yeah, they looked better than I expected, and going up against what I think is the most polished team, OG, and managed to clinch the win there. I don't think the polish is going to be the difference maker here. I think we'll be looking at raw mechanical skill, specifically from the supports.
Yeah, I think you could be right. And honestly, looking at the squads, if it does come to raw mechanical skill, it's going to be the Beastie Boys coming out on top.
I do think
map, you don't agree?
No, I do think they're favored.
Okay, cool. Right? Yeah.
2 maps.
Yeah, map pool has changed, as you can see. Busan, Eichenwalde, and Rialto. So a different look from Lijiang to start here. Busan, though, similar in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I really like Busan. The maps aren't as pigeonholy as you'll see in Lijiang, where you have to play Brawl here and you have to play like a Pharah comp here. I think you can get away with a more versatile comp. on most of these maps, and they're quite large, I feel like, to play on, even if some of them are a bit more enclosed.
Absolutely. Terranort there, throwing his hat into the ring there. He agrees with us. The DPS duo of the Beastie Boys are terrifying. And Mito here, once again, on the Hanzo. We saw what he can do on Route 66. So, going to be a scary thing for Enigma to deal with.
Yeah, but however, I will point out that with Erection gone, is Minitech the best Hanzo in South Africa? I think he'd be better.
He's not in South Africa. He is a South African.
He is South African, though.
But he might be, but people are always going to say ping advantage, so it's hard to tell.
We have minimum ping enforcement, don't we?
I don't think so. Not for this one.
Okay.
Right, so it's going to be... I think this team fight could set the tone for the whole series here. The team that starts off well might be able to carry that momentum through the rest of the match. And we saw how important that was for Beastie Boys against OG. Looking at the compositions here a little bit, we do see a Brigitte in play for Tox. We haven't seen that hero once today. It's Jelly under tons of pressure here. Does end up getting taken down. Tox not going to be able to protect him, but they do counter out the enemy main tank. Riposte going to go down as well. So now they can get set up on the point here. Can Enigma. And they take down Visions here. It looks like pretty good. Yes, they can. So that's going to set them up nicely here to grab this first cap. And it looks like they're going to do just that there. Some stragglers here. Ooh, but the main tank going down is a bit of a problem.
I do think we're going to see Visions and Riposte struggle against Toxin Sox's Brigitte. It seems that whenever both of them engage, they both just got instantly killed. And again, gets slept by by Fluffy in the backline. So.
Fluffy did choose to nano Vertigo there. Curious choice, it has to be said. And seems like not one that's going to work out in this team fight, as it's all right in the kill feed. The Beastie Boys coming back strong after a tough start to this map.
Yeah, and I think that's the difference of the damage output of the Hanzo is much more consistent than the Echo, who relies on her right click so much.
Yeah, absolutely. These two boys set up here on the point, ready to go.
Yeah, and the trance available from Squishy's side in case there's any shenanigans. The Enigma is still struggling to get like a proper suite of ultimates online for this fight.
Yeah, they are. They won that first fight, but it was quite scrappy. Not much alt charge going their way, and now ultimates favoring the Beastie Boys just a tiny bit here, but a lot almost ready to go. Stalker getting aggressive here on the front line. Main tank being main tank. Can they find that kill onto Riposte? So far, not able to get it, and now the ultimates are all online for the Beastie Boys, or at least 4 or 5 of them are. Almost all of them, actually, as it turns out. Minitake ready with the duplicate. Let's see if he chooses to use it here. Bob comes out as well. The active circuits were used there. Chooses to become a main tank. So Planet of the Apes here, 3 apes in the game. Jelly Doodle with the Bob ready to go, but they've already lost the team fight here. Great work from the Beastie Boys. They really have a good rhythm going. As Riposte, he's trying to get them on the map, and he does just that. He's even going to get 9% outcharge towards his next one. So great work from Riposte and great work from the Beastie Boys.
Make sure to aim up when you knock people off the map, because if your alt aims, you get that credit towards you.
Yeah, there you go. Some main tank insight there from a former main tank player.
And here we see that now with 3 alts online versus the 1 on the side Beastie Boys, it would favor Enigma coming into this fight with a more aggressive. Bobs comes out immediately to pressure the point. 3 tanks on point in this case.
Yeah, exactly. Bob gonna do his best to emulate his fellow tanks. As Vertigo throws that in. It looked pretty good. It finds 1, and Fluffy gonna pick up Squishy. So no healing on the Beastie Boys side right now. This is exactly the team fight Enigma needed to stamp the authority on this map, and it's been a difficult one for them so far, but that's going to go a long way to getting them set up again. Not committing that many ultis as well, so a great way to bring themselves back into the game.
Yeah, committing 2 and then managing to charge up 2 more. It's quite a good rotation to set into going into the defense on the next fight.
Absolutely. So ultimates are favoring them slightly, but when these fights get drawn out, it seems like it's the Beastie Boys who come out on top. Their superior mechanics, at least in our opinion, seem to be carrying through these team fights quite nicely. Pressure onto Fluffy here, gonna have to heal himself up here, but good work from Vertigo and Tox there, backing him up, making sure that pressure's not going to find anything. But it did pull a lot of attention, Visions did, on that. But now Stalker, his turn to emulate posture on the monkey. So far, not finding quite the same value as Bob. Set up on the point there, going to take a nap, but early in the day for him to come out. They track down Mito, they take him down. Mini going to dodge Bob here, not go down, but now gets the backup from Tox and Sox as they look to push forward. They seem to have weathered the storm. Once again, one more kill, I think, will secure them this teamfight victory. And Stalker going to move forward to find that, but its Vertigo goes down, brought back now. That's going to allow it to remake as Jelly Doodle has worked his way up to another boot. Does he choose to commit it here? Going to get rid of Visions for the time being, but meanwhile on the front line, Squishy has been taken down by Stalker. Oh, why is he not moving? Oh, why was he not taking damage from that? Somehow Minitake manages to keep himself alive here. Bob at the ready as the timer has ticked down all the way. They send Bob in now. Riposte under pressure from that, dropping low but being healed up by his Mercy. But Wallace does go down, kills in both directions now. Tox is going to go down as well. So much in this team fight. Oh, almost a huge C9 there, but Stalker in the background, he finds a double. He's got the honor to keep him up as well, and it looks like it's going to be Enigma that managed to secure themselves. Beautiful work from Stalker to prevent Visions from coming in as well. Enigma going to take the first map.
We say Stalker here, but I think this is where the support difference come in. The Ana got off 2 nanos in that fight, both going on to, I think, Vertigo and Stalker respectively. So she managed to charge up on Nana, and at the end of the fight, after she got dove, she put it onto Stalker just before she dies.
Yeah.
And that made the difference and allowed Stalker to play much more aggressive and like cleaning up 3 kills before it wore off, and they couldn't burst through all that damage resistance.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. Enigma looking quite resilient there, actually. Tough start, but 0 to 99 in one sitting is quite impressive, and seems like they just need that first little bit to get warmed up. Same thing happened against Range Quit.
Yeah, I'm more than happy, because I was really scared that we run into a situation where it's not a close match at all.
Yeah,
this looks like a really nice back and forth. You see Mita on his pet Torbjorn pick here.
Yeah, something he's obviously quite comfortable with. Didn't seem like he was having any trouble contributing on the Hanzo, but this map makes a lot of sense to diversify your damage portfolio a little bit. Minitake does get rid of that pesky turret. A lot of pressure put onto Visions as he came in. In fact, a lot of low HP heroes here on the red side as Genjido finds that one. Squishy all by his lone tool on the point here. He needs to be careful. Yeah, he gets taken down. Stalker though, low HP, 2 HP, 0 HP as Riposte gets that kill on his way out of the team fight. Tox going to commit his ultimate, but Mito still messing around. Finds Jelly Doodle, no res available as the point gets flipped here towards the blue side.
Yeah, the Torbjorn just sort of existing in the middle.
Put that thing away, Tox.
Tox not trusting his own DPS to do what he has to do it himself.
Oh, you heard what he said about the DPS difference, so he's trying to prove us wrong.
Look at the Zen flank. If he gets spots out, he's in quite a bit of trouble. Okay, and there comes the rest of the team to support him.
Oh, dropping a little bit low there. Vision's taking a nap, line up the headshot. No, decides against here. Mini knows there are better targets. Now he's going to put the pressure on. He was just waiting for the anti-heal from Fluffy, and as it comes through, he puts the damage in. But on the front line, the main tank duel is won by Stalker. So it's not so much of a duel when it's Winston v Winston, but he's going to be happy with that. Fluffy dropping low under pressure here, but not going to get taken down. And once again, the teamwork looking impeccable from the squad. The peeling coming out from Vertigo and Tox onto Fluffy has been perfect. And that's been allowing him to win these team fights so successfully, as the ultimate here on the front line from Stalker going to help Minitake clean things up.
Sure, calm down, Stalker.
Minitake difference again?
Yeah,
Stalker difference?
Stalker just running in the Godzilla, as they call it, where you, or the King Kong in this case.
King Kong, yeah.
where he gets a nano, goes in hard, and then once they eventually focus him to low health, he pops his ult and just starts again. It's so hard to dislodge a monkey with that much resources put into him.
Interesting choice from Vertigo to throw the ultimate in there. It seemed like they'd already won the fight by taking down Visions. But Stalker, he gets dropped on the front line. Oh, that looks like it could be a really nice ulti. It finds... No. He's going to get raised up, but that's good work from Minitake. Oh, Bob goes on to point here. Interesting choice to commit that. This fight seems like it's pretty much over for the blue team here. Bob going to get sent off the map potentially. Found 1 kill, but unlikely to bring Enigma back into this team fight. But you can be pretty happy with that. 99% on the clock. You got plenty of time to build up your ultimates and force this one back.
Yeah, I think the best choice for the Enigma here is to just go hard one fight with a dry push, build up your ultis, maybe force one or two out from the opposing team, and then actually play to win. Although that's a big
Ooh, that anti-heal under pressure is Visions now. So is the other tank of Riposte. And look at the HP so low. Squishy dropping low as well. Needs to be careful not to get taken down. Do Enigma choose to commit here with an aggressive dive, dropping low themselves now for a moment there as Vertigo gets rid of Nito's turret. Wallace just keeping who's that? Not alive here. Just making sure he can pump that damage through. Can you hit one of these shots? He's supposed to be good at this game. Oh, there we go. Now getting aggressive. Vertigo finds a pick onto Squishy. Gonna to cover the resurrection potentially as Tox goes down on the back line. Very aggressive play from both teams here, leaving their back line with a little bit to do here. But it looks like at the end of it all, it's gonna be the Beastie Boys coming out ahead here. But no real ultimates committed there outside of the Nano Boost for Enigma, so they can be pretty happy with how things are unfolded so far.
Yeah, and you're seeing that BC Boys here, their highest charge percentage is what, 60 barely on Squishy?
Yeah.
Whereas words are hard.
It's hard, eh?
Enigma coming up on 4 ults before Beastie Boys will get their first one. So I think this might be the fight, and we see these fights do tend to go quite long. There's a lot of sustain and not a lot of damage tanks with these dive tanks. So
Self-destruct committed, doesn't find anything, gets caught on the high ground there. Oh yeah, mini take. That's a huge pick. Wallace down. That means Not is now very open to being pressured by the opposing team. Hello, can you hit him? Oh my god, Squishy. Ping advantage means nothing when you've got the skill advantage that Squishy shows, but he's all by himself. Skill advantage means nothing when the opponents have the numbers advantage, and you saw that right there. Swarmed at the end by the blue squad. It's just Visions left on the point now. The rest did come out onto Not, so there's still everything to play here for the Beastie Boys, but the Bob gonna make that numbers advantage even more obvious for the blue team. Stalker, Angry Monkey on the point, gonna be clearing things out. He's gonna prevent them from coming out. No, not quite enough, but Nito, Bob, gonna get rid of him, unfortunately, on the point. They need to clean up this Lucio. They've done that now. Vision's gonna come in. He's buying time for his team, but you'd rather get the sense this is a futile attempt to keep his team in the game. And yes, it is Enigma come out with a map 1 victory.
I would like to say I called it, and that this is a support difference.
I think though the support difference was really propped up by Vertigo there.
Oh,
the peeling.
Definitely. Vertigo, the queen of peel herself, did not let anyone die, did not let anyone take a lone fight. Every 1v1 was a 2v1 if the diva had boosters. So
yeah. Very, very impressive stuff from Enigma there, and a little bit more one-sided, but not as one-sided as the 2-0 scoreline would suggest. Beastie Boys with a lot to show here. That was pretty much 99-99, so excited to see how things are looking as we head into Eichenwald for the next map.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see that the fight seemed to drag on quite a bit. I'm wondering what the lack of damage is probably coming from like just good positioning on the parts of the tanks and the supports, and then just like a lot of sustain coming out from both sides.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised to see that maybe the Winstons or the Ball had gold damage on either team, like going to the tanks instead of going to the DPS, who on both sides struggle to get like leverage, struggle to get their positioning where they can become the pivot of the fight, and it's all just tanks and supports brawling with this occasional DPS getting sat on by a Winston.
Yeah, talk to me a little bit about the off-tank difference there. We saw the Diva coming out of Vertigo. Obviously, we know very well for that hero. And we saw on the other side Visions with the Ball. Do you think that was a hero difference, a playstyle difference? Do you think that was a big difference maker in this game? What are your thoughts on that?
I definitely think this is a playstyle difference that speaks to the quality of the team synergy again. So Ball is he was much more aggressive. He was going for health packs, like sort of playing that solo ranked style Ball. We're trying to dive the backline and be disruptive, but he wasn't that disruptive if the Diva has a 3-second booster cooldown and comes back every time someone gets dove on. And he didn't seem to stick many kills or like interrupt the healing coming out of Fluffy and Tox. It's such a hard support line to dive as well. Like Fluffy hitting most of his sleeps. A number of times I saw the Ball just lying down.
True.
It makes it like you have to play a bit more safe, but then you're not putting enough pressure to disrupt what the healers are trying to do. And if you did go hard, then the Vertigo would come in and make it happen. And often I'd see like the Nano Boost Stalker, and then everyone else turns and chases the Ball, and then Stalker just takes like a 3v1 with a Nano Monkey. And this happened like over and over again. So it's definitely speaks to this more like team centric, like the diva peels. The diva has this threat of you can never take a 1v1. None of you can ever dive on someone because the diva is always one booster cooldown away from making your 1v1 a 2v1.
Yeah, exactly. For me, I think Vertigo, by proxy through Fluffy, she's really been a standout in this game so far. So we do move forward here to Eichenwalde. No King's Row once again, so a little bit different topology in this map, I think. We might see Mito coming on that Pharah and really wreak havoc.
Yeah, this big tower on point 1 being like the mainstay for the Pharah to play around, either on attack or a defense. It just provides that cover, like always something to boost yourself out of if you need to go forward or back. Always something to hide behind from like pesky hit scans like Jilly Doodle. This is and then those rooftops on the spawn side for attackers. You can like boost up, peek over them, land a couple of rockets, and then fall back down and just take that ult charge home. And then as predicted, you can see him roll out on the Pharah.
Yeah, looks like he's going to come out on that. Yeah, just a reminder, guys, hashtag ZAOverwatch if you want to get your tweet potentially on the stream. We just saw their Team Gaming tweeting out about their difficult loss against... no, wait, was it that? Did they lose already? Jeez, that match just started 8 minutes ago. Not 8 minutes, but you know what I mean. Very, very quick speed run there by Randburg Fire Department. So that team looking every bit as strong as their roster would suggest. Looking at compositions here, of course, you mentioned the Pharah. Benitez going to be coming in on the Echo here. Your thoughts on that hero in this composition?
I've seen some Echoes play anti-Pharah style where they can pressure her, especially on this map. If you can, with your Echo, keep control of the rooftop or the tower in the middle, like he's doing right now, you can really push that Pharah out of the advantages that she has on this map and make her play further back.
Yeah, and it seems like he's doing quite a good job of that so far. Doesn't have the Mercy on his back just yet. That might be okay. Laser beam down. Mito gonna have to get raised up here potentially, but Jelly Doodle gonna find a quick kill onto Visions there with the coach gun. So advantage still firmly in Enigma favors here. Oh, he didn't knock him off the map.
Yeah. He actually rage swaps to the diva. I say it's rage swap. It's probably tactical, but I like to imagine every swap's a rage swap.
But Vision's really not the kind of guy you think of when you think of raging. I mean, I've never played him.
Oh yeah, no.
He seems pretty calm.
He actually has a reputation for being one of the strongest mentals in Overwatch in South Africa. But still, on this case, canon that he raged. That's
the official storyline we're going with. Yeah, Mito pumping in damage over the top here, looking to just find a couple of kills. Jedudel does go down. Stalker quick to follow, so immediate value coming out of that Pharah. Stalker the choice here for the resurrection from Tox, but he's under a ton of pressure. This rage swap is might be making Enigma rage here as he looks to pick up a few kills, but he doesn't. Getting DMX here, double monkey on the front line here for the blue team as they look to clean things up, and they're doing an okay job of it so far. If they can get this kill, they might be happy with how this team fight's going. He finds the Baptiste. Can he find any more? Does he need to? Stalker, a real monkey, gonna back out here. Just trying to keep himself alive. That mini fact going to go a little bit away, but the Justice comes up. Mito dropping low, taken down once again by Minitech. So once again, a very long, drawn-out fight here, but this one seems to be going the way of the team with the spawn advantage, and that is Beasty Boys. Not Bob at the ready. Not going to need to commit it here, but a long team fight. I think Enigma would still be quite happy with how this is going.
Yeah, they need to. Okay, the kill there on Fluffy seals the deal for me for a recontest. Because sometimes you see the monkey come in and then the Bob, and that gives you enough room for a recontest. But in this case, they managed to shut it down in time.
Yeah, good work from them there. Beastie Boys, look at this ult advantage. 3 at the ready. Although coming up to 2, well, as I say that, one of those ultimates is now in the spawn room. Bomb comes out, he finds Tox. Great work from Visions. The rage switch once again, paying off dividends here. Minitech found that kill onto Mito, but the res is forthcoming. So Beastie Boys with a ton of momentum here. They're going to take position on this high ground, try and prevent Enigma from getting set up.
Yeah, this whole battle is just being for the high ground, just the tanks clashing and the DPS trying to contribute where they can. But I think the winner here will... Did he just Stalker? Did he ulted as well?
Oh no.
Stalker?
Oh no. That is terrible. You know exactly what happened. He fell off the map out to try to get back up. That's a problem.
I don't know if he got... No, he didn't get... He would have gotten the boop confirm. I don't know, sometimes the Pharah hits you as you jump and it sends you to the pit, but...
Oh yeah, true.
I think that was the case. I didn't see the... Oh, the good trade there from Miniteg and...
Yeah. The
Bobs.
not quite as good anymore as they've lost a couple of players now. Tox going to go for a very cheeky res, won't find it here. Stalker comes over the top on the ball and try and get the contestant by his team to get back on here. Yeah, Bob sent into the pit once again. Nito untouched in the sky here for the time being. Vertigo gets a kill with the onto Riposte with the ultimate. Miniteg gets Mito as well, so they might be able to pull this one back here. Valkyrie comes out from Tox.
Yeah, I think the transform here might be enough to flip the tide here, and Stalker comes back on the fast hero.
Yeah, might be exactly what they need here. Miniteg gonna remake here. Didn't quite get. Oh yeah, he's got the ulti. Does he pop it? No, he doesn't. Gets killed once again before he can throw that ultimate out. And does get taken down as well. Squishy tracks him down on the Baptiste. So all of a sudden, momentum flipping back the way of the Beastie Boys here. Not almost up towards his ultimate, but he's not gonna need it for this team fight.
Yeah, well, the tank's still coming back in. Still stall watch on this side, but they seem to convert it with 2 minutes on the clock, going up to 3.5.
Yeah, main tank different state effect, do you think? But like the bad kind from Stalker's point of view?
Yeah, like I think that fight would have been a lot different if 2 of their heroes didn't fall off. The Mercy dying to Vision's bomb was actually because she was slowly floating down the pit already. No one to fly to, so...
That is very unfortunate. Nito here, likely to switch after this fight if he can't find value. Nice boop. Doesn't quite get the kill using the Vision's bomb there. This is a fascinating decision to use the barrage like that. He does get the D-Mech onto Vertigo though, so what do I know, I guess. Squishy is going to pump the damage in from across the map. Nito though, wreaking havoc. Oh my god, this Pharah doing so much work in this team fight. Nito trying to track him down, take him down, but so far uncontested in the sky. He finds a 3rd kill. Oh my goodness, somebody stop this man, please.
Yeah, and I like that every time you see Riposte move forward and put down his bubble, Mito boosts forward as well to be a bubble.
Yeah.
Like this is very much a coordinated dive and a very, very quick convert.
Oh no, Defect, it's all falling apart here, pushing forward, completely untouched, 2.5 minutes on a very difficult to complete map.
Yeah, that was a very impressive leverage of the momentum they carried through from basically from first point, honestly.
Yeah, from the cap.
Seems to be a difficult hold there. I really liked the Reinhardt swap of Stalker. This when maps tend to go into these little tunnely bits. I do like swapping your tanks to broad. It usually makes a big difference, but they couldn't seem to stop the momentum on the cart. The Winston dives in, the Mito boosts forward, and then 2 people die on the blue team. Like it made it very difficult to play as Enigma to regain structure enough and stop the momentum from the point.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw a tweet there from Blur pitching in the perfect clash of styles, he says. You agree with that? In terms of more macro focus from Enigma versus a more micro focus style, 1v1 duels from Beastie Boys?
Oh yeah, I like that a lot, and especially on these maps where it's more linear and not as wide open as Busan. You'll see that the 1v1s are more. You can't boost that far on Vertigo. She can't peel everywhere. The map is too linear. The team is too spread out to allow her to play the same way she did on Busan. And I feel like Beastie Boys are definitely exploiting that.
Yeah, absolutely. Compositionally here, it is a direct repeat of what both teams ran in the previous round. The difference here is the Pharah versus the Echo. Both team heroes that do a similar thing, but so far Mito has been 100% getting the better value out of his hero, at least on their attack. But it looks like so far still the same. Tox having to burn the res there to bring Fluffy back into the fray. As Mito rains the damage in. Can't ignore Wallace as well, just keeping him alive and putting the damage in. And now the blue team comes in, Enigma, trying to find something, trying to find a chink in the armor here of this Beastie Boys squad, but they're struggling on Eichenwald first point so far.
Yeah, it definitely seems that they're struggling to... Oh, as you say that, both Mercies fade out.
Yeah, Mercy traded out straight away. I think the Farah struggles a lot more without the Mercy than the Echo does. And immediately we see great work from Minitech to get that kill. But it was a double trade now for both teams. But remember, spawn advantage favoring the attackers here. And if they can get squishy, as they do, that's going to stand them in good stead to push this one forward. Low HP, but the Nano comes out. Stalker, not an angry monkey, but a glowing one. That's going to help him clean up riposte on the front line. And that's going to secure them the first point. So quite similar to what we saw happen against on their defense. You're going to get the first cap here after a drawn-out fight.
Yeah, and that was a lightning fast nano charge as well.
Yeah.
And again, every time Squishy gets a lot of pressure, he was under a lot of pressure there. He thinks he's going to die. He just nano Stalker. And it's like,
yeah.
you deal with it. Take this.
Fluffy, you mean?
Fluffy, yes. Sorry.
Yeah, he's really been just enabling Stalker to get aggressive there, and it made the difference, you know. Stalker wins that because he has the nano, but Mito can get taken down. Mini immediately raised, was taken down by Mito, so okay, now Mito does get raised, and trades coming out for days here. Advantage to the blue team now as Minitech firing in, gets the double kill. Rocket Barrage over the top. Does get taken down. Fluffy tracks down Mito. I wonder if we won't see Mito switch things up here. I rather feel like the Farah is quite good here, but that barrage makes me think he doesn't want to play that anymore.
Yeah, he's swapping off to the McCree here, trying to deal with the mini take, I suppose. And I think just the tanks have been roaming around the backline quite a lot. I think the stun will try and peel a bit more for Squishy and for Wallace.
Who's not flying into the sky. Minitech trying to emulate Stalker here. Stalker's pretty angry at the moment. 2 angry monkeys now. Oh my goodness, Jelly does get taken down by Vision's ultimate there. They're not going to find Fluffy as well as the tanks wreak havoc on the backline here. A team with more tanks usually wins, but Minitech not able to leverage that into a teamfight win. Vertigo committing the ulti there, a bit questionable. She did find Wallace, but the teamfight was long over by that point.
Yeah, I think it's more of a you saw the opportunity and hoped it would change the flow of the fight. But
yeah,
because it is hard to get value on Diva Bomb, and I think it's worth risking it. It's not like it does a whole lot elsewise most of the time. Yeah,
usually it's pretty much just for zoning or remicking.
Well, here we see the old Fluffy ready with the nano boost onto the Stalker. So I suppose we'll see this dive into the backline, possibly onto the Ashe.
Interesting decision to get yourself gummed up in this choke here. Looks like they want to take that high ground away from the Beastie Boys. But Beastie Boys not really giving them an opportunity. Nano is probably going to come out here. No, good patient play from Fluffy here. He knows exactly how far Stalker can go before he gets it. And there it comes out. Nano boost onto the high ground. Not able to get the damage down just yet, though, unfortunately. Not quite finding the value, but he does end up taking down the McCree. So that's a good start for Enigma. They've picked off a couple more heroes now, so nice work from them. A strong initiation from Stalker, buys them the space to get in and get the kills. It's just Squishy now left in the mix. He gets taken down and the cart has been moving this whole time. This is a really, really strong attack and exactly what they needed after a disappointing defense for Enigma.
Yeah, we see, and Mito back onto the Farah here. Getting immediate value, it seems.
Yeah, he is, but he's under a lot of pressure from Vertigo there. Now it's been abandoned through death by Wallace, but the point is all red. But no, the blue guys are just off in the distance getting the kills they need to. Fluffy uncontested here. He's going to be able to keep Stalker alive as long as Stalker doesn't overextend in that bubble too much. And yeah, this looks pretty good. He's got the nano as well if he wants to clean up the fight here, but it is being drawn out and this is very, very defenders favorite, so they're going to need to clean things up pretty quickly here. Nano boost at the ready. Does he choose to commit it? No, he's going to try and take Mito down. He recognizes who the target is and he gets him. Now under pressure from Visions, but he's got the support. He's got the nano on Stalker here. He's going to get rid of that immortality field and look to clean things up if he can. But a lot of time burnt off the clock here from the Beastie Boys. A lot of ultimates as well. As you can see, Verdi having to commit her bomb as well to take down Wallace, and that's a necessary pick, but this is taking so long to clean up. Bob on the point, Monkey on the point. It's not over just yet, but they have now forced him away. But no, more tanks coming in. They need to get this cleaned up. Well, this is going to look pretty bad for their last attack. 1 minute already burnt down by the Beastie Boys, and eventually the point gets flipped, but Beastie Boys is going to be super happy with that.
Yeah, I counted Fluffy killing the Farah 3 times during that fight. So Mito not being able to take the 1v1 and swapping to the ground Farah in this case.
Oh, that's a good start though for Minitech. The ground Farah, you have to put in a lot of work here to recoup that, or I'll just resurrect him, I suppose, as well. Wallace can bring his fellow support back into the fray here. Aerial denied. Oh, so much pressure. Great work from the Beastie Boys, turning a bit of a disadvantage into some nice aggressive play onto Enigma's front line.
Yeah, a couple of ults coming out from the Beastie Boys, though. Hopefully that they'll be able to leverage this monkey ult to win the next fight, going up against probably a nano monkey and a mercy boost. Maybe even a bomb and a dragon as well. I feel like this fight's going to be make or break. Hopefully Enigma will get it before the overtime timer comes in.
Yeah, hopefully, because if they don't, they will be playing for a draw in this map. Now, just a reminder, guys, we have got Enigma R1 over, and Minitake once again opens things up with a kill here. This time onto Not. He does get raised up, so things are even. Stalker with an aggressive play here, has his ultimate at the ready. He's just going to zone out Squishy. He won't be able to kill him with the Mercy on his back, but that's two heroes focused on Stalker. This needs to be time for the rest of his team to focus up. He gets the nano boost as well, and eventually he finds that kill. No resurrection available, because Minitake got that pick initially as he comes in with the Dragon Strike. Now Enigma sitting pretty in this team fight. Minitake, just duck, make yourself as small as possible. He gets himself out of that one without dropping. Vertigo did get demeked, so a bit of trouble here potentially, as the spawn advantage is very much in favor of the defending team. He finds one kill, sets up a second here, does Minitake onto Vision. So looking pretty good now for Enigma. If they can clean this up, 45 seconds, they can't let it go to overtime. Remember that they need to clean up their posture. That'll be a good start, but he's not quite dead yet. The charge comes in, the healing is there. The Valkyrie from Wallace keeping his team alive. Great work from him, but is it going to be enough? There we go. Tanks drop down. Wallace now having to tank himself on the point with the Valkyrie. The Bob contributing greatly here with a double kill. Vertigo making sure the Tracer can't find any value. Bob, the MVP with a 4K, going to ensure that Enigma get an opportunity to push this one back.
Yeah, that the big Omnic Butler Bob putting the big in his name there, showing us exactly how much having that no miss turret on the point can do in a that situation.
Sure. Wow. Everything to play for here, Defect, but advantage certainly in favor of our red team. But we saw OG on King's Row managed to turn that disadvantage into an advantage against Beastie Boys. So the key here, Defect, I think, will be, can Enigma grab this first point?
Yeah, and then unlike OG, they only have one fight to work with. OG had a bit more than 1 minute, and they used both their fights. The first one to build up outcharge, and the second one to build the momentum from the fight win. So
that's a very good point. DPS God here, Mito, you agree?
Certainly. I have a lot to learn from him. Master of the Bjorn himself, showing us all the turret spots.
Yeah, so shout out to Cena as well. He did some graphics for us. Up and coming graphic designer. If you'd like any work, DM him on Twitter. Compositionally here, though, more of the same. Mito on the Torbjorn, as you mentioned. You like what Enigma's coming out with here?
I like it. I hope they can poke down the turret before it gets too much value. I feel like Enigma plays such a loose and spread out style that if they don't focus down the turret early, that it'll get a lot of value.
Yeah. Could well, and there you go. Minito, sorry, straight off the bat, gonna get it.
Yeah, but it did cost him his cooldown, which is, I think, on a longer timer than just placing another turret.
Well, yeah, especially if the turret's been down for so long. Let's see. There we go. Turret is down again. And can they take it down? Minitake, he's on the ball. Gets it down before it get any value. This time without expending the sticky bombs, as far as we can tell.
I like the tanks here. Oh, they take a big anti.
Yeah, they do. Getting aggressive is both teams now. But Enigma playing so passive, so patient. I wonder if it's going to pay off for them. Remember, they had less than a minute to get things off here. They're not really closing in on any ultimates. So that
already has.
Yeah, the nano is pretty much at the ready to go here. Oh, doesn't quite get it onto Vertigo to try and keep him alive, but Stalker now gonna pump out a bunch of damage, look towards building his ulti, and that's a perfect kill. Getting rid of that hero is necessary. Immortality field down now. They have nothing to worry about in terms of putting in damage. They're gonna focus down Squishy. They've lost a few heroes. Have Enigma here on the front line. Stalker goes down. They're not at the point, and Enigma not able to get anything out of this attack.
Yeah, just too many ticks. Beastie Boys players alive on the point for them to get any progress. This is going to be a game for the draw. And remind me, Sun Phoenix, what does happen when they draw one map up?
Well, you go to one control map. I think it's Oasis for the stage. I can't remember. Just play one map there, and that will decide who wins this map. So if there is a draw here on Eichenwalde, we will go onto one control map, and if Enigma wins there, they win the series. If Beastie Boys wins there, we move on to our third map.
All right. Well, 3 minutes is a very long hold on point one. So
With 0 ticks, yeah.
With 0 ticks. So it's going to be a long hold for the draw. But if anyone can do it, it'll probably be the fluffy stalker.
Yeah, true.
Nano stalker's strategy.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if they can leverage that, because it didn't work out there. They got the Nano nice and quick from Fluffy. That seemed to be their game plan. And Nano'd Stalker, but he just didn't quite have enough to buy his team enough space before they were picked off.
Yeah, there was a lot of... Torbjorn is so hard to chew through with all that armor, even if you're Nano.
Yeah.
It's just a very hard target to get through, and he was getting healing from a bat and from everything else. In the end, he did capitulate to the Stalker, but it took so long that the rest of the Stalker's team folded around him.
Yeah. So, Beastie Boys here on the attack. Mito once again on the Farah, backed up as he usually is by Wallace on the Mercy. Just going to pump damage in over the top using this tower for cover, as we've seen Farahs do since the map came out, basically. Mortality field already burned here by the Beastie Boys, so that is a bit of an advantage, I think, for the
bit of an
team. But Toxin Socks going down is a bit of a disaster. That leaves Miniteg out in the lurch, and he drops immediately. Stalker dropping low as well. This play for the draw appears not to be working out for Enigma, as they are dropping players one at a time, player after player hitting the deck, and eventually Beastie Boys push that through. Now that was a lot more dominant than the first map was.
Yes, it was, but it also wasn't a full spawn camp. This is definitely a game that we're going to see, and I think it comes down to having one of Farah's better maps and having one of the better Farahs. The equation adds up to a win for Beastie Boys, even if it was playing for the draw post point caps for both teams. So I think Fluffy here really showing that he's one of the better Annas in South Africa today.
I think definitely throwing his name in as maybe the best Anna in Overwatch. But again, we have to point out that his team's playing around him extremely well. And that's making him look very good as well.
Yes, but to be fair, Mito's team is also playing around him quite well.
A fair point. I mean, that's Overwatch, right? Nobody shines by themselves.
Yes, unless you're a bandit playing Wrecking Ball.
Well, where's he now? Nowhere to be found. Although actually he's on Randburg. Okay, if you want to see Bandit play, guys, just watch the next map. Just a reminder, this is a best of 3, so this is our last matchup. In our grand finals, I believe we already have Randburg Fire Department, Bandit 20. Is Aquatic on that team as well?
Yes, I don't know if he's playing.
Aquatic, oh my god, that's Dizzy's on that team. That is, no matter who goes there, it's going to be a tough fight. And this is going to be the map that decides it. It will be Rialto, our final map of the series. Once again, defect a Farah map.
Yeah, and I think this sort of semi-final map pool really favors the Mito. Hopefully we'll see Jelly on something that can contest him, because the long sightlines also do lend themselves to some good hit scan players.
True.
So you'll see less sort of Tracers and Sombras and Genjis and more Widows, Ashes, McCrees and Farahs in this case.
Yeah, true. In terms of that hit scan battle, Jelly Doodle, no slouch, very, very strong hit scan player, but not Bernard, man. On that Ash, he's been untouchable all day.
Yeah, he seems to not be getting all the resources that his team is putting into Mito. I noticed a couple of times where he had to sit and wait patiently for his healers on 1 HP somewhere behind the corner, waiting for the healer to come fight. See, the teams are requesting a small break.
It's just a one. Someone probably went to the bathroom.
Oh.
But yeah, no. So far, back and forth series. Strong performance from Enigma on the first map. Strong performance from Beastie Boys on the second map. But everything to play for as we head into the third map. We've mentioned the Mito Farah. We've mentioned the Not Ash. Even sans the resources that some of his teammates are getting. Do you think this is definitely a Beastie Boys favorite map, Rialto?
I do think they're favored, but I don't think definitely is the word I'd use. I think slightly favored. Again, this map, some points, especially I'm thinking of the first corner on point 1 and the middle corner on the second point of streets, does feel more tank play focused. And I think this is where we'll see like Stalker and Vertigo like flex their muscles against the Riposte and Visions, who seem to be playing very good tanks. I'm not putting them down in any regard, but they seem to be playing around their DPS instead of the DPS playing around the tanks, which we're seeing from Enigma.
Yeah, definitely. I think more focus on the DPS from Beastie Boys than on the tanks. So, Rialto, tell me about this map. We've already spoken about Beastie Boys, how strong they are on this map. We've spoken about the long sight lines. Any more quirks to this map?
Well, this is the home of Aquatic. He's well known for taking the long swimming pools of Venice to his own. But yeah, other than that, like this is a very hard to capture map. Like point three, capping it all the way is quite rare. And there's quite a few places on point 1. There's the first corner, and then just before the spawn touch, and then on point 2, that U-turn that are very defensible. The map is a bit wide open in other areas except for these corners that allow for Pharos to sort of peek rooftops, and the buildings do tend to be tall enough for Pharos to hide behind. So you end up with this like peekaboo style playing against Pharah and long range heroes. Not as well suited for heroes like Tracer and Genji. Like the flanking routes, the map is a bit more linear and too open for your heroes that want to sneak in behind and wreak havoc. So
especially on the ground. There's a lot of dead space with water and that kind of thing.
Yeah, which leads to your supports not being able to flex as much as they can. Like your supports will be typically quite untouched. They won't be harassed and having to flex their like I won't die and I can still heal while being dove by the Tracer and the Genji muscles. Like the skills that you want out of a support. So I think that with that sort of mitigation on the support buff, I do think that leads to Beastie Boys being slightly favored on Rialto specifically.
Yeah, I think so. All signs pointing towards Beastie Boys as we hop into the map here. Enigma are going to have to pull something special out, but we know they can do it. They've already won one map this series. They're looking super strong today. I'm super excited to see how this plays out. Before we jump into the map defect, give me your prediction for how this one's going to turn out.
You know what? This will be both teams capping it all the way, and then Beastie Boys taking it in overtime.
On their attack.
Yeah, but the Beastie Boys attack push will not be close. Let me put it that way.
Okay, they're gonna steamroll.
Overly specific.
Guys, note that down, remember, and see if that's exactly how it plays out. Remember, guys, hashtag ZA Overwatch, as we see Aquatic doing here, the man of the hour of the Rialto map. Just regarding noting how he already has won his second match of the tournament. Only one more left and they take home their portion of the 5,000 Rand prize pool. Mettlestate Overwatch Super Cup. There we go. Got it right. That's what you're watching, guys. Enigma taking on the Beastie Boys 1-1. It's going to be a slugfest for this last match. And already we see not on that Widowmaker.
Yeah, and this one is for all the marbles. As we see Mito and Not on their signature Pharaoh Widow. Let's see how Enigma can withstand this onslaught.
Let's see, indeed. Not just going to scout things out. And if we don't see him, just go back in and switch. Oh, Miniteg with a risky play there, getting up nice and high. Not quite managing to get the connection this time around, but they know now that he is on this Widow and they're going to have to play accordingly. And yeah, you see Miniteg playing quite a passive style for the moment.
Yeah, and the team is just jockeying for position right now. You see the tanks fighting for this high ground control, like the little house, with the DPS just taking like these poke duels at each other. No one really committing to a kill. Both of them just getting low and then diving back to where their mercies are. And here comes the commit from Riposte, immediately rebuffed by the Scourge gun from Ash.
Yeah, And I mean, the dive's going to struggle when the team is as well coordinated, especially when it comes to peeling for the supports. If you're going to dive straight through like that, you're going to struggle to find value against Enigma. Vertigo, you guess if they're on the left-hand side looking to find something, which Jelly pumps damage in down the main corridor here. This is where he wants to be. 79% towards the Bob. So far, Jelly doing a great job, even if he's not picking up the kills, just putting the pressure on Beastie Boys.
Yeah, and there comes the dive again. I think this is just a rinse and repeat, trying to get on the supports in the back. And the fluffy Stalker Nano Boost
Yeah.
is already in play.
Although he's struggling to find targets here for the moment. Ooh, Vision's dropping low on the DB. He does get taken down, but he has pulled himself up a bomb. Kart is moving forward here. Jelly Doodle, he's decided he's going to focus on... He throws the bomb in. They lost 2 players. Here comes the self-destruct as well over the top. Doesn't find anything. The remake, not there. Not. Tracks down Vertigo and makes sure she can't contribute anything more to this team fight. 21 HP. Big res onto Vertigo. That's 600 HP back in the team fight. Mito has decided he's had enough of the fight. Jelly Doodle, I guess, doing enough to make sure he can't find value. Oh yeah, at least there's plenty of places to get off the map on this map. Hello? Off the map, there you go.
Yeah. Hands on the gondola, bad luck.
Oh.
And we see here now the stall paying out as Visions has to remake slowly, coming back from spawn now, and giving Enigma all the time in the world to set up in advantageous positions.
Yeah, so far your prediction defect not quite playing out. Still plenty of time left on this attack for the Beastie Boys, but they're struggling to crack through this first point. We've seen a perfect setup from Enigma, but as I say that, they do lose Minitech. Res available, Jelly Doodle gonna make it so that they have the advantage here. Wallace gonna struggle to find an angle to res Squishy, I think, as Jelly looks to get aggressive now, just to make sure nothing happens. Vertigo tracks down not as well, just to make sure that they seal the deal in this team fight. A minute left on the clock defect. It's looking pretty dire for the Beastie Boys.
This might be a full hold, but I don't want to cast a curse anything. But some nice aggressive play from Vertigo. Like, you need to get yourself a diva that can do both peel and just go off and finish off the kills. As you see, Mito's rage swapped onto the McCree.
Rage swap.
It's always a rage swap. Excellent primal coming out here, but we see Minitech agrees and goes for the monkey of his own.
Wow, it's rinsed super fast there, taken down in a matter of moments. You talk about the full health, the full hold. You spoke about the cast is cursed, and I think you might just have ruined this one for Enigma defect.
I'm sorry, guys. It was really my bad.
Well, he's still learning. He doesn't quite understand the power he has. But Enigma gonna try. Yeah, exactly. Enigma gonna try and make sure that defect is proven wrong here. That's self-destruct. Oh my God, he's brave. He knows the map better than I do. Fluffy keeps himself alive. Stalker nanoed up here on the front line, but they've lost a lot of players on the blue side. They're just trying their best just to pick up something. The High comes out, looking to get that pick, not able to find anything, but it's not going to matter here as the Beastie Boys force their way through and get that first point cap.
The Beastie Boys almost emptying the entire tank just to force through that cap, and now looking at having to fight into this hard, like, to breach corner with the ult disadvantage. Hopefully they can maintain this momentum they've built up now from capping first play.
Yeah, hopefully. 2 minutes on the clock here. They're looking to get aggressive onto the side now. It's going to be a key focus area for both teams, as you can see. Stalker just trying to rebuff them. Vertigo has an ultimate here. Jelly has his as well.
Yeah, the tank succeeding in dislodging the Beastie Boys from this like forward corner and forcing them to go to the back corner. Although Bob's abound, breaking up all those neat front lines that were just drawn.
Yeah, but one Bob not doing quite as well as the other. That is a double kill for Not Butler. More experienced in the art of execution, it seems like. Vision's going to get demeched here, but he's going to be okay with that as long as his team can clean things up, and they're doing an incredible job of that. Now that corner defect was navigated expertly.
Yeah, that is a good play there. I think they only invested 2 ults to get it through the big omelet Butler himself and the monkey ult, and they managed to cap one of the hardest to cap points in the game. So now it's probably the hardest to cap.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's easy in comparison to this third point, but momentum is favoring them.
Swap off onto Brawl here for Enigma. I really like this. I'm a fan of swapping off when the point gets bogged down and more linear. Especially against monkey comps, you just get to smack them with the hammer a bunch.
Yeah, I think Riposte is going to struggle to find value here. Vision's almost towards his ulti, so I wonder if they might just use that to burst through. Interesting wall there from Minitech, not finding a ton of value. They're going to back up now to avoid Mito, who's not going to spend too long with the high noon going. They've already pushed quite far here, I think. Even if they don't push it any further, they'll be happy with where this is. And with 2 minutes on the clock, they've got a couple of chances. There we go. Self-destruct over the top. Looks pretty good. Finds the immortality field, drops a lot of players low. HP firmly in favor of the red squad here. But that kill onto Riposte might set them up well to push forward. They're losing so many players though. Fluffy kills the Bob, but it's not enough to keep his team in this. They are dropping like flies here, Defect.
Yeah, and it seems that swapping off onto a no alt comp, just the comp advantage wasn't strong enough for them to maintain this. It looked like the Beastie Boys has enough momentum to just carry it through all the way.
Yeah, May gonna try and stop that mini, put the ice block on the point, trying to buy some time for his team. Fluffy doing the same with the Immortality Field, but he's not gonna get there in time to stop the Cap and the Beastie Boys. I think on Rialto, I think that counts as a pretty one-sided push.
Well, they almost got full health on point one, but I saw to that. But we'll see here. My prediction is still intact. The first team captured all the way. Now we're looking for an overtime cap from Enigma, and then Beastie Boys will push it much further on their fourth round attack. So.
Yeah, your prediction's still very much in play here, up to Enigma to see if the second phase of that comes true. And what went wrong for them after that first point hold? They just, like we saw in Alkenwald, they just never seemed to group up effectively and get that one team fight they needed to stop the momentum.
Yeah, it's just a question of like Beastie Boys rotating their ults very well, like spending 2 ults per fight and then recharging 2 ults in that same fight. So they just have this rolling ult bank going that they never seem to break, no matter what they charged up here outside of Enigma. And you'll see the McCree swap off there for Mito seemed to pay off quite well in just denying the Stalker, I think, mainly. Just this flashbang when they go in the back line.
You struggled to find value on that second point for sure, but it was the Bob that really did all the damage in that particular position.
Yeah, Bob being one of the big win condition ultimates for this team. It's just so hard to get out of his way on this linear map with very little in the way of hiding points that just ends up getting 2 or 3 every time if you put him on the point.
Yeah, and not knows exactly where to put the Bob to give him the best coverage, while still giving him decent cover as well. Jelly Doodle here on the Tracer. We haven't seen him on this hero at all. We haven't really seen this hero at all outside of Stalls and on Diablo. So it'll be interesting to see if he can find value on this hero.
Yeah, and I mentioned in our pre-map chat that this isn't really Tracer's best map. The Tracer is one of those weird heroes where you can play her to good effect on most maps, almost every map basically. It just does feel like there's either her flanks are too long or they're just not as effective. Like sitting here on the high ground, the tanks can hide from you can't shoot at them, and the DPS are too far back. So she whoa. How
did he manage that through all the tanks? He finally picked up Fluffy and got rid of him, but that's the key for Stalker to get aggressive. Immortality Field keeps Stalker alive. Vertigo's going to commit here. I think she realizes she's not long for this world. Oh no. Stagger, not so bad, but a difficult start for Enigma there. Oh, yeah, Jelly, what are we doing here?
Oh, staggering himself, eh?
I think he's on the switch.
Yeah, we see that Fluffy just not able to get the nano off on the Winston, which is usually what he does just before he dies. So the fight going in the way of Beastie Boys, who have a much juicier ult bank here than their counterparts on Enigma. Although we see the Hansa set up on the high ground, which or the long sideline, and in comes the Winston with the nano.
Yeah, indeed. Here he comes. Heinu comes out, preventing him from moving forward. He's going to go up, try to get on, use his ultimate. That is a pulse bomb combination. Jelly Doodle, Stalker working together to remove the 2 DPS of the Beastie Boys. And I mean, that's the kind of play you need to crack through a tough defense.
Yeah, and this is what the advantage of having a Winston and Tracer is, that the Winston takes so much
Oh, that was great.
Yeah, the Winston just takes so much of the attention away from the team that the Tracer can run amok in the backline and then get a stick on 2 people.
Yeah. Looks like a tough start to this team fight though. Lots of damage copped here by Enigma and a player down already, not to be raised. The sleep comes through, great work from Fluffy. That's a low HP or half HP Angry Monkey, but they've lost the intake on the front line. Big Bomb, does it find? Yes it does! Fight equalized by Vertigo here. The Peel Master, as Depict put it, means something different where I come from. But anyways, they need to get rid of the eye field. They take down exactly what they need to, and Enigma will force their way through here.
Yeah, and a quick cleanup there after the support seems to not be able to touch the point and the cap comes through. You see a lot of good ults here coming into the this hectic corner to retake for Enigma.
What we saw the Beastie Boys do well here was take control of that high ground and force them back, and yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. Mini take, he finds that kill, he's going aggro in the backline here with Stalker, great communication, and once again, it looks like this corner is going to be expertly navigated here by the attacking team.
Poor Mini. I managed to get the DMAC on the way out though.
Oh, this could be a huge pulse bomb. Patient, let's just give his position away, I guess. Jelly Doodle, what? I don't know. He knows better than I do, I guess.
Alright. Ooh, big dive there.
Oh, doesn't quite find the value with that pulse bomb, but Stalker going to look to do it. They're not even going to be able to get the defense here. You said one side was going to push real fast, but you didn't say it was this one. So, point 1, point 2 secured here for Enigma. Point 3 is where the fun really starts.
And now you see that the same thing that Beastie Boys did, this exact same script playing out, but in reverse, where the momentum is just too strong. After the point 1 cap, they couldn't recontest, and now they're swapping onto the Reinhardt here, and it seems like they're keeping the D.Va for the bomb, and the DPS, I mean the support's also swapping off to something more brawly.
Yeah, does seem that way. Squishy the damage in. Mini finds the opening pick once again. No resurrection available for the Beastie Boys, so that is permanent. Mini gonna pop his ulti. That looks huge. That looks like it's hitting everybody. Not quite though. They managed to split up there well enough. This self-destruct does damage, doesn't find any kills. As Riposte is taking a nap on the front line here. Muto gonna go aggressive here, but there it is. The Nana Boost keeping Stalker healthy. Buying space for Mini to find one pick. Drops in the meantime. That's given his team space to get aggressive. This is a duel that could go either way, but it's at this stage Jelly Doodle just with a little bit more in the tank. Vertigo turns Riposte around and guns him down with the Bunny Blaster. Enigma have found something special here, found some kind of rhythm that's helping push them forward here. Need to get rid of that eye field, need to be aware of the spawns coming through, but so far so good for the boys in blue and gold and blue, I suppose, as they push forward. Can they get the pickups they need? Birdie dropping low, taken down. Out of next, Stalker drops as well. I think this is where you call it. Regroup, get set up for the next team fight. You got time to build an ultimate or two and force your way through once again.
Yeah, and the stall picks coming out here from the side of Beastie Boys. I'm wondering if Visions will swap back. Yes, he will. Swap onto that Zarya, which is a signal to play for the long game. Zarya needing to build up charge and a lot of value coming from her ultimate. Like, this means that the Beastie Boys are digging in. They're not playing for time. They're playing to win right here.
Yeah. Yeah, I like it as well. They've got some ults of their own to work with, and if I know Visions, he's probably doing a pretty good job of tracking the opponent's ultimate, so he knows they're pretty dry themselves. I'm surprised we don't see them switch onto the brawl comp on the side of Enigma, but deciding that the ult advantage they can build up with these heroes is worth more than the compositional switch, but the shatter comes out from Riposte. The Immortality Field perfectly placed to keep the team alive there, prevent a perfect shatter from finding any pay dirt. Stalker in the background now. High Noon gonna bail out of that one, finds Jelly Doodle, not sure how he got caught out of that one, and Stalker now gonna try track down the the McCree there, but the Reaper gonna prevent him from finding any work. Do you think Enigma needs to switch up here with a minute and a half left?
I think we'll see Stalker swap onto the Ryan. The opposing Ryan is just bullying too hard. Yeah, there's the swap. But I do think that the zoning out from the D.Va and from the Hanzo will make enough space to push in through this like small choke. And the only real like game-winning ult that's almost ready for Beastie Boys here is that Reaper, who's going to Death Blossom, which is difficult to do with a D.Va on the other team.
Yeah, true. And Minitek's gonna probably As soon as that pops, if he's not too close, you should track him down and take him down in pretty short order. He's got his ultimate as well here, looking to put pressure on. That's a lot of damage firing through. Immortality Field already thrown down here from the Beastie Boys, so they're in a lot of trouble. Vertigo can throw that ultimate in. I don't think they destroyed the eye field, and in fact, Nito fires back with a kill into Tox. Mite going to get rid of the Ops Lucio though. So both teams short staffed here, but it looks like, oh, can he get the kill? He does. He might die in the grab. He's not going to. Minitech gets the kill, and his team is going to push forward on the point now. But there's the Death Blossom. Diva was demeched beforehand, so great work from the Red Reaper, and he's going to force them back one more time.
That's the game winner there. As soon as the demech came out, he presses Q and he just cleans up the remaining team. Not sure why Stalker wasn't in a position to put up his shield. When he eventually did, he did have full health, so but maybe just a pain thing.
Or on cooldown perhaps as well. Trying to get in here. They're not going to touch, are they? No. Ball gets in there. Stalker just keeping his team in the game. They can win this, but it's going to be tough. Vertigo, no mech left, so already short staffed on the side of Enigma. Now the Baby Diva taken down as well. Look at her pass, just posting up there on the front line. This is looking pretty tough for Enigma. Tox drops down. The Minitech taking so much damage on the flank. Not going to get rid of him. The bomb comes in, and could it be anything else? The ground Farah with the tire gets the killing blow here for the Beastie Boys, and they will be punching their ticket for another grand final appearance against a very similar looking ATK squad.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a rematch for last year, where we'll see the Beastie Boys up against a less polished ATK. Well, ATK plus Aquatic, which is going to be super interesting.
But is Aquatic better than Sponge? I know you have your opinions on Sponge, but do you think he's a difference maker there?
Well, my big problem here is that Aquatic and 20 are both hit scan players. So,
that's true.
so we'll probably see a lot of double hit scan coming in for the side of the Randburg Fire Department. But yeah, in the end, I think it's going to be a great match. I'm super looking forward to it. GG's to Enigma. They put up a great fight right until the end. This was close all the time. You guys are looking awesome coming into the next round. Like, I know it's disheartening when the other team's like, we don't practice at all.
Yeah.
Lose, but
yeah,
they scrimmed last night, according to the voice in my head, and that means that they did practice. So you guys,
exactly.
You could take the honorable loss. You guys played really well. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys again. Fluffy, you are nuts.
Well, we will be seeing them again, because before we get to the grand finals, we have our fourth place playoffs. So it's going to be Enigma taking on Team Gaming. And just to sum things up here, guys, Mettlestate Overwatch Super Cup. Enigma, unfortunately for them, dropping 1-2 to the Beastie Boys again. We're looking at the last map. Is fatigue going to be an issue? Because Beastie Boys have had to punch their way through some tough opponents on their way to that grand finals. But guys, that's going to be after our next match, which will be the fourth place playoffs. Team Gaming, who lost to Randburg Fire Department, taking on Enigma, probably in about 15-20 minutes. So don't go anywhere. Hashtag Overwatch today. I've been Sun Phoenix. He's been Defect. We'll see you guys soon.
Explode me, explode me. Give it all to me, give it all to me. Explode me, explode me. Give it all to me, give it all to me. 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 Let me give it all to me. shapes. All this time with you, I took the pain. Knew that it was wrong to stay. So I told myself I'd walk away. I think I'm ready now, ready now, ready now. And I'm so over you dragging me down. Just wanna let it out, let it out, let it out. Feel so free, gonna shout it out loud. Without you, I'm limitless. There's nothing that you could do to break my spirit or shatter the silence. Oh, I'm telling you that I am fearless. Without you, I'm limitless. There's nothing that you could do to break my spirit or shatter the silence. Oh, I'm telling you that I am fearless. I am fearless. I am fearless. I am fearless. It's like a battle every day. Fighting as we march, our feelings fade. You always hated my mistake. I miss myself, I'm not to blame. I think I'm ready now, ready now, ready now. And I'm so over you dragging me down. Just wanna let it out, let it out, let it out. Feel so free, gonna shout it out loud. Without you, I'm limitless. There's nothing that you could do to break my spirit or shatter the silence. Oh, I'm telling you that I am fearless. Without you,
time to get yourselves a cup of coffee, a Monster Energy drink if you want, because up next we've got a real couple of slugfests. If you're just joining us, you missed a couple of great games, especially the last two series. OG versus Beastie Boys, really a serious hard-fought fight for both teams. Beastie Boys coming out on top of that. Beastie Boys versus Enigma, much the same, and once again Beastie Boys forcing their way through that and punching their ticket to a grand finals rematch against a team that looks a lot like ATK from last year. My name is Sun Phoenix and I'm joined once again, as I have been throughout the day, by Defect. Welcome.
Hello, thank you. I'm back again.
Welcome back. Been doing a good job so far today. And this is our fourth place matchup. So 1,000 Rand on the line. If you win this game, you're in the money technically. If you lose this game, you go home with as much as if you'd finished in 9th place.
Yeah, like everything to play for money-wise here for these teams. We see them both taking losses to teams of retired players coming together. I'm really excited to see how this shakes out in this battle of more structured teams.
Yeah, true. Although, of course, we have to point out that those are maybe 12 of the best players in the country, retired or not. So no shame in losing to them. Before we jump into this match specifically, let's take a look at the brackets. Of course, we are now headed towards the end of the brackets. This match not reflected on the bracket, unfortunately, our fourth place matchup. But we just saw Enigma drop 1-2 to the Beastie Boys, as I mentioned. And then Randburg Fire Department with a 2-0 victory against Team Gaming. So this matchup will be Enigma taking on Team Gaming. An interesting matchup. We've seen Enigma now plenty of times. Third match casted of them today. But Team Gaming, one we're not so familiar with. So why don't we start there with the rosters?
This team formed literally last night.
Announced literally last night. I presume they weren't formed last night.
I choose to believe that they just scored quickly last night. Like, hey guys, should we enter? It's like, yeah, sure. And then this is the result.
Well, you can be happy with 4th place, right? So, looking at the squad, it is Bubbles. This is main tank guy Bubbles, formerly Risen Bubbles.
Yeah, meteoric rise, joining the scene like at the beginning of the 2020 season, I think.
Yeah.
And, going from like I sometimes am gold to like I'm pushing masters on every role. Like,
very impressive performance from him recently. Then we got James on the off tank coming in from the former Vanguard team. I believe. Go Outside, a former overclocked player, one of the standouts from there. I always remember Miru being very impressed by his performances, and rightfully so. Trizzle, formerly of Team Mist TSG, very strong DPS player. stand out on that team for sure. Metal Snow and Newt also from that TSG team list roster. Newt moving back from the main tank role to fill in as a main support in Metal Snow. Quite a well-known player for the team list squad.
Newt being well known as being able to perform consistently on any role and having one of the best game sense in the country. And altogether, we see that this is more of a best of the rest matchup. If we talk about the Randburg Fire Department and the Beasty Boys being the cream of the crop all smashed together, this is the leftovers all smashed together, but the best of them.
Yeah, you would throw OG in that same group. But yeah, I think those three teams represent kind of the best of the rest, as you say. So if we take a look at our other squad, we've seen them already. We know them so well by now. Enigma, former 2CP players, one Evo player, one COWZA player, one Odyssey player, but a whole lot of talent and a whole lot of synergy. Unfortunately, dropping their last match to the Beastie Boys. Standout from this team, though, has been Fluffy today. I think really the strongest performer. Stalker, as usual, as well. Really, he's the point that this team rallies behind.
Yeah, and I think you can't disregard the Queen of Peel.
I really feel like we should stop calling it that.
I like it. I like it a lot. And but she's so pivotal to the strategy of having Stalker do Stalker things in the enemy's backline and having the rest of your team not die. Like, it really feels like their whole strategy is built around her, like babysitting, protective baby diva playstyle. Where the whole like team lynches on her being able to peel or being able to push at the right time. So very interesting, very nice to see that this level of diva play is available in South Africa. Not a hero you often see due to ping reason.
Yeah, and looking at Alvin Slayer as well from OG, two really strong diva performances in a row. It has to be said in our two most recent matches. So a hero very close to my heart, carried me all the way to Masters. So I'm very pleased to be seeing that hero getting a lot of love in the tournament today. Looking at our map pool, same as the last one: Busan, Eichenwalde, and Rialto. Hopefully we get all the way to the end. But Defect, before we jump into Busan, I need a prediction from you.
I have a dream, and I dream of a meme, and that is team gaming.
Team gaming.
I just want the team gaming to win. They're my good meme boys. I love them. They always make me laugh in the chats, and sometimes they get banned, but we still love them. I want them to win. So
I said I need them to win today, or I will ban them because I have the power to do that. On Enigma though, two of my fellow admins, so I'm a bit split, I guess I would say. Just a reminder, guys, hashtag Zeta Overwatch. As you can see, Kalen C, who I believe is Pale Native, or is it someone else?
No, I think that's Isbal.
Yeah, he put himself out there. So guys, hashtag Zeta Overwatch if you want to get featured on the stream, potentially. Looking at the squads here, for my prediction, Enigma, because I think that's the smart choice. I like this team gaming
correct choice.
I think they are potential personified, but I think their time to peak will be later in the year, and I'm really excited for that. Oh!
Yeah. Words aren't even cold yet. And
I didn't even finish my sentence, and Miniteg had dealt with Trizzle on the Widowmaker. Interesting choice. We haven't seen much Widowmaker on this map today, or at least in our last series. A Stalker gets aggressive here, looking to clean up things in the front line. Stand up, taken down by James with the help of the Newt Brigitte. Probably one of his better known supports, I think. We know him more for his main tank more recently, obviously, but I know he does like that Brigitte. So they get set up on point, or rather Enigma set up on point. So despite the ban advantage, struggling to get a good position on point. Trizzle struggling to get value on this Widowmaker. Looked a little bit out of position there and punished very quickly by Stalkers. So a bit scraggly here from our red squad. As I say that though, they're starting to pick up a whole bunch of kills. The Bubbles in the front line doing a good job. Metal Snow doing his best impression of what was that? No, that was Fluffy. He threw that out. No, it was Metal Snow, sorry.
Yeah,
his best impression of Fluffy, nanoing the main tank before he dies. And look at that. Team gaming with the advantage to start things off.
I knew it. They're making me proud. I really like that both teams have this like counter dive going, but the Brigitte just being that like ace in the hole.
Yeah.
So hard to pressure against the Winston, and I think Toxin Socks agrees because he swaps over to the same hero.
Yeah, and we saw him run this on the other Busan map. Oh, Miniteg up in the air, gets away from the self-destruct. Look at that, immediately knows what he wants to deal with. Gets straight onto Newt and gets rid of that Brigitte, and immediately you can see the effect that's had on the team fight here. Now, Angry Monkey here, Fake Monkey, looking to clean up even more. Go outside, can't contribute anything else to this fight. A quick double kill for Enigma, and they're gonna regain control here.
It's interesting to see how quickly the team composition or strategy pivots, where instead of babysitting in this fight, Vertigo, now that there is a Brigitte on her team and she doesn't need to hold her hand all the time, and she's in there with Stalker in the front lines, like shooting, like ducking in the Winston bubble, things like that, like playing as an attack dealer.
Kind of a knock-off effect of not having to look after your supports as much. And you can see here Nano Boosted Stalker, name a more iconic duo as he looks to clean things up. And that team fight never really even got started as they worked their way up to 30% on the side of Enigma.
Yeah, Team Gaming taking the L quickly as soon as they take the first loss and just pushing back. Which is also a solid play, hoping to bait a less experienced team into overextending and then turning the fight there. But Enigma knowing that the points to anything that matters and playing safe.
No team more experienced almost than Enigma. Oh, that bomb looks pretty good. Doesn't find anything, but takes care of the shields that were on the point. Newt finds Minitech with a whip shot. Not quite sure how you managed that one, but he's going to take that kill nonetheless. This guard side gets aggressive onto the main tank. He's trying to now get rid of that support. I think that's the right call, but the peel on this team is so good. The queen of... I need to stop saying that. With the blade here.
Big Bob right in the middle of the point, but gets knocked off by Newt instantly as Minitech tries to artillery from above to keep the point in the favor of Enigma as long as possible.
Very drawn out fight here, Defect. One you'd think would favor Enigma. I think skill wise, mechanics, I think Enigma maybe a little bit favored here, but this is a very, very strong young Team Gaming squad, and they're showing exactly what they can do here.
There is this sort of weird wild card that you get from teams where all the players are like under 20.
Yeah,
they tend to have this weird camaraderie, this plucky streak that they can't discount.
Oh, Pulse Bomb comes in. Trizzle with the blade. He gets a couple nano-bladed up. In fact, needs to clean up Vertigo here to complete the 4K. Stalker has had enough of being on the map and is resetting to retake this team fight. And look at that percentage equaled up here for the red team.
Oh, looks like we're heading into our last fight, and Vertigo using her the only ultimate that they've had online to remake. Not to actually get any value from it. But here they come with the charge in.
Yeah, Rally at the ready here, looking to pump some damage in here. There's one self-destruct, but it's Vertigo who gets a kill, sans hers, and they clean up here. Once again, Minitech choosing to become a Stalker compatriot here as he looks to clean things up. Just needs to get rid of go outside, and they can retake this point. But it's not over yet. With 75% on the clock, they can still look to recontest.
So yeah, this seems to be the last fight going in, and the daunting task lies ahead for Team Gaming of having to push into a Stalker Fluffy duo. They have their work cut out for them, but not impossible, especially with this rally on the side of Move.
Yeah, Rally comes through, but a big anti-heal, kind of negating that to a large extent. Stalker still holding on to that boop punch, get rid of Bubbles. Main tank battle won once again by Stalker. Main tank difference playing out as we've seen so many times. Fluffy just healing up, already has popped that mana boost as we saw. Just going to look to keep his team alive. The Stalker gets on the back line, they find Mettlestate. He gets stunned up, but he's got 1000 HP. He's not too worried about some whips from Newt. Looks like he's just going to clean him up instead. Trying to clean up here is Bubbles. Just trying to buy space for his team. See what he can pick up. He does pick up one, but needs to get back to the point and does not manage to do so. And Enigma, after a bit of a scrappy middle stage, do manage to pull that one out.
This is much closer than I thought it would be, and then my prediction is much less of a meme now. Like Team Gaming handling themselves quite nicely against a experienced and drilled squad like Enigma.
Yeah, but that said, we have seen Enigma's starts always be a little bit slow in the series we've watched them today, so might see them like get that rhythm going towards the second part of Busan here. But that remains to be seen. Compositionally here, a little bit of a change coming out of Enigma. What do you think the logic behind the Zarya is?
This is just to get more sustain in your fights, like to get the point, anchor down, and just last there instead of relying on the Diva's like sort of burst potential. And also, like the Diva might not be as necessary now that you have Tox, who seems to be dealing quite well with the attack from Team Gaming.
Well, not dealing well enough with Chisel there to prevent Stalker from going down. We rather get the sense that was a frontline battle. Bob was in the back line though, and he healed up, but gets that kill onto Diva. Fluffy, a critical part of this Enigma lineup. So getting rid of him is quite key, and especially with Stalker out of the way, and it opens up an opportunity to get onto the squishy backline. It looks like Team Gaming, you called it, Defect, looking pretty strong here to start things off.
I have concerns about the Team Gaming comp though. Genji with no Mercy or Ana, the Lucio that's going to speed the dive. This is some new age stuff.
New age / old age stuff. Yeah, Tracer Genji dive. That's like some 2016 stuff if I've ever seen it. But I mean, can you argue with the results? In fact, a clean team fight, a little bit of shenaniganery. That's not a word. A little bit of a shenanigan there from Jelly Doodle trying to cap that point around the back, but he gets punished in the end by go outside. 33% already up for Team Gaming.
Yeah, and I think this is not a composition that was fought out with synergies intact, in my opinion. This is comfort picks. Everyone's playing their base hero, and it seems to be working out well enough for them.
Yeah, really can't argue with the results. Let's see if they can continue to leverage that into teamfight victories, and that's a great start. A duel won by the red Tracer there. A Stalker gets a return kill, but advantage. Hello? Okay, mini take.
Winston is a hard hero to play, okay?
Yeah, he's DPS, guys. You can't hold it against him here. This is how a Winston really plays. Stalker, gonna show.
Stalker demonstrating for us the immense skill of being a.
Maybe that is how you play main tank. Because yeah, let's watch it again here, see exactly how it folded up. He jumped, he got booped, and that's the pinnacle of main tank, ladies and gentlemen. Fight starts off here. Nano Blade from Chisel, not Nano, actually just the blade. Just gonna clean up there with the double. Tox down, Vertigo down. Team Gaming punching their ticket towards the second map victory here to get their way into Mecha base, but they gotta clean up Jelly, who gets the pulse bomb, and they do just that. Defect, that was alarming.
Yeah, look, Team Gaming, this is the unaccountability I talked about, like that youngness, that unpredictability. Like sometimes the opponent just jumps off the map, like, you know, and I
can't plan for that.
Can't plan for that, but yeah, it's working. Like, well, who knows? This might be what we see in Overwatch next month, the Overwatch League, when
you hear trendsetters. Trendsetters is what you're seeing here.
The Team Gaming comp, San Francisco Shock rolling out with Super on the Genji, and it's gonna be great.
If Diva is my eldest matchup, I'll buy Diva a suit. I'll buy a Diva suit. Trigger happy, putting his money on the line there. So Vertigo, up to you to make Trigger happy wear a Diva suit. Not something I want to see, maybe, but I think OnlyFans / Trigger Happy is the place to go for that. So both teams moving forward here. Vertigo once again on this Diva, looking to open things up here. Mini take back to the May. We saw it work really well for them in their first matchup, but struggling to find value against the Beasty
sides here.
Oh yeah. Just moving towards point here, so better positional setup for the blue squad here. The May wall from Minitech is going to be critical as
they get the
come up
cap
around the point. They do get the cap, but they've lost Fluffy. No res in play here as they are running Tox on the Lucio. Stalker dropping low, and they've got no main heal, so he's going to die quite quickly here. Bubbles takes care of him. Tox drops as well, so zero healing in play. Vertigo going to assert herself on the matchup here with the help of Jelly Doodle, who picks up a second. Both DPS is down, but they have control of the point. 15 seconds capped for Enigma. The team fight does go the way of Team Gaming.
I am like 40% sure Jelly Doodle just tried to walk to the wrong spawn door and then realized it. Because he was retreating down to the red team spawn.
Oh, because they swapped around. He was like, I have no idea where I am. Oh, Ainu coming out here. Wall goes up. Nice work from him. Can go outside, get around the side. He does. He pumps a lot of damage into the Reinhardt shield. Doesn't end up taking it down. Big Shadow comes out from Bubbles. Can they get the cleanup? Of course they can. Team Gaming playing with confidence here on Busan.
It looks like Team Gaming eating nuggies tonight with their 100,000.
100,000, yeah. How many nuggets is that, if anybody knows, it'll be
That's at least a 20 piece.
Yeah, well, I hope so. 20 piece for each player, probably, as Minitake has his ultimate here. James does the favor, get trigger happy in the onesie. High Noon comes out, Jelly Doodle opens things up. Ball played from him. James gets a return, though, as the charge comes in. Bubbles dropping low. Can he find anything? Shadow comes out, doesn't find anything. Yes, it does. Looking to clean. Oh. Self-destruct in the background. Stalker dropping low. Needs a little bit of assistance here from his supports, and it looks like he's going to get it. They're pushing them back now. Nice work from Enigma. Weathering the storm there. Getting the picks they needed to. And I think that one was a support difference.
Yeah, they've definitely, like, the supports are so seasoned, and the team just would not die, right, eventually. Yeah. And we've seen Team Gaming playing this super aggressive style, but from this last fight, Enigma seemed to just match it and just took the comp advantage of that. I think if they're playing more passive, what they're used to, they're not getting as much value as they would if they were just match this aggression coming out of Team Gaming.
Yeah, absolutely. Go outside with the flanking High Noon. He doesn't find anything. Self-destruct committed here by Vertigo, I believe. She finds the main support. That's a huge problem. That allows Stalker to clean up, and now the rest of Enigma can push forward and just make sure Team Gaming can't find any more value out of this fight. 50% now on the clock. Still advantage Team Gaming, but the longer this goes, the more it's going to favor Enigma.
Yeah, and Vertigo unfortunately losing her mech, choosing to suicide instead of. So this means that Enigma needs to play far back, waiting for the Diva to come back. So they're giving up a lot of positional advantage that they fought hard to maintain.
Retake, there we go. Throws down his ultimate. Not eaten on this occasion. No trigger happy onesie for us today. But Enigma, they're going to stake their claim towards the 1K on the line for this third play matchup as they clean up Team Gaming one more time. What do Team Gaming need to do here? Some compositional switches, it looks like, but they're struggling to punch through this without losing players.
Yeah, I think that issue will solve itself now that they have the Moira ult online, as long as they don't run into the McCree ult again like last time. They should have a good fight here, assuming they can
no. Fluffy finds the pick. Shadow goes down. That's enough to shut down Team Gaming's aggression here. Vertigo gets rid of the main tank. Off tank. Oh, deleted by Stalker with the fade away. Now they can put the pressure on point. Vertigo, no mix. She doesn't need it to get rid of the Lucio, especially with the numbers advantage like this. Overtime ticking down, and it is going to be Enigma. After a tough middle section, they will get the map win on Busan.
Yeah, and again, the games are much closer than we thought. Like in previous years of South Africa Overwatch, you would see these, like, there's a very clear tier hierarchy, and teams would be like, 3-0ing or 2-0ing in this case, teams that are below them quite easily. But these games are going down to the wire, like 99s all round, like team fights going back and forth. It's quite chaotic, and it's lovely to watch.
Yeah, awesome to watch. That's just game one, though, guys. It is a best of 3, so 2 opportunities or 1 opportunity for Team Gaming to equalize things. But I think no matter how the series ends, they're going to be happy with how they perform. 4th place for a new team with limited experience is quite impressive, as a team at least. Of course, all the players are quite experienced at this stage.
And playing clown comp at that.
That wasn't, I mean... And it wasn't quite the clown comp. I think, it's just a Tracer Genji dive, and that's...
Yeah, but with the improper support line and a Reinhardt.
Yeah, true. For Mecha Base, at least. But our next map here is going to be Eichenwalde. We saw what Mito could do on this map. Very impressive stuff from him. We saw what Minitake could do to counter Mito as well. But I think what we can take away most about these payload maps is that Enigma seem to struggle to get set up once they lose that first point. The steamroll is real after the momentum starts.
Yeah, especially with these, like, on point 2 especially, there's a lot of, like, jostling for the high ground, like, trying to set up your DPS there, the tank's just sitting on top of castle, back and forth. So, and the payload just being pushed the whole time. Like, while this is trying to be set up to take a fight, the payload goes almost all the way to the castle gates. So, hopefully we'll see something a bit more structured, or who knows, we'll just clown comp all the way. I'm calling it clown comp. It's great.
Yeah, I don't think I don't feel like it's clown comp. I feel like Beastie Boys runs more clown comps than Team. I feel like it's more of a just comfort picks for them, and it works for them, especially if they're not as practiced as some of the other teams, especially if they formed fairly recently. Yeah, if that's the canon we're going with, if they formed last night, then playing the heroes you're most comfortable on, it definitely makes a lot of sense. I mean, it can work on especially second point of Iconvolt.
Definitely, and we see again like the second point of Iconvolt being open and more Winston focused, and then hopefully we get to see some Bubbles Ryan again going into third point. In that long enclosed passageway. But first point, we don't have dedicated Pharah players on either team, so hopefully we'll see something nice and good, clean sportsmanship.
Good sportsmanship, I hope so.
Yeah,
no troublemakers on either of these teams, except for, I suppose, maybe Bubbles, but when he's in game, he's kind of quite zoned into what's happening.
We hope so. Bubbles behave.
Just a reminder, guys, hashtag ZA Overwatch. We see Mito there just reminding us what happened in our previous series, and they will be going up against Randburg Fire Department, aka the remnants of a completely dominant ATK squad from last year, including the likes of Bandit 20, and now adding Aquatic as well. So that's going to be quite a strong matchup. That'll be our next matchup here. We still have 1,000 Rand on the line in this third place matchup. Enigma up 1-0. Team Gaming with it all to play for, and they've shown some real fire thus far. Compositionally here, is this a clown comp effect?
No, this is the dive comp I wanted to see. Zarya, Winston, the Brigitte to protect the Ana, and the Ana to nano boost the Genji, and the Tracer to eat all of the health packs like Pac-Man. This is exactly what I wanted. This is not a clown comp. This is proper, good 2021 dive. I'm very happy.
Well, let's see if you remain happy after Jelly Doodle Sombra in the backline here tries to get that quick pick. Gets forced back, but it's buying time for his team. There's a Tracer in the front line from Team Gaming that needs to be careful there. Yeah, you can just see God's side trying to put the pressure onto Minitech, who is completely uncontested in the sky. Nothing can deal with him if he remains vertical like that. Oh, great pulse. Oh, sorry. Anti-heal onto Tox, and they do follow up on that. Nice work from Team Gaming, finding a chink in the armor and executing perfectly to shut that down, but they do lose Bubbles in the process, but they trade out main tank and they get Vertigo's off tank as well. So great work from Team Gaming. They look well coordinated, they look synergistic for a team that was put together just last night. I'm quite impressed with how they're playing.
This looks better. Look, they were clown comping on the first map, and now they're taking off the gloves. They're like, look, we lost, boys. We need to focus up. Let's play something good. Let's play something meta, and it's working. I like it.
Yeah, I can't argue with how that played out. Ultimate-wise, need a team with much to work with here. We need to closest on his team. A couple of ultis almost there. That pulse bomb from this man right here, guard side, probably going to open things up for Team Gaming if he can find the angle. Been a bit of a difference of Brigitte on this one as well, and I think shutting them down is going to be key to winning the team fights defect.
Yeah, definitely. The Brigitte is like the pivot here on the side of Enigma. Like, if she lives, they can't engage hard, and if she dies, like they did with the anti in the first fight, that's the go signal. That's when the bat signal's lit and Trizzle and go outside and Bubbles will go for a while.
Don't know which one of these players is Batman, but I guess we'll find out over the course of this series. Stalker gets knocked. No, not. It's Bubbles? Yeah, okay. I don't disagree with that. Bubbles is angry ape man right now, trying to make space for his team, but Minitake trying to do the same for his, not the main tank as we saw in the previous
Big
map.
sleep.
Nope, yeah, sleep onto Fluffy. They're turning this one back. That Tracer going to drop down potentially. No, not quite. Minitech fires back. They need to watch guard side in the back line, but they managed to secure things. So the card is still moving forward here for Team Gaming.
Yeah, they do need to keep someone like the Diva like on card to stop this movement. But I think you can safely let it go to under Arch and then protect it there. But the Diva just seems to be running away. Not a fan of this.
Ooh, EMP comes out, Jeju dropping low. Didn't quite go as far away as I think I would have liked here. Drizzle has popped his ulti, trying to cut down a monkey and never going to win that battle. So unfortunate outcommittal there. James has his ulti available, sends himself to the Shadow Realm there. So a few ults ready to go here. Nanoblade good to go for the next team fight for Team Gaming. So happy to lose that one, although, sorry, not Nanoblade.
No Nanoblade, just Nano Boost, yeah. And that was enough to prompt Drizzle to swap off the Genji. They were saving for this Nanoblade the whole time, and the Sombra EMP just shut down the nano part of the blade, and the blade just flailed wildly for a bit before going away. So they're probably going to pivot to nanoing Bubbles, Batman here, to try and take the fight.
Who's Robin on their team then? James?
James. Yes.
Yeah, makes sense. Robin, a hero after close to my heart for very obvious reasons. Self-destruct ready to go here from Vertigo. Ooh, stunned up there. Oh, not quite hitting the stun, unfortunately. That Sombra being quite the nuisance here. Jelly Doodle doing a good job contributing on that hero. Not quite building the outcharge that he's going to need though. Pulse Bomb at the ready. Oh, that self-destruct could be a problem. Pulse Bomb over the top. Vertigo finds the McCree. Both DPS down now on the side of Team Gaming, but they're using that to punch through the attack. James, my dude, that is a bad Graviton surge if we've ever seen one. Finds a big old goose egg as his team is forced back towards the payload, which is moving further and further back. Finally now gaining some momentum, but they have not cleaned this fight up. This is still all to play for here, but they've regrouped nicely. Oh, that's a napping monkey on the top there. Going to be brought back to the world of the woke. As Drizzle finds Jelly Doodle finally. Unfortunately though, they're getting forced back here. It's such a long drawn out fight, but Team Gaming are not getting the momentum on the card that they need to be happy with this. If they don't win this team fight, they're going to be disappointed. Minitek decides he needs to wait till he's the echo part of this combination to actually get that. But on the front line, Bubbles with his ultimate contributing nicely here. Batman himself carrying the Justice League to victory potentially.
Yeah, as is canon in all the comics, Batman MVP. But in this case, we do see that the team of Enigma is just sort of crumbling in the back here, and not being able to restructure their support line and their DPS to like deploy them in a working fashion. You just see sort of Jelly Doodle running around aimlessly, shooting at tracers, but
oh, that EMP was horrendous. It only hit Drizzle, who just executed him on his way down. Jelly not gonna be happy with how that played out as Minitek used to put the damage in the Pulse Bomb to get rid of Tox. All of a sudden it's all falling apart here. Minitek is gonna have to carry his team to victory, although Stalker on the front line with his ultimate also can contribute quite significantly. So still a bit in the mix here, but Bubbles, he's just gonna try and take them down. Vertigo, D-Mech, can they kill the Echo? Yes they do. Vertigo, Baby Diva taken down now as Team Gaming just need to cap the second point. If they can get that fall, they'll probably be happy. Just pushing on to third point like that. Just the monkey left, anti-healed up, under a lot of pressure, not taken down though. Bubbles up now, he's not quite down, but they are going to manage to push the point in. So Team Gaming already capped second point.
Extended fight for them, both Regida ults coming out, but here you see the instant swap off onto the Reinhardt for Team Enigma. And what do you think of this matchup between the Bubbles still on Winston for the Primal? Do you think it's worth keeping?
Yes, I think it's worth keeping for this attack. You can split them up nicely by space for Drizzle to put damage in and God side to get damage in. That'll be good. But once the Ryan switches, I think Drizzle will switch as well. There we go. Gonna force them back into spawn, make that decision for them as she gets a double with that self-destruct, and the cleanup from there is elementary for Enigma. So I think now if you're Bubbles, I don't think you stick on it. I think you just switch up.
Yeah, and we see that self-destruct being basically the only ult they had. They needed it to work, and hopefully they're buying enough time for Jelly Doodle and maybe Mini or Fluffy to charge up their ults as well before the next fight comes. And this pick from Jelly Doodle, a good start to that ult building exercise before the next fight.
Bit of a misplay, lack of discipline there from Mettlestate. You really shouldn't be dying in that way when you're getting set up. Ultimates though, yeah, certainly in favor of Team Gaming here. Jelly with that high noon almost ready to go is a real nice fight equalizer, actually, to stop the momentum of the pushing team. So we'll see how he chooses to commit that ultimate, but it's going to be up to James here. Can he get a good Graviton surge, or can Vertigo do a best Alban Slayer impression? Not quite. Here comes the Pulse Bomb over the top. Did they get rid of the Immortality Field? They did, but they didn't quite have the damage. The follow-up though is there, and they're going to clean things up here. Well executed team fight by our red team.
Yeah, and not over-investing in ultimates. Still have quite a few left here to try and break through this last sort of stall fight. But I think Enigma has done enough to reset to take one more like desperate fight on the point without sacrificing too many like hero swaps.
Ryan from the high ground. Dana boosted Rhino. Jelly Doodle taking a nap here. Can they shut him down? Looks like the shutting down is happening in the other direction as Vertigo finds Turtle, Fluffy, and Minitech contributing as well. 4 down. Shadow is huge, but he doesn't have any friends left.
I still want to give Bubbles props for that Shadow. Like, that was a giant like bait. He turned to charge, and then as he does, he instead hits the Shadow. That was huge.
Yeah, Batman himself did his best to carry his team through to the end. Wasn't able to do so, but I think if you're team gaming, you're happy to end up where you ended up. That's a defensible point. No matter what happens up until there, you can hold there for 5 minutes if you need to.
Yeah, this is basically a quick play rules where team gaming just needs to defend at any stage, and they just need to stop the full completion to win the game here.
Pretty much. But how did you feel about Team Gaming's performance there? We saw Enigma struggle a little bit with stopping that momentum, but managing to do so quite effectively on second point.
As we mentioned, the second point fights just seem so scrappy and clustered and cluttered and messy. It's just everyone's all over the place and they're just clicking stuff, throwing cooldowns wherever they go. And what is this coming out from Team Gaming? They're running out for Orisa.
Is this a clown comp?
Yes.
this hero dog, this Orisa,
I don't like it.
double main tank, double hit scan. It's something different.
Yeah, but why not? Why no Sigma? Why no Sigma?
Oh, there you go. There's your Zen.
No, Sigma.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said one is Zen. Yeah, okay. Well, there's a Zen. You asked for Sigma, you got a Zen instead. On the other side, much the same as what we've been seeing from the Enigma lineup. So, an unusual composition, but maybe this is what Team Gaming need to throw Enigma for a loop.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't be surprised if we see Tox swapping here because there's no dive pressure coming onto him. He's just going to be throwing health packs at people on cooldown, which not exactly Briggs' full potential.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, maybe switch onto the Mercy to support Minitech in the sky here. You see Minitech struggling to find value on that Jellydo, taken down by Nutu, but losing the main tank is worth so much more if you're an Enigma fan here. Now they can push forward unimpeded. Stalker, there we go, Nano Boost once again charged up so quickly by Fluffy, and Stalker going to take advantage of that by getting aggressive onto the main tank line of Team Gaming. Fist to the face there for the Baptiste. Unfortunately, not going to allow Team Gaming to push back. But as I say that, double kill from the DPS. Metal Snow going to chuck one in as well. They're going to lose the main tank here, but they got a spare one, so they have nothing to fear. Bubbles swinging away now to pick up kills. Vertigo, charge ready to go. Charge ready to go into a wall. Vertigo taken down there, and Team Gaming somehow managing to bring that one back.
Charge ready to Vertigo, alright.
Hey!
And you see here the big trans coming up, huge ultimate like game swinger, where on the other side, as predicted, I am right once more, Tox does swap onto the Mercy, try and get more damage through on those shields with the Echo.
Yeah. Ooh, Shadow, oh, Minitech. That is a ping advantage there. If South Africa would have been hit by that Shadow, so Bubbles unlucky to get that one. Trance comes out, no, good Trance to keep his team alive. A lot of ulti still in play here for both teams. In fact, oh no, Jelly once again taken down, and Heinen comes out to get rid of Tox as well. Rez not in play, go outside, asserting himself on proceedings here as he picks up a double. Stalker's like, remember me? Not anymore.
Yeah, Stalker popping the ult and then like immediately jumping off the map to reset because while he was primal animation was happening, he lost 3 players.
Yeah, that's super unlucky actually.
The life of a tank player is pain. And,
yeah,
designed by Jeff.
It's like a goalkeeper in football.
Wow, Vertigo just getting absolutely shredded while trying to walk out of the way for this map ult.
Yeah, Resurrection burn, but a lot of ultis in favor of Enigma. That window, buying 15 seconds for his team, and look at that aggressive play. Nano Boost now onto Stalker, looking to get aggressive into this ultimate Minitech. Gonna play main tank once again, and it's looking much better for them now as Enigma finally punched their way through this Team Gaming defense. It's just the Baptiste left on the point, and he's not long for this as well. A celebratory Rhino ultimate from Minitech. It's gonna push Enigma through this first point.
Yeah, and we see swaps coming out immediately from the side of Team Gaming, noticing that Clown Comp not working, swapping up to a more traditional dive. The only one they're keeping is the Bob on Trizzle, which, honestly, Bob, one of the better ults in Overwatch. I can't blame them.
Yeah, and Ash makes a lot of sense for this exact reason we're seeing right here. She can kind of set up on the parapet and put the damage down. Here comes Bob. Yeah, there he goes. He gets into the mix there, putting a lot of damage in. No kills coming out for either team just yet. Bit of a slow-paced team fight, but both teams getting aggressive. Jelly Doodle. That's what he's been looking for. He takes down Godside. Trizzle drops his wall now. So Enigma, this is what they need to do. Get this Streets phase done as quickly as possible. We saw how you can get stalled out here in their defense against Team Gaming. So they want to get through here as quickly as they
Stalker
can.
isolated. Can you get out? Yes.
Oh no. Jelly Doodle's been shutting down Godside on the second point so far.
Yeah, Jelly Doodle's sitting up with this Ash and just dominating these long sightlines, not allowing the dive players to set up for a proper. We see Trizzle's also swapped off his Ash and onto a Genji for the dive.
Yeah. Seems like they want to go all out aggression here from Team Gaming, and I'm all for it. I think if you're a young squad, you can play like this and just put the pressure on and force them to play around you. Stalker taken down, Tox under pressure, pulse bomb at the radio for Godside. Is he going to put into Vertigo? He does throw it down. Does he get the kill? No, he doesn't. Minitech stand up here. Angry Monkey, the 1000 HP plus the 200 from the Echo somewhere inside there. But oh, sleep onto Minitech into the hole. Metal Snow carrying his team with a single shift press.
And now we see the Team Gaming set up on this like very hard to attack into like final push on point 2. However, I think the key ultimate we should be all looking at here is actually JD Doodle's Bob. And if you contest the point from so far away while allowing your team to be safe.
Yeah, that's going to be key here as they push through. Almost at the point here is Enigma, double doors, ready to go. Nice work from Godside. He shuts down Jelly before the Bob can even think about appearing. Stalker, nano boosted up though. He's going to try and make sure that that pick has as little effect as is possible on Enigma's chance of winning this team fight. Now they can push forward. Vertigo pushing, trying to get rid of the mech, and she does just that. And it looks like Enigma, a great start from Godside, not quite enough to carry his team through the team fight.
Yeah, and here we see again our fabled last point. 2 Winstons, both getting ult at the exact same moment. Yes.
Wow, literally. Photo finish there.
And both of them gonna be holding on to these ults instead of swapping to the Reinhardt for the final point.
Oh, grab comes out now. That's a big one. Not enough damage mitigation there to keep them alive as Jelly Doodle commits his ultimate. Didn't need it to cap second, and now it's a really a tough position for Team Gaming. And Bubbles picks up a double there. That might be exactly what his team needs. Is he going to make it a triple? Not quite, but he pulls out the duplicate. Can they regroup in time? They don't have as much space as a full completion here on the side of Team Gaming, so they need to be careful. Oh, Godside needs to be careful.
Why was Vertigo not bubbling Stalker?
I'm guessing she didn't have it.
What happened to my moniker I made up?
Oh no! James with the double kill there, doing his best trigger happy impression. Actually, I think Trigger's quite well known for the trigger bombs. Gets a double kill there, and that completely lets the steam out of this and allows Team Gaming just to regroup and set up once again.
Nanoblade online for the side of Team Gaming. He's going to be there when condition here. Nothing really on the side of... absolutely nothing on the side of Enigma here. 30% to a grab, that's not the thing.
Oh, good wall from Minitech. You said there was nothing but the wall. Keeps the team alive for just a little bit. Immortality Field as well, doing a good job of helping the team, but he gets that double pick onto Vertigo and Tox, and that should be enough. It's going to give space for Godside to push up. D-Mech onto James, that's a huge problem. Does he come forward and jump off the map? He should. Yeah, he does. Good work from him. But they've set up quite quickly again on Enigma.
Yeah, I think they knew they were disadvantaged in this fight, having just swapped a bunch of heroes, and they just wanted to be the quickest loss possible. And you can see Trizzle swapping onto Reaper and Bubble swapping onto the proper main tank Reinhardt for this last brawly fight. This is going to be the promised last fight on the point.
Yeah.
This one is it.
big shatter from Stalker. He put so many on the back, but they haven't found any picks. Defensive play from Stalker. He's taking too much damage, but Tox has found that pick and getting rid of that Reaper might end up being key. The charge onto Vertigo. Can they get the kill? No, they can't. Great work from Safi to keep Vertigo from going down. And Team Gaming, they have the advantage now. Enigma had the advantage. Spawn's favorite Team Gaming, but Enigma are the ones getting the picks. And Minitic has done an incredible job of building up to this ultimate. Can he get it down? Or he gets the grab out. Sorry, that's Vertigo's grab. Going down to get the pick onto Tox. They're getting all the picks they need to. It's just Bubbles left on the point. Whoever's going to join him. Oh, nice healing from Metals. No, oh no, that's not what you want to see. He gets frozen up. He gets taken down. And Enigma take a 2-0 victory.
Extremely well played last two fights from Enigma. They're realizing that they were the authors advantage after swapping with like a minute and 20 on the clock. And they instantly swap off to, just taking the loss quickly. And then the next fight, playing it slow enough to charge up their ultimates to try and take a longer fight on the point in overtime, which worked perfectly.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from Enigma there. And I think the stronger team coming out on top. But I feel like my excitement over Team Gaming is justified. I think they showed today that there is a lot that they can work with going forward. They're a strong team. Fourth place here is a seriously strong result that we'll be looking back on throughout the year. But it is going to be Enigma taking the victory there, 2-0, 1,000 Rand in the pocket. A good way to start the season off.
Yeah, nuggies all around for Team Enigma today. They're eating me tonight.
Unless they're vegetarians, I don't know enough about Enigma's players. So well played to them. That is going to be it for our fourth place matchup. But obviously, it's not over yet. There's one more big match to go. That is our grand finals, which we'll be following up after this in about 20 minutes or so. So guys, don't go anywhere. Mettlestate Overwatch Super Cup. I've been Sun Phoenix. He's been Defect. And we'll see you for the grand finals in just a few minutes.
time on our hands, so we've been looking at ourselves too much. It's like if anybody meets your demands, you get embarrassed and you start to blush. When everyone's opinions are wasted, it's getting too complicated. What's this notion of a civil life? Do you think that we're ever gonna get it right? I don't understand how it is what we planned could ever go so wrong. So I guess if we give it just a little time, then we'll know if it's ever worth another try. It's a line in the sand, it's a final stand, so why'd it take so long? I dare to say these problems are your problems. Please stop telling me you got them. Is it fair to say that we're not in this together when we're sorted into these columns? I can't change the world. What if I could? It's not all about looking good. What's this notion of a civil life? Do you think that we're ever gonna get it right? I don't understand how it is what we planned could ever go so wrong. So I guess if we give it just a little time, then we'll know if it's ever worth another try. It's a line in the sand, it's a final stand, so why'd it take so long? Don't hold your breath, gotta stay set first, doing our best till there's nothing left. We're tired but we're better when moving, my dear. No, there's nothing to fear, hold that smile from ear to ear in memory of the people we're losing. I can't change the world. What if I could? It's not all about looking good. What's this notion of a simple life? Will we ever know what to do? Don't think that we're ever gonna get it right. If we listen to the What's this notion of a civil life? Do you think that we're ever gonna get it right? I don't understand how it is what we planned could ever go so wrong. So I guess if we give it just a little time, then we'll know if it's ever worth another try.
again. I'm jumping through hoops, so you don't have to. Making you smile as long as I can. Storm clouds are coming, and it's best if you prepare. But if we get tomorrow, I promise I can try. Give you love to borrow, if just to get us by. And sometime when you're ready, I'll soften up the blow. Our love was never made to last, and I don't wanna give you back to hold on to. To hold on to. To hold on to. Too many takers, not enough give. I let you hear music and covered your bruises. So if we get tomorrow, I promise I can try. Give you love to borrow, if just to get us by. Sometime when you're ready, I'll soften up the blow. Our love was never made to last, and I don't wanna give you back to hold on to. To hold on to. To hold on to.
So relax. 3 minutes on the clock here. Tough defense is. Okay, dude.
Very early, just trying to maybe zone up a little bit. Now we see the ground coach, so he's going to pick up a couple. Enigma bomb cleaves through with 4. Come in, they feel a bit stronger on.
Love that one.
Will be mainly attached to the Mercy here.
Oh, he spots him out. Now Yippee comes out and that is it. 3 kills.
Don't worry about Blur. Blur has replicated fast and has gone the other way around.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, grand finals time. We have made it. 5 games casted today. All of them have been stellar, and I'm excited to bring you the last one alongside Defect, the Overwatch Super Tournament. How have you found things so far, Defect?
Oh, these have been such an amazing day for Overwatch. It's just been close game after close game, nail biters. overtime finishes. It's just been an excellent day to showcase what we have to offer at Overwatch in South Africa.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Mettlestate, of course, for putting on the Overwatch Super Cup. As you say, it's been a really awesome day. So it's a short thing, you know, one day, best of threes, just kind of racing on through. But we've got to experience a ton of good Overwatch and get our first look at all the new Overwatch teams. Some standout performances we weren't expecting, like Team Gaming, very impressed with. And of course, stalwarts like Enigma, a new team with a lot of old faces, and Beasty Boys and the Randburg Fire Department, who we're going to look at now. Before we jump into that, let's take a look at the bracket for the last time, as we've been doing throughout the day here. And it is Randburg Fire Department taking on the Beastie Boys for our grand finals. And looking at the path these two teams to have taken defect, it paints a very different picture for the two of them.
Yeah, Beastie Boys, those are the words. They've had quite the trial by fire, taking off what I would say is the other two teams in the top four on their way into the grand final here. Whereas Randburg Fire Department, they've not had that same warm-up. They've played against Bangolans who, no offense to them, they're just not on the level of these like top 500 players. And team Gaming the same. Just like they can put up a fight, but it's not going to be the same challenge as your OGs and your Enigmas going up against the Beastie Boys. So the Beastie Boys, their steel has been tempered. They've been forged in the fires of the very best. Whereas the Randburg Fire Department have put out dry fires for the most part. Nothing on the scale of the wildfire that that the Beastie Boys had to face. So I'm super excited to see what's going to happen. Of course, the Randburg Fire Department filled with one of my bestest boys, Aquatic, so I have to choose them for my favorites. So
okay, well, we'll come to predictions later on, Defect. Hold your horses there. But yeah, it's been a different path for these two teams. But I mentioned it last map. Fatigue, is that going to become an issue here? Beastie Boys have been working super duper hard since they played. Now, they have had about an hour of downtime as we watched the third, fourth place match, where they could kind of regroup. They're a team who's not really putting a lot of pressure on themselves to perform either, but they're going to want to win this match. This is a rematch from the 80K Overwatch Tournament finals from last year with 50K on the line, 20K went to the winner, who was 80K, who came out with a 4-0 victory that time around. So it's going to be a question of whether Beastie Boys feel like they can take this one. You think there's going to be more skin in the game here for them, Defect?
Yeah, I think there's definitely a matchup for all the marbles, but then for like an element of pride as well. Like this is a rematch for the climax of last year's Overwatch. So super excited to see how the teams fare. But again, these teams, they're so experienced. These are the top of the top from last year. I don't think like fatigue or mental games is that big of an issue for them. They've dealt with this. They have strong leadership. They have cool heads. They've played for hours and hours in tournaments on end without having to break a sweat, without cracking under that pressure. So I think we'll see, especially after this hour break, both of these teams at their finest.
Yeah, I think you're probably right about that. And there have been best of threes as well, not the best of fives that we're used to. So not quite the same amount of stress levels for as long a sustained period of time. But looking forward here at these two teams, just to remind you guys, or just to point something out, it is a best of three, not a best of five. So going to be a short grand finals, but that means every team fight, every match, every map matters as much as possible. You can't drop anything here, or you're going to run out of opportunities to equalize and take the win. So a lot on the line here. 2,500 Rand to the winner, 1,500 to the loser. So 1,000 Rand difference here for the winning team. That's a lot of cash to play for just a Saturday game, more than we're used to. So looking forward at the squads here, let's take a look at Randburg Fire Department. Since we haven't seen them yet, we can chat about them for a little bit. It is going to be some very familiar faces. We mentioned the 80K squad, not identical. A few notable missing players. I am Condi here, formerly of BC Boys, so a bit of a grudge match there as well.
Yeah, and on the main tank as well, not his main role. I think we saw him sub in last year at some point on the main tank, because Beastie Boys also had a bit of a rotating or a slot in that. But usually not known for his main tank play, usually more of a tracer player.
Yes, but I think for the last year or so, he's been focusing on that main tank. He spent some time away from the South African community, focusing his exploits on EU, and I think he was focused on DPS there. I stand to be corrected, but I know he's been doing a lot of the main tank. Sorry, he's been focused on tank there. So he's been doing a lot of main tank. In the off tank position, it is Dizzy, of course, a member of that championship winning 80k squad from last year. Then you've got 20 on the hit scan there. Again, a member of that squad. Like Luke on the flex support, also a member of that squad from last year. Gutbuster, former manager of that team and substitute as well. So a lot of that old 80k color here. But you mentioned him earlier, and a key addition to the squad is going to be that Tracer man right there, Aquatic.
Yeah, formerly of OG and then formerly of 2CP as well. The man's been around the scene, you know. And Aquatic, he's my child, he's my son. I've fed him baby formula when he was but a wee little plat, all the way up to the pushing GM player that he is today. So a man close to my heart, and I'm really looking forward to see how he plays today, but also how he fits into this team that has 2 hit scan specialists. Are we just going to see Ash and Widow or something like that going out of the gates?
Well, we know that Aquatic has some skill on the projectile. We've seen him excel on heroes like Pharaoh, for example. So we know he can flex that muscle, but he's not quite the projectile master that some other players in the scene are. You know, you look at a guy like Mito. You put him on any of the projectile heroes, he's going to dominate. And we've seen him do that today already. So there's going to be a question of how they play that. It's going to be a question of how Randburg Fire Department play in general. Obviously, a bit of a mean squad. In the sense that they're not a put-together team of practice. They're just a team full of extremely strong players who obviously have a history of playing together, but they haven't been scrimming, they haven't been pushing like that. So it's going to become a question of Beasty Boys who, for the first time since we've seen them, are comparatively the more practiced and synergized team. It's going to be interesting to see what Randburg Fire Department bring to the party here. But let's take a look at their opponents once again. Third time we're going to be taking a look at this team, so we know them quite well by now. Riposte and Visions on the main tank for Beastie Boys. Nito, not on the DPS. Squishy and Wallace on the supports. A lot of firepower here, but Nito has been the one stepping up today.
Yeah, being on that projectile player and seeing him, like, especially on that Farah, I think he's going to have his work cut out for him if he chooses to play Farah against 20 and Aquatic, both of the more prolific hit scans in South Africa. I'm going to see if he instead sticks to that McCree or maybe the Torbjorn that he's been swapping onto when the Farah is not working out for him, and see how that matches up against what Randburg Fire Department has on offer.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. We are ready to jump into our first map here, which is going to be Nepal. Now, that is, of course, a control map, best of 3, as you can see here. It'll be followed up by Numbani, and hopefully, if we need the tiebreaker, we'll head over to Navana. Now, Nepal, like all control maps, is a kind of set of different scenarios with different strengths and weaknesses in each one. But on this one, isn't that obvious brawl map like they are on some of the other maps where the brawl comp is going to get a ton of value? And I think we're going to see some creative plays from Randburg Fire Department, especially because Beastie Boys have been surprisingly meta today.
Yeah, they've been here and there swapping onto like comfort picks and stuff, but mostly like keeping to a meta that we saw in contenders very recently, like being conscious of that meta, which I think we'll probably see less meta consciousness from the Randburg Fire Department going forward, as they are just like a bunch of lads playing the game together.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Of course, as we mentioned, I'm back. Welcome, everybody. You lost us for a moment there. Randburg Fire Department are seasoned veterans, so even if they haven't been practicing recently, 4 of these players have been on the best team in the country, that worked the hardest in the country, that pushed the hardest and got the results. So they're used to playing as a unit for the most part, with a few extra faces in there. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can bring that together here.
Yeah, and I think we'll see again a mechanics difference, but this time in the direction of the Randburg Fire Department, having 4 DPS players, 2 of them not playing DPS, but having that mechanical skill just ready to go. It's going to be a great match, and I'm really excited to see what happens.
I'm super excited to see as well. I'm excited to see if Beastie Boys are going to approach us with some kind of, zeal, some energy, because you get the feeling they kind of take it easy for the most part. Backs against the wall, they just kind of carry through with a relaxed attitude. But this is a map that we want to see them win. We see the tweet here from Aquatic. Guys, don't forget, #ZA Overwatch. get your tweets in soon because there's not much left of the broadcast. But if you use that hashtag, you can get in on stream. Quatic, they're just remarking on something we mentioned earlier. The brackets kind of favored Randburg Fire Department going all the way through. And this is going to be their first test of the tournament.
And the first balls of the tournament as well.
Yeah, we've had a very good day, actually, come to think of it.
Yeah, but, nothing can go perfectly for either.
True.
Like excited to see what they roll out on, although I am always hesitant to trust the comps that you see on the preparing to attack phase. Hopefully we see some ball on this map specifically going into Shrine where there is that boop potential. Although, according to sources, the ball nerf that's live now, the boop reduction, does actually remove the ability for ball to boop people off the point unless he has the double boop. So.
Okay, we will just be jumping back in here. Skins were left on, which is not part of the competitive rule set.
Yeah, we are disallowing skins as a standard just because some of the years have just weird stuff out there, guys.
Yeah, and we've had issues occasionally in the past where certain skins are bugged with some effects having a different effect on the game. It's just easier and better for everyone just to have the skins off and more fair.
Yeah, so we're just waiting for the moderators to sort all of this out, and then we're heading back.
For all this experience in the lobby, apparently none of these people have ever hosted a server before, hosted a lobby, because
it's quite questionable there that they're waiting for hundreds of hours of scrim practice, of tournament games, and then they get stumped here in the gates by the lobby.
Oh, everything gets rusty, right? Including starting a lobby. So, yeah, we're just gonna wait for the guys to get back into it. But it is gonna be Nepal. From what we know about Beastie Boys, do you think Nepal? We started on Sanctum there. Do you think Sanctum is the kind of map that's really gonna play into Beastie Boys' strengths?
Well, we don't know what we're gonna start now because the lobby is getting rebooted. But
true.
I do think Sanctum does tend to play out more as a DPS favorite, like mechanics map, than something like, say, Village, where you rely more on your tanks. So I'm excited to see like what if we do see snipers on the sort of wide open, or maybe a soldier or something like that, or if they're going to stick to their more like I think a spoiler, we might be seeing a bit of Tracer coming out from one of the teams, hopefully. But Son, who do you have to win?
It's a tough one because we haven't seen Randburg Fire Department. But I was always hot on that ATK squad being the best, working the hardest, and getting the results. And I think that's going to carry through here. I think Condi is not enough of a downgrade from Bandit to pull them down. And even without the practice, sorry, I know that's a swear for you. But I think... let me just be clear. I think he's not enough of a downgrade from Bandit. I still think Bandit is better, based on the 0 games we've seen of Condi so far. But I think that the kernel at the center of that team is too strong. The skill is too high, and I think if Beastie Boys was Beastie Boys' skill with ATK from last year's work ethic, I'd go Beastie Boys 1,000,000,000% of the time. 100 games out of 100. But because these are both kind of iffy teams in terms of how much effort they put in to being the best, and it's just a big part of it is their built-in understanding of the game and mechanics that's carrying them through. I think I'll favor the team with more of that, in my opinion, which is Randburg.
Yeah. Like a lot of there's no way in Overwatch to train your mechanics without also accidentally training your game sense. And, even the best like aim locking tracer in the world still needs to know when to use a pulse bomb or how Winston dive works, things like that. So loading back in, we see we're on the Village today, which I would mention is a bit more tank favorite than Shrine. So let's hope we see some interesting tank play coming out of the Riposte and Condi on the main tanks. Yeah,
we're gonna have to wait and see here. Condi is Francesco here. Francesco here. I believe so, under a bit of a different name here. Otherwise, MT is
Visions.
These people must just play on their main accounts.
Yeah.
As you can see there, a reminder, guys, Jelly Doodle playing, just putting out a tweet there, hashtag ZA Overwatch, just saying thanks to his team and being quite happy with this performance. And you can't really blame him. Third place for Enigma. It's about where we expected them to end up, given the relative strengths of some of the other teams.
Yeah, I think if the bracket broke differently, we could have seen them in the finals here, and maybe if them. But these rapid fire, like one day winner takes all single competitions, they're a nice start off to a season of Overwatch for South Africa.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they'll for sure be happy with how things played out, and I think most teams will be, because of how the bracket played out, and because of the fact it's single elim. You kind of take what you can get for the most part. Compositionally here, ball hog, oh my goodness. Visions immediately going to open up proceedings here for the Beasty boys on the blue side. He's going to get another hook in here onto Dizzy. Can they clean that up? No, they can't. He, of course, has spent many hours playing with Seven, so he knows a thing or two about a good road dog, and he's going to try and emulate his former teammate here. That said, though, Randburg are the ones set up on the point.
Yeah, I think they know that the strength of their comp is that they can just sit like a block behind the round shield onto the point and force the other team to slowly pick away at them until they can get inside.
Ooh, Aquatic here on the Tracer, 20 on the McCree. So 2 hit scan here, but a flanker in the form of Aquatic just to take the pressure off 20 potentially. And so far, Randburg is looking a little bit alarmingly like ATK versus Beastie Boys from last year.
Yeah, we hope. To be fair, Beastie Boys was the only team to ever take a map off ATK.
It's true.
In the finals. I think 2CP might have taken a map off them at some point.
It was in the semi-finals. They took one map. They took a map off them in the semis, and they drew Volskaya in the grand finals.
Yeah, which that's the kind of margins you're looking for when you're playing against a team that has as cracked as ATK.
Yeah, pretty much. Really untouchable. But this is not ATK. We keep comparing them because they're so similar, but it's not quite the same as... There we go. Mito finds an opening, takes down 20, best hit scan in the country. Maybe not anymore. We'll have to wait and see as Dizzy looks to put the pressure onto the ball. Gets out of it just by the skin of his teeth, but they have lost vision, and the clock is ticking away. Mito isolates a little bit here. Aggression comes through. They're going to have to pop the transcendence to keep him up, or good sound barrier to keep it things in play here, but the point has been flipped, so now we're playing on the Beastie Boys time. Shadow comes down, combat with the self-destruct. They get the kill. 1 to 2 players there. Empty, aka Vision's on the point though. He finds 2 kills of his own and they are in control. So if this fight gets drawn out for much longer, they'll be happy to take it that way. Empty putting in great work here on the point. What if this isn't Vision's? What if this is actually Deeper? Because he is on the squad. Maybe they were just saving him for the grand finals. We'll try and get that confirmed because it just occurred to me now. But we have to wait and see if we can get a confirmation of that. Riposte has his ultimate available here for the next fight.
Yeah, and that Road Dog, like solo killing half the team, just does make the difference when you're trying to, maintain control of the point as long as possible with this stationary comp that the fire department's playing.
Ooh, here comes it. Oh my god, what a great combo from the 2 tanks. Riposte lays them up, Empty puts them down. Great work from the Beastie Boys tank line here. They have lost a lot of players though. Better ult economy from the red team as they look to push forward now and get that kill onto the Ash. Yes, he does. 20. He's not going to miss those kinds of shots. Point is a bit of a minefield here, but there's still enough space for the red team to get action on the point. Oh, Hooks comes in, doesn't get anything, gets taken down by 20 once again, and Randburg gonna take control.
Yeah, and Empty really trying to pull his weight there, but I think the Diva had his number, and a little help from the Tracer was just irrelevant that whole fight.
Yeah, unfortunately. Oh, Aquatic. Can I just make sure there's no sneaky back cap here for the Beastie Boys as they look to try and recap this point with 90% on the clock. Oh, hooked in. 2 kills quickly for the Beastie Boys. 69, very nice percent on the clock, but the point is still in favor of Randburg Fire Department. Empty going to come on the back here with his ultimate. He gets the hook in, gets a shot up with good self-defense matrix from this. Is going to prevent that from getting the kill, but they have flipped the point here, and there's still 3 people alive, so the clock's going to tick up quite a bit before the next team fight even starts. Finally, the team fight is over, and with just 20% left, it's looking a bit dire for ATK here.
Yeah, and that stagger onto Dizzy is...
oh my god!
Very rough.
Hook.
Very likely I'll have to take the last fight without Dizzy here.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not going to have time to come back. He's not even respawned yet.
Oh, Onion comes out here, putting the pressure on, just zoning for now. Shadow on the point, hasn't found anything, not quite. Neither does the High Noon. The Frost, though, he will drop first in this team fight. Transcendence comes in now, keeping the team healthy. High Noon takes down Mito. Some McCree on McCree action there, and 20 comes out on top, not for the first time in his life, I'm sure. And just going to back up here, heal up Squishy onto Aquatic. That's a very critical duel to win for Beastie Boys. If they can win that repeatedly, that's going to set them up well here. But the point has flipped, but I rather get the sense that Beastie Boys are ahead in this team fight. They've got more kills, they've got the ultimates, they've got the positioning, they've got Riposte on the point with the minefield, and he's cleaning up nicely here. Ball comes in, taken down straight away, point flips back, and Beastie Boys take control.
Yeah, definitely got the win there, and I think this is a tank play difference. It feels just like every time, like this, whoever this mysterious masked stranger called Empty is, he seems to be doing quite a lot of the work here. And
Okay.
No, so we got confirmation that Visions is not Empty, so we can assume that it's Bebo.
I'm checking. No, who is it?
The mysterious masked stranger continues. He's our secret weapon.
Oh, is he? I don't trust. I hate these people. I don't trust them. I don't trust anything they say. I don't know what's going on.
Can't trust the Beastie Boys here. They are known fudgers of the truth.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see who. I mean, we'll never know. We'll have to make a play of the game, and then he'll have to reveal his identity. Let's see if he performs up to that standard as Riposte comes in on the ball here. Oh, he's found a Sombra, a sneaky Sombra. He's going to spot that one up. That's quite a nice spot. Puts them under a bit of pressure on the side of Randburg here.
I do really like this Sombra pick from Aquatic here. You can put a lot of pressure onto Roadhogs and Wrecking Balls with a Sombra. So, busy finding Mito early in the fight.
Yeah, very important pick there. It's a lot of damage off the table here. 20, gonna have to pick up the slack here on the McCree, but ooh, gets taken out by Aquatic. Nice work from Randburg Fire Department. Two important picks there, taken down, but Aquatic can end up paying with his life here. The tank's been such a nuisance. Get out of here, Dizzy, into the hole. That's such a big pick from Empty. I'm flipping convinced it's Mito, but anyways. Sorry, it's Beeper. As they push forward now, really resilient team fight from the blue team as they flip things back in their favor after a tough start to this team fight.
Yeah, and eventually finding them mopping up here from for all the kills of the hook and the pit, mercilessly swallowing up anyone dropped into it. I'm quite excited to see what this Sombra ends up having to actually EMP. This team doesn't seem to play that together. I see their supports going off on flanks on their own all the time, and they're playing very split.
Yeah, they are, but I mean, who cares, right? Mito just gonna kill everybody, take everyone down, just all by himself, pretty much. Nice work from him, just to secure that team fight. Ultimate's looking pretty even here, but Beastie Boys are coming up on a lot.
Yeah, and although the ults are slowly trying to sort of trickle in for the side of the Randburg Fire Department, so hopefully they can make good use of them if they can point here.
That looked big. Shadow comes out, drops a couple here. Can they get the cleanup? They get Empty down. That's one of the carries out. Mito, the other carry potentially out. The bomb to clean it up. A lot of committed ultis though. The High Noon over the top as well. So a good team fight for Randburg, but a bit expensive, you'd have to say, as they have to clean up. Not over yet though, Squishy making a nuisance of himself in the backline. Can they just get that clean up? The immortality field to make it even more annoying. Aquatic, there we go. Cleaned up by Luke on the front line. And that's going to be the flip bet. Almost a nice 68% up on the board for the Beastie Boys.
Yeah, one ultimate apiece on both sides is the main support ult coming out. So hopefully you'll see after that flurry of Qs who actually comes up on top now. It is more of a neutral fight.
I think I'd rather have the sound barrier here, right? If you had to pick.
I think the fights take so long. I don't know if the sound barrier will provide enough long-term value to. So surely they get a pick here off the sound barrier rush, but the Mercy ult only ends now.
Yeah, well, even fights so far, no team with an obvious advantage. Nice to play from Randburg, but didn't quite get all the picks they needed as the Beastie Boys fight back. Oh, Dizzy, he's putting the team on his back. Thought of as one of the weaker players on an extremely star-studded lineup, but he's showing up here as we've seen him do in the past on the Diva.
Yeah, he's really carrying the weight here of at least his own, probably the rest of his team as well. Providing quite a lot of value of that more aggressive diva than we saw that come out from someone like the Queen of Peel Vertigo.
Yeah. Sorry, go for it.
Yeah, playing much more of the fast tracer than.
Yeah. Oh, and speaking of which, on top of the battery, the alt battery, they're empty, taking down Mito though, fires back, gets rid of the main support, but I'd rather have the Road Dog than the Lucio here. If I had to pick, Riposte especially going down as well. It's not going to make this an easy team fight for the Beastie Boys. Point in favor of Randburg Fire Department, 95% now as they look to close out this map. Oh, there we go, Aquatic with the Death Blossom finds one, tons of damage onto others to clean them up. Monkey back in the mix here, but I'd love to be a Reaper in this situation. The Boop Riposte, no! Get back here, sent off the map, made him look like a fool.
Yeah, getting your power driver's poop is one of the biggest skill tests I've ever watched.
Yeah. Oh.
1-1.
So yeah, definitely a back and forth match here. Like this is close enough for it to be quite sweaty. This is the quality of Overwatch I want to see. Like people are picking, counter picking. This is not. There's no real structured meta happening. People are just playing their comfort picks, and honestly, it's a glorious mess. I can't get enough.
Yeah, it is a glorious mess here, but as you say, comfort picks are the name of the game here, especially looking at that empty Road Dog. Clearly a player who feels comfortable on that hero, seems to be getting a ton of value as well, and the key might be to focusing him down, making sure he can't get the value. Similarly, on the other side, Aquatic seems to just be playing support for 20 here. Keep 20 up, he'll be able to put down the damage.
As I understand that from talks I've had with many of 20's teammates, is that he prefers to play the more resource-intensive carry role, where his other DPS is much more left to sort of fend for themselves.
Yeah, and we saw that in ADK in the past with Sponge being more of a utility solo player, less resource-intensive player, while 20 gets the pocket and 20 puts on the damage. But they're going to take control of the point here. Randburg, good positioning, but a little bit down in numbers, I think. Although, no, they've got some reinforcements coming in empty. Needs to be careful here under pressure. There comes the High Noon. A nice combo there. They do end up taking down one, but empty pays with his life. So a messy team fight, also a good combination. This is annoying to watch. The boss gonna make a nuisance of himself, gonna fail on out now with the help of the Mercy Pocket. Oh, but they've lost two all of a sudden. Suddenly the team fight swings in their favor. Past that nuisance that he's making is a bit more of a nuisance, a bit more of a nightmare, actually, as it turns out. The two DPS, though, of Randburg are forcing them back, but yeah, they're just going to go down here. Points likely to get switched.
We've seen this now for the third time in a row, where Randburg Fire Department take the point early in the fight, and then even if they lose one or two, they secure the point, and it's so hard to dislodge them. They gain sometimes only like 10%, but in this case up to 40% of the point cap, just by capping it early and then not actually winning the fight. Before they need to be dislodged. You see here the Randburg Fire Department rushing in again. Into Big Slam coming out from the side of...
Lots of ultis being used here.
Sun is back.
Yes, I'm back. Sorry about that. Randburg Fire Department, they're putting in a ton of work with their ultimates. They're a really expensive team fight for both sides, but at the end of it all, somehow, still quite a bit to play with here. 3 ultis apiece, almost 4 on the side of Randburg Fire Department, but they're in control of proceedings now. Aquatic, needs to be careful, just going to back out there. Death Blossom at the ready. So next team fight could be explosive again.
Death Blossom, High Noon, and the Beat. And I honestly think a Beat High Noon combo, there's nothing along the lines of a shield here. The only counter they have is to kill the McCree. So 20.
And any shield they did have just got removed from the game. They're empty, going down, unfortunately, as Aquatic and Co get aggressive and take them squishy as well. Now the clock is ticking, 70%. We're heading into last fight territory here.
Yeah, and a healthy alt bank for the Randburg Fire Department here. No tank alts on either side, but this Zarya alt was looking like the win condition coming in for the previous fight, but they just didn't get any charge throughout that entire fight.
Yeah, struggling a bit there. Oh, there we go. Aquatic. He gets the death blossom. He takes down 2 and an immortality field to boot. Wallace tries to get out of there, but gets taken down. Mito, by some miracle, manages to get onto the point and flip it with the help of Riposte, but they're both dealt with swiftly after the rest of the team has fallen. And Randburg Fire Department in firm control. 5 seconds left. Is anybody going to get in here? It doesn't look like it. Is he going to get in just barely? No, Squishy taken down, and Randburg Fire Department will take a 1-0 lead.
What a back and forth match. This was excellent Overwatch. Ultimates flying, and then like I think we had one fight that had 11 ults or something like that. This has been quite the. You can see that this is the highest caliber of meme Overwatch South Africa has offered.
Highest caliber of meme Overwatch. Doesn't look like meme Overwatch in any effect, but
I haven't seen a meta comp since last game.
That's true. But we also haven't seen much Nepal today at all, and it seems to be a bit of a funny map. And with someone like Empty in the map, whose hero pool doesn't seem to overlap very nicely with the meta, it's a bit tough for them to play the meta. Maybe it's going to be interesting to see how things play out. What are your takeaways from that map, though?
Close game. Definitely the skill difference between the DPS is quite visible. Nothing against not Mito, but it does again feel like the tank of Empty and Riposte against the DPS of Aquatic and 20, or more than anything else. Where and this time it looks like the DPS are carrying, but that can change on a map-to-map basis depending on what's happening.
Yeah. It absolutely can. Heading into our next map here, it is going to be Numbani. Now, as you mentioned, we haven't really seen anything meta here, but from what we have seen, are you expecting this to play into either team's playstyle?
This map is, again, the first map seems to favor more dive heroes because of the prevalence of the high grounds, like longer range, like, Widowmakers, soldiers, even an occasional Torbjorn has a couple of good turret spots. But I think that what we really need to look out for is that the second and especially the third point, again, lend themselves to this more like Reinhardt static play with Azaria or something like that.
Yeah, we're going to have to. We haven't really seen much of that static play, though. Although, I guess on Village, we did see quite a bit of that at least from Randburg, who've been playing a more static, put-together style, actually.
Yeah. They've been leaning more on that Reinhardt, which does lead them to, if you're going against like the Hog and Ball, that you end up taking the point early and forcing the other team to remove you from it, because they tend to play on picks and disruption instead of taking space. Yeah.
I'm just verifying something quickly. Okay, yeah. Ferris is on the roster, and it is a player. And I don't know who this Ferris guy is. We'll have to get some
mad about that stranger.
Yeah, I'll have to wait and see. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna have to figure out who that is. Might be an international because they have no other internationals on the squad, so they could stick an international in there. But anyways, cool.
Doesn't Condi count as international? I think he's in the UK.
Is he in the UK? No, but he's on the other team anyway, so it doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure everybody else is based in South Africa. So yeah, bit of a weird thing there, but I mean, it's not helping them win here, right? Still struggling. Vision seemed to bring them a little bit more stability, and maybe he was a part of why they were playing these more meta compositions. But yeah, seems like with Empty and focus more on the Roadhog and that kind of thing.
Yeah. I think we should let's just play the game, see how it happens, and then discuss this count things afterwards.
Yeah,
reveal the masked stranger after they win.
Yeah, well, they have to win, don't they? They're down 0-1 at the moment. Randburg, it has to be said, we kind of alluded to the fact that they might be the sloppier of the two squads, but I mean, they've been looking super well put together so far this matchup.
Yeah, it does feel like they are leaning more towards their DPS players, like the Reinhardt exists just to make space, and instead of the star Roadhog Empty, like that it feels like the Beasty Boys are playing around, sort of much more structured on their tank. Like it feels they're much more anchored than the loose play that you see from the Randburg Fire Department.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see what is going to happen. So I'm like trying to do 4 things at once here.
Yeah, we're trying to sort out what's happening with our map status. But in the meanwhile, do we have any nice tweets there? Just a reminder, everyone to tweet hashtag ZA Overwatch.
Hashtag ZA Overwatch, guys. This is the grand finals of the Mettlestate Super Cup. So far, been a super exciting tournament, has to be said. I'm excited to see how this develops here. We're going to jump into the map in just a second here. Just sorting out a few things. It is going to be in Mbani, as you mentioned, a hybrid map, more like King's Row and Iconval. And we saw King's Row, Beasty Boys struggled a little bit, I think. But they looked much better on Iconval. And I think I get the sense that had more to do with their opponents than it did with anything with them. But do you think that's going to be something that plays into it here?
I think these like linear tank focused maps are more focused on your team play than it is focused on your mechanical skill. Where I feel like control points tend to devolve into the sort of like chaotic brawling.
Yeah, team deathmatch.
Yeah, just team deathmatch going like Reapers running around pressing alts on the enemy spawn door type of weirdness.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think the Beastie Boys has a more structured approach, at least in comparison to Randburg Fire Department. I think they've scrimmed. The Beastie Boys have had one scrim, which I don't think the Randburg Fire Department had at all.
No, I don't think so.
So it looks like one of our players is also having issues with their connection. So the DDoS is out in force, making sure Beastie Boys making sure that they can secure their win if the ping is on their side.
Yeah. We did start with a pause as well, so it seems like some people are having connection issues. But Defect, from that first game, give me a standout performer.
I really like 20 here. I feel like he was just there he goes. Out of the but I do feel 20 was the focal point of the Randburg Fire Department like game plan.
Yeah,
just keeping him up, like beating his high noons, playing around his stuns, things like that. He was the reason that the other heroes were picked around him, and you could see that from like heroes like Aquatic having to play much more independently, like going for health packs and not getting all the support that they want from the rest of their team and the tanks.
Yeah, and you can see Aquatic kind of set himself up to do that by picking heroes that could be a little bit more self-sustaining, like the Reaper, like the Sombra, and kind of move around on his own, put some pressure and do a lot of work. But he doesn't really need support from the healers specifically to succeed.
Yeah, it's not like a McCree who needs like a whole Secret Service security team like, pushing him in like the VIP so he can get a flash and a right click. So.
Although I have to say, 20 is not really a flash and a right click kind of McCree player. He's a click heads from mid range McCree player, and he does so better than almost anybody. Really hasn't lost any of his spark or talent from the one map we've seen so far. So on the side of Beastie Boys, any standouts?
Empty, the masked stranger, the one no one knows who he is.
The one who shares a very similar hero pool with Beeper.
Yeah, with Beeper. Who he's just, his road dogs seem to be omnipresent. The fights that he did when you see him get like 2 or 3 or 4 kills, I think I saw him miss one hook, and the rest of them were all hits. Like whenever Condi would turn his shield, the hook would go right behind it. And try to grab someone, whether it be Luke or Aquatic or anyone, just to get them out of the game. And he seems to be like this. He plays very like an anchor style. He would like take up a position somewhere on the map and just play it like a corner. And the rest of his team would like sort of rotate around that, like always knowing that the Hog provides this sort of area of relative safety. For them to exist in, or
is covering this particular area or flank, and they can kind of jimmy themselves around accordingly. So interesting clash of play styles here. Excited to get into it. 20 has rejoined the lobby now. I think we're about ready to head into Numbani here. Looks like it. Just a reminder, hashtag ZA Overwatch if you want to pipe in on what you're seeing on your screens. 2,500 Rand on the line here for the winning team, 1,500 for the loser. So everyone playing for money here, but you want those bragging rights more than anything.
Yeah, definitely, and also like just good Overwatch. You know, seeing all these old players return to the scene is warms my heart.
Yeah, it does. And seeing the effort the community's been putting into kind of pump up the tournament and make it feel super exciting. And it really has been super exciting. So guys, we have jumped now into Numbani. First point, a bit of a tough ask a lot of the time. Mito, on the Pharaoh, do you think we're going to see that here? Or do you think we're leaning more towards some more funky stuff?
I don't think Mito is going to risk the Pharaoh against Aquatic in 20. It's such a hard mode to play Pharaoh into those two, and I know his Pharaoh is probably capable of it, but you won't get that carry potential that you'll see just on like a Torbjorn. I say that, and he's picked the Pharaoh, so who knows? I, as a member of the secret league of Torbjorns, I know that Numbani A is a surprisingly good Torbjorn point.
Okay,
defensively. So I'm hoping to see, fingers crossed, a bit of the Bjorn come out here on the other side of him there when we switch sides. So
it wouldn't surprise me at all, especially if Aquatic's wanting to play this Tracer, having that turret to kind of track him down when he comes too close could be extremely valuable.
Yeah, and I like this. This is one of the few points we also see Soldier on the fence, where he just can sit. And I think this is the first time we're going to see the recoil change Soldier in a high level match in Overwatch.
Well,
South Africa.
Well, definitely in South Africa. Yeah. We haven't seen him at all today, which means this will be the first time we're seeing that. So it's going to be something interesting. You're going to come in over the top here, just pump in the damage with Wallace at his back, as per usual. A lot of aggression coming out of the tanks here. Look at the tracking from 20. Just trying to make sure Mito does not feel comfortable in the air. Oh my goodness. This dude has the same ping as you and I, and yet he's so much better. It's really depressing to watch and also extremely impressive. Just going to track down the opposing player here. Just going to try and make space for his team here. Is Francesco, aka Condi. I'm just trying to see. Yeah, it's a bit of a slow team.
Yeah, it's a pokey fight on both sides. We don't see a hard engage, even though there's the Winstons. They do play this more passive style, and Francesco just pick up 2 from the side of Condi.
Yeah, pretty good, but they've picked up a tick now on the side of Beasty Boys. Boston Co doing a good job, but Francesco is still in the mix here, almost at his ultimate. Might get it up now, gonna choose to bail out instead, just try to reset for his team. But yeah, they pick up a couple of quick kills there, courtesy of Not2. Has had kind of a quiet game so far, but let's start picking things up now as he gets a bit more comfortable.
He did manage to get the flashbang right-click teabag onto that's the exit kill on the Winston there, so
critical.
Things seem to be going well if that's the case.
Well, if any team is going to play with confidence, it's going to be these two teams, right? No matter what happens, they're still going to push like they're the best team in the world.
Yeah, I think the mentals on both sides is rock solid here. Ooh, Riposte, no!
Oh, Riposte taken down. That's not going to help things as his team looks to push the point forward. Francesco wins that battle out. Oh, ultimate here from Mito. A good bubble, going to keep him healthy for a while, but Aquatic going to punch through that and punch him down after getting that kill onto the Zarya. So good stabilization here from Randburg Fire Department, and this is a really, really awkward place to get stuck.
Yeah, interesting to see that Aquatic is now on the McCree and the 20 takes the Soldier here. If we work on the assumption that 20 is the better McCree, which I think is the case, that means that they think the Soldier is more valuable in this scenario than the McCree.
It could be, but it could also just be that he was already on the Soldier from the first point, where they wanted to run the Tracer alongside him and then kind of left him in a position where the McCree was.
Don't discredit my experience. My experience is like live on air, dude.
just offering an alternative. Okay, relax. 20 does pop the attack visor there just to force them back a little bit, but it's actually Randburg the ones who are getting forced back here. Beasty Boys have done a really good job of putting the pressure on them.
Yeah, and I seem to be lagging on healing on this Dizzy here. Eventually gets the
that's super awkward.
But the retake, a couple of ults going back and forth, and then we see the Nano Monkey again, a classic, a staple of this this Overwatch weekend.
Yeah, this time not Stalker and Fluffy, but Francesco and Luke instead. Luke also had a bit of a quiet game. Doesn't really need it to excel on that hero. We were used to seeing him light up the kill feed with the 2CP, but obviously as a flex support, you don't have quite the same impact like you do on the flex DPS.
Well, I mean, you say that and then you compare him to the likes of what we saw from Fluffy, that like very forward performance.
Yeah, true.
Not shy to appear in the kill field, but also just charging his ult like twice a fight, basically.
Yeah, that
big
is so
heat.
true. Oh, yeah. Nice work from Dizzy, eating the Dragon Strike there as Mito pumps the damage in from across the map, and Beastie Boys kind of need to make something happen here. The onus is on them to get the kills, get the push. That looks quite big. It does get empty, so a good start. 20 going to pick up the Baptiste as well. Oh, Aquatic and 20 playing together there just to mow them down from the high ground. The tanks can get aggressive now, just clean things up. Nice patient play from Randburg Fire Department.
I just imagine the mental of looking to your flank and seeing both Aquatic and 20 just pushing you from the side. That's just the scariest thing. Honestly, I'd wake up in a cold sweat after that.
Yeah, man. It's maybe if you could pick two hitscan DPS to have on the same team, you'd probably pick these two, right? In South Africa at the moment.
Oh yeah, I don't think anyone else I'd really. I wouldn't be unhappy. Let me put it that way.
Well, yeah. Ooh, nice sleep onto the ulted monkey there. Really unfortunate timing as Francesco gets aggressive here. Nice healing onto Mito here, preventing him from going down. Really good peel from the red team here as they look to keep their hopes alive. If they lose this map, they do go home 1,000 rand less than the winning team. So there's a lot to play for here, and it is a best of 3. So this map could potentially be the last match as Randburg Fire Department seem to be uncontested here.
Yeah, and you're seeing a lot of like pressure coming up onto the Mito. All right, well, no DPS for the Randburg Fire Department. Now you try and hold the point.
Yeah, two best hitscan in the country. Doesn't matter if they're not in the game. And Mito, let me make sure he gives his team that advantage. How are Randburg going to come back into this? It's going to be a super tough one. That's a good start. 5 out of time. Oh no! Dizzy with the double kill. He says, we don't need DPS. We have the Dizzy bomb. 20 is back in the mix now. That means Aquatic is as well. The Graviton combo though, going to make it very tough for them to contest. And with no tanks, this is going to be a super tough ask to ask all these squishy heroes to hold for Randburg Fire Department. So nice work from the Beastie Boys. A bit of a sloppy fight, but good work to cap that point in the end.
Yeah, close game. I think closer than they would have liked it to be, but you see the swaps coming from the DPS here. And the tank, you're going on to the Reinhardt. I really like the Reinhardt on the last point here. Again, it's more straight. You need that cover. There's not a lot of high ground. So
I also like Aquatic on the Reaper, just to put pressure on the tanks and just control the zone, make sure they can't do whatever they want. Sure, it's not that hard to play around the Reaper on the Winston, but it kind of makes it a little bit more complicated.
It has felt a bit like the tanks of the Beastie Boys have lagged in support from their supports, basically.
Yeah, does feel that way just a little bit. As Riposte, he's not lagging anything right now. He's going all guns blazing, or arms blazing as it were, to take down the opposing DPS as he buys his team a lot of space here, and Beastie Boys are rolling now nicely. A minute left on the clock here. Randburg's going to have to come up with something special here.
Yeah, well, at least we know that we can't get into a draw situation anymore.
Yeah.
Dizzy comes rolling out and just his whole team melting behind him.
Oh yeah, but they are with a pretty strong spawn advantage here, obviously, our Randburg Fire Department. So Aquatic gets taken down. That's a bit of a problem. Francesco dropping low. He's got the heal on his back, but he doesn't have that much HP to play with. He does go down in the end, empty with his ultimate. He's going to throw it down on the point, just clean up any stragglers. That Lucio don't want to bother dealing with him. Going to take him down in the grab, and that's a nice clean up. Nice momentum game from Beastie Boys, but I think you can be pretty happy with that as Randburg.
Yeah, 29 seconds left on the clock, not overtime, so no draw possible for us. It means more Overwatch. It's a good thing.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, theoretically, a draw could make it even more Overwatch, right? Because we'd get an extra control point. But yeah, no draw to play for here. They could still draw. What do you say?
Can they?
Yeah. If they get a full cap and neither team caps the second time around, then this is...
You are right. I am a big dumb.
I just waited what you were saying, and then I thought about it for half a second. I was like, no, wait, that doesn't make any sense.
I was checking out. I was just concerned about the capping of more than a minute.
Yeah. So yeah, Beastie Boys pushing through all the way to third point there, keeping their hopes alive, but it's going to be a tough ask to hold off Randburg Fire Department from very long. We saw how good they looked on second point, right? Capitulated a bit on third, but second point was they really showed how their team can perform if they, play to the style that they're comfortable with. And they're comfortable with a lot here. This is a different look completely from what we saw on the previous map.
Yeah, and although it's still a close game, like 30 seconds left on the clock, this is nothing to sneeze at. Both teams bringing their all in the last final. I would like to stress that we're not seeing the Tourbillon from Mito. We're seeing the Junkrat. So this will mean that Aquatic gets a much more free reign on that Tracer to run around.
Oh, that's not something you see very often out of Spawn. In a competitive game, I have not seen that in a long, long time. Aquatic's going to be kicking himself for losing out that time.
Yeah, we've seen the Mito tires being super crucial to the fight winning and swinging potential of the Beastie Boys. So giving him any amount of extra ult charge is never a good sign.
Yeah, and pushing this way into the Junkrat also seems like a fool's errand. And now they're going to back out here. You kind of have to go main or go all the way around the right-hand side as we look through the eyes of Mito here. If you're going to try and you can't just push through those chokes to get to the Junkrat.
Yeah, well, it looks like the tanks managed to get their way out.
Oh, okay. And there we go. Double kill, as we said, pushing through that choke. But maybe they've got enough here in the tank. Aquatic, he's taking revenge on Mito now. He's picked himself up a double. Both Wallace and Mito not contributing anything else in this fight as Dizzy drops on the other side. So quite an even fight here. But spawns do favor the defenders as Empty just deletes 20.
Yeah, and as the Randburg Fire Department reset here, we see Aquatic is sneaking out behind to maybe go annoy the spawners. Did they spot him out? It looks like they spotted him.
Yeah, he doesn't want to commit too much there. He's quite far away from his team. And if he gets caught out by 20 there, he's going to be pretty embarrassed, I think. Again, they're trying to push up this choke. It worked okay, but they lost 2 in the process last time around. No ticks gained as well. Pulse Bomb almost at the ready here for Aquatic. 60% might not seem like a lot, but that hero can charge it super quickly. There we go. He finds Empty. Needs to save the Mercy. Nice work. They trap up the Lucio of Gutbuster and they take him down. Now they look to get aggressive here. Aquatic not finding anything just yet, but it's 20 on the other side. Aquatic's just a red herring. The real carry is 20, as we've said so many times today already. They just need to get rid of that, get rid of one. Oh, Aquatic. Nice to that, but it's okay. They bought enough time for Randburg Fire Department to cap that first one.
Yeah, and he does get the close spawn, so still in the...
That's true,
Still in the fight. And we did see that Aquatic being that sort of distraction with Mito and Wallace following him all around the map instead of spamming the choke to deny the tanks the high ground, which ended up costing them the point, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Kind of gave them the space to push through. And Mito, though, he's heard what you said, and he says he's going to carry this team fight all by his lonesome. Not commits the high noon as well, and this should be a successful defense here. And if they can do what Randburg Fire Department did on their defense, they can burn quite a bit of time off.
Yeah, look, the Junkrat still is the press queue to win fight. It's just unstoppable. I don't know what the plan is to deal with it. Hopefully 20 can maybe snipe one, but with what we've seen coming out of the Junkrat.
Oh, speaking of sniping, Hainu gets rid of Wallace. That's a huge pick. Nice and quick. And they shut down the pass through his ulti. Really nice work from the Randburg Fire Department as they look to push through this tough choke here. Get rid of that steel trap. Does have the self-destruct if he chooses to commit it here onto this high ground. Now they can dive up if they want to. There we go. Self-destruct onto the top, and Dizzy picks up a quick double. This man is on fire today.
Oh, gets like Luke on the way out, Mito there. Yeah, I love to see that the Condi jumps up to group them so that they couldn't hide. They were still falling through the air when the bomb exploded.
Yeah, really nice synergy. And this wasn't the main tank that played on 80k with Dizzy last year. That was, of course, Bandit. But whatever practice these guys have been putting in, the synergies is not too bad on an individual player level.
Yeah, we see Riposte staying on the Winston instead of swapping over to the Rhino, even though he has no ult charge. So certainly a bold choice.
Well, I guess that remains to be seen. Oh, Dizzy not quite getting the timing off there to eat the grab. Almost gets it. That's a stick onto the Hanzo. Takes him down. The res comes out. Foul committed as well here. Big anti-heal though. And Francesco, oh my god, gets deleted so fast before he can even pop his ulti. Hainu now going to be zoning, buying space, for the cart to push around the corner, but this is taking too long, I think, to fix. Oh, Mito with a double kill. He's just going to clean things up here on this Hanzo. If it wasn't for this, man, this game would be over a long time ago.
Yeah, and still we see Riposte not swapping, but I don't know, I'm liking the Winston here today. It seems to be doing work for him as they buckling up and they're digging in for 3 minutes of defense.
Yeah, it's a tough ask as well. Of course, they do lose this point out. They do have a chance to defend it first again, so it won't be all over. But they're going to want to burn as much time off the clock as is possible here. Not firing in there, dropping low, anti-healed up. That's a huge problem. He's not quite dead yet. Immortality Field going to keep him healthy for a bit longer, but Francesco knows who the man to target is here. Straight onto Mito, takes him down. They lose Gutbuster in the meanwhile. Into building his way up towards his ulti. Hainu in the background here. That's going to take Dizzy out of Mick. No, it's not. It's going to take Francesco down in the distance as well. Choosing not to stagger the Diva there. Interesting choice. He wants Aquatic. He wants Aquatic so bad. The power swap comes in. He's going to go down. Aquatic, he's had enough of dealing with that McCree, but it's not going to be enough to win his team the team fight.
Yeah, it seems like trades are going back and forth, but then the Beastie was just relying on their spawn advantage to push the fights through. Every time I look at the kill fin, I'm like, oh, it looks like eventually that Randburg Fire Department has a gap that they're up to, and the enemy team is pulling all the way back into the spawn room, and then they just come back out with all the respawners ready to take another fight.
Well, can they do that for another 2 minutes is the question. It's going to be a tough ask, but so far it's been pretty good for them. We do have the Dragon Strike now as they watch the rotation unfold here for Randburg Fire Department. They committed the window as well, didn't find anything, and the attacking team is coming up to a few ultimates in turn now. High Noon comes through from the front line. That's 20 with a double kill. Francesco picks off another. Randburg Fire Department unloading onto the Beastie Boys here as they look to push their way to an Overwatch Super Cup victory here. If they get this point, it's just 1 point left potentially for them to take home the grand prize, and they will cap the third point.
Yeah, I was very close there. I saw them speeding out the empty to get the grab onto the point and the dragons out, and they executed it just a few meters too short to get it in time.
Yeah, unfortunate, but not all over yet to fix. 2 minutes versus 1 minute on the clock, so what seemed like quite a strong push only amounts to about twice the time back. Now, the difference between 1 minute and 1.5 minutes is quite big, though.
Oh, this is 2 minutes flat. This is these round numbers please me.
Oh, wow, it's so true. It's gorgeous. If only the map ended on a round number in terms of meterage as well.
Yeah. But yeah, so this is the changes that they made to hybrid, where the clock will tick up to 2 minutes for the lowest team, for the team with the highest number, and then 1 minute for the team. Something like that.
Yes, I think you're right about that.
Something. It like
yeah, it kind of balances them out, because to keep it under 2 minutes for the highest time, I think. Can't remember.
Yeah, so it gives a minimum of 1 minute to one team and a maximum of 2 minutes to the other team. So
I don't. Maybe. No, I think it's only if both teams get over 2 minutes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Look, Overwatch, it's arcane, it's a mystery.
Arcane is a good way to describe it, yeah.
It's not written down anywhere, we all had to figure this out on our own. Like,
yeah, so the Boomer Energy, you know, back when we played, they didn't teach us any of this stuff. We all had to learn it ourselves. Speaking of learning things themselves, Nito learning the hard way that he's not going to find any value on that angle. Empty, I'm surprised, has taken very little damage for how much pressure he was just put under here. As we watch the main tank head up to the high ground there. Oh, Mikey jumps across, just lucky not to drop down here. 25 seconds left on the clock here. Nito under so much pressure. Wallace dropping low behind him as well, and he's in front of him. He gets taken down. Dizzy tracks down the Mercy, and that could be the key that unlocks this team fight for Randburg Fire Department. They don't have to win the game here. If they hold here, they get to push once again and at best, Beastie Boys can hope for a draw. So Beastie Boys are fighting tooth and nail here. They pick up a quick double. Small advantage favors the defenders, but they're going to try their hardest to clean things up. Francesco gets rid of Empty. That's a lot of HP, a lot of damage now out of the team fight for the stall. They take down the other tank as well, so it's only Squishy's left. Angry Monkey on the point, clearing things out. The res on the point. Nice work from Wallace, but he does pay with his life, and a flurry of kills coming through for both teams here. A long drawn out team fight. This needs to be a victory for the red team, and it's not looking good. This is a duplicate that's not getting much value. Can they clear the shield? Not quite, so the self-destruct won't find the value that Dizzy was hoping for. But now we can look to start cleaning up the tanks that have come back through. No supports left here, or only rejoining late, so it's a bit tough to play tanks for the red team here. It's all blue in the kill feed. It's all Randburg Fire Department cleaning things up here as the overtime ticks away. Tracer taken down, one more taken down, and that's a full hold for Randburg Fire Department.
Yeah, the flame of overtime has been extinguished.
3-3.
Oh, so it is going to be Beastie Boys hoping at best for a draw here. 2 minutes they need to burn away. Defect, last prediction from you. Can Beastie Boys take us to a tiebreaker?
I want Torbjorn.
That's not a prediction.
That's not a prediction. no Torbjorn, no win. That's my prediction.
All right, well, Mito, if you're listening in a minute's time, that's the win condition. Pick the Torbjorn, or you will lose, according to Papa Defecture. Not looking good.
Yeah, that's our Torbjorn, in fact. So it seems like we can crown the fire department right here and now.
Well, let's not count our chickens just yet, right? What is the win condition here for Beastie Boys?
For Beastie Boys, the win condition would be here to try and take probably one long drawn-out fight and then win in overtime. I feel like with the amount of sustain and the high damage and the mercy and things like that, they don't want to a dive or a quick fight and give 2 or 3 fights to the opposing team to build up their ultimates and things like that. They want to take a long fight, have their hog vape 2 or 3 times and build up a dragon instead of having so play slow, I think, is the name of the game here for the Beastie Boys.
Beastie Boys. It's a bit of a risky prospect, though. If you give too much space to Rand or giving too much space to do whatever they want to do, you could just be signing your own death warrant here. You could just be throwing 1,000 Rand in the bin here as Aquatic looks to get aggressive here. They've cleaned up one, but it's a trade. 20 drops it past Luke, dropped by Empty. Point is ticking away. They need to get there. Only one tick, and that's a big disadvantage. Empty dropping low on the point. They traded out the Ash. It's trades all around, but they are in control of the point here. All the blue squad, 20 under pressure, dropping low. He goes around the corner, he finds one, he finds two, 20, puts his team on his back, and not for the first time, carries them to a tournament victory.
Look, there's not much you can do when 20 decides to click faces on McCree.
Yeah.
And to be fair, that is a Hanzo getting to play the game and not a Torbjorn, and that's why.
Yes, that you called it defect. You said if they picked the Torbjorn, they would win. They didn't, they would lose. And unfortunately for the Beastie Boys, they go home here 1,000 Rand shorter than they would have if they just picked the Torbjorn, potentially. But well played to both teams here. It is going to be a Randburg Fire Department, our Mettlestate Overwatch Super Cup champions. Well played to them. The first match you saw of them, and it was a dominant performance over another team who've been performing extremely well throughout the day here. So that's going to be that. Defect, any final words? I'll get your player of the match, but before that...
Oh, final thoughts. Good Overwatch. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. That was yummy Overwatch in my belly. Thank you.
Yeah, really, really fun Overwatch. I'm excited to see how all these teams develop throughout the year. I think looking at the guys like Enigma and Team Gaming, seeing how they develop, OG as well, tough fought battles all around, and with a bit more time I think we could see those teams start to really take it to the likes of Beastie Boys.
And
Fire Department.
And the fact that we see a retired team of players coming up and just reminding us that this is the bar for Overwatch, and that you need to beat them to be able to be the best. If you're playing today, you think you're the best team and you're not competing at this level, then you have work to do. So I like this. I think it sets a good precedent. There's a lot of talent in South Africa. It showcases what we've had and that we have a bunch of up and comers also who wanted to aim and take a shot at the legacy that's kind of the Randburg Fire Department and the Beastie Boys and these teams of veterans.
Yeah.
Take out. So excited to see the main active rosters step up to sort of the standard that got set here by the likes of like a Luke and 20 and Aquatic.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good takeaway at the end of it all. So, Defect, before we sign off here for the last time today, who was your player of the match? And why don't you give me your player of the tournament as well?
Oh, player of the tournament! Wow, that's going to be super biased by what we saw. We saw a lot of, like, the player in my mind that sticks out is still Fluffy. He just had such a large impact on Anna, and the fact that we say on Anna is the keyword here. Like, you expect your McCree and your Farah to pop off. You don't expect your Farah to have that much of an impact on the end of your Anna. Sorry, spoke. So the fact that Fluffy was able to do that, he's the one that's sticking in my mind as just a player to watch, like a really solid flex support. With a lot of team play options. My player of the match, this match, I'm going to have to give it to 20, just clicks faces. What more do you want?
No, not his first time getting player of the match. I can say that with the utmost certainty.
Possibly it's lost, though.
Well, we don't know what the story is with the Randburg Fire Department is. We're going to have to keep an eye on them. Maybe they feel like they can just do a Beastie Boys and, have a kind of mean team go, set the team up and just take home first place prizes like nothing's changed since last year. But that's going to be another interesting thing to see develop. Do these players disseminate into some of the more standard teams, or are we going to see these new teams stick around and battle it out in the finals every time?
Yeah, definitely. Super excited to see such a nice tone for the rest of the Overwatch season in South Africa. The guys are still good. We're good. The new teams are also looking fantastic. I'm excited. I want to watch more Overwatch.
Yeah, I'm super excited for that. So that's been that, guys. The Mettlestate Overwatch Super Cup. 2,500 Rand to our first place winners, Randburg Fire Department. That's Condi, Dizzy, Aquatic, 20, Like a Luke, and Gutbuster. If you told me last year that team would have won our first tournament, I would have looked at you like you were the most obvious person on planet Earth. Congrats to our second place team as well. The Beastie Boys, 1,500 Rand in their pockets. It's a lot of chicken nuggies, as we say. That is Visions, Mysterious, Empty, / Ferris, Mito, Wallace, and then some other players, because they've all left the lobby, so now I can't see them. Really well played to them.
The rest aren't important.
Yeah, they bailed, so Riposta's one of them. Very, very important player for them. Not as well, and I mentioned Wallace. I think I hit everybody there, but didn't at me on Twitter. And then our third place team, of course, Enigma. Very, very strong performance from them. I think they could be a bit disappointed that they didn't put up quite the fight. I think they would have wanted to punch their ticket to the finals, but unfortunately, the Beastie Boys just too strong, but a very close matchup. So guys, that's been that. Congrats to all our winners. Thanks so much for watching. Before we go, Defect, where can we find you on the internet?
You can find me on the Twitters at defect_ZA. I post memes, trash, and some hot takes usually. Other than that, please join the competitive Overwatch Discord, because that's where I like to lurk, and it's also who is running the cast for today.
Yeah, so my name has been Sun Phoenix, at Sun Phoenix on Twitter. I tweet about a lot of things. Obviously been tweeting a lot about local Overwatch the last few days, because that's kind of been the kernel of my life this last couple of days. So that's where you can find me. And of course, the Peach today, our wonderful producer. You haven't heard him, but everything you've seen has been courtesy of him. The tweet thing, if you like that, please let him know. I thought that was freaking awesome.
Really cool.
And I think it is only positive for everyone involved, and kind of reminds us that outside of the game that's being played, the whole community is involved, watching, outside of Twitch chat as well. There's a world out there of people who are interested in saying things about the games, and it's awesome to see them shown on stream. So shout out to Peach for that. The production pack also super awesome. So great work from him. And then of course at ZA Overwatch on Twitter. I've been working super hard today, tweeting out all the stuff for that.
Take a sleep, son.
So yeah, we try and keep you guys up to date through that Twitter account. And then, as Defect said, join the Zero Overwatch Discord. If you want a link to that, I'm sure the bot's going to spit one out at some point. And also you can follow us on Twitter and you'll find a link to the Discord from there. If you want to get involved, either just casually, we put a lot of tournaments on. If you want to get involved in more competitive stuff like this, then that's the place to go and look for teams or look for games in general. So thanks so much for joining, guys. We'll see you hopefully soon, fingers crossed, with our next tournament. Don't go, well, enjoy the rest of your Easter weekend for all of you who are celebrating. And thanks so much for joining.
Bye-bye.